Chapter 1109. Mystic Moon City was extremely ancient. There was an ancient teleportation formation in the city that could allow people to teleport across regions. Gu Fei had only walked around the city once, and he had already inquired about the location of the ancient transfer array in the city. The ancient transfer array in Mystic Moon City did not prohibit cultivators from using it. LZH. Mystic Moon City's ancient transmission formation was open to the public and anyone could use it. However, not many people were willing to use it because the amount of immortal crystals needed to activate the ancient transmission formation was a vast amount. This kind of teleportation array could only be used by those with great power. Ordinary cultivators in the city wouldn't even consider using the ancient teleportation array in the city. The ancient teleportation array was located in the city square. In front of the square was a palace, which was the residence of the Mystic Moon City Lord. It was the Mystic Moon City Lord's residence. Outside the Mystic Moon City Lord mansion, there were black-armored immortal soldiers wearing cold iron armor guarding it. Ordinary cultivators were not allowed to approach that place casually. The profound Heaven Holy Land nurtured a huge army of immortal soldiers. These immortal soldiers wore black armor forged from 10,000-year frost iron. Thus, they were called Black Armor Immortal Soldiers. Gu Fei did not plan to stay in the Jianghu city. He found out from some of the cultivators in the city that in order to activate the ancient transmission formation on the plaza, he would need about 1,000 kilograms of Tier 1 immortal crystals. 500 kilograms of Tier 1 immortal crystals was a huge sum that ordinary cultivators would find hard to come up with. Gu Fei wandered around the square for nearly an hour. The ancient teleportation array was right in the middle of the square, but he didn't see a single person walk up. There were many shops around the square. Most of these shops were opened by cultivators. They didn't sell ordinary items, but items related to cultivators. There were human-shaped 1,000-year-old ginsengs, 3,000-year-old snow lotuses, and 10,000-year-old cold iron stones mined from the bottom of the netherworld sea. All kinds of spirit medicines and divine materials could be found here. However, the price of these things was also frighteningly high. A 1,000-year-old humanoid immortal ginseng would cost 250 kilograms of Grade 1 immortal crystals. The Nethersea 10,000-year cold iron stone would cost 1,500 kilograms of Grade 1 immortal crystals. Some things could even be exchanged with supreme-grade immortal crystals. Of course, Gu Fei wasn't interested in these so-called spirit herbs and divine materials. He wanted as many spirit herbs as he had. He even had an immortal divine herb that had taken root in his inner world. As for divine materials, only immortal divine materials could enter Gu Fei's discerning eyes. It couldn't be helped. The things that Gu Fei had come into contact with were either extreme saint artifacts or eternal divine artifacts. How could he be interested in anything else? Gu Fei wandered around the plaza of Moon God City. Not long after he entered Moon God City, he felt that something was wrong, as if there was a pair of eyes secretly staring at him. He was not in a hurry to leave. It was noon, and there were people coming and going in the square in front of the City Lord Mansion. If he used the ancient teleportation array and activated it, it would definitely alarm all the cultivators in the entire ancient city. Gu Fei decided to leave at night. If he used the ancient teleportation array now, it would be too conspicuous. Gu Fei had always kept a low profile. If he came at night, although it would still alarm all the cultivators in the city, by the time these cultivators sensed the fluctuation of the ancient teleportation array, he would have already been teleported out. However, Gu Fei was a little uneasy. It seemed like someone was really watching him in the dark. Could it be that someone had caught up to him? However, Gu Fei didn't catch any abnormalities, nor could he find the person who was spying on him in the dark. It seemed like no one was spying on him. Could it be that he was too suspicious? Whether it was in the human realm or the heavenly realm, as long as it was in the human world, there would be inns. The human race in the heavenly realm was incomparably prosperous, far more prosperous than the other races. Not all of the human race knew how to cultivate. In the heavenly realm, mortals who didn't know how to cultivate still accounted for the majority. For mortals, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, not a single one was lacking. Gu Fei retracted all of his aura. The current him was just a mortal. He walked into an inn next to the square. This inn didn't seem very conspicuous in the surroundings of the square filled with shops. There weren't many people in the inn's lobby. The innkeeper was a small old man. The small old man was leaning on the counter, tapping on his abacus beads, calculating the accounts. There were a few tables in the lobby where people were drinking and chatting. There weren't many people, it was even a little desolate. There weren't many mortals living near the city lord's mansion. Even if there were mortals, they were the family members of some cultivators. In Mystic Moon City, many people had entered the profound Heaven Holy Land to cultivate the path of immortality. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven. If a family or clan had someone who was chosen by the profound Heaven Holy Land and accepted as a disciple, it was an incomparably glorious thing. Clans with disciples that entered the profound Heaven Holy Land had a much higher status than ordinary citizens in Mystic Moon City. Gu Fei found an inconspicuous corner of the inn and sat down. There were no cultivators in the inn's lobby, only mortals. However, from the conversations of these mortals, Xiaochen learned that these people had relatives or sons or daughters that entered the profound Heaven Holy Land. The innkeeper's son was an outstanding person among the profound Heaven Holy Land's younger generation. Precisely because of this small old man could open a small inn beside the plaza in front of Mystic Moon City's city lord's mansion and earn some immortal crystals. Just as Gu Fei sat down, the door darkened, and a person walked in. Ha! The moment this person walked in, Gu Fei felt an extremely weak fluctuation of immortal energy. The person who walked into the inn was a cultivator. Furthermore, it was an immortal. This person wore a sinister bronze mask. Based on her figure, she should be a woman. This mysterious woman was deliberately hiding her identity as a cultivator. This mysterious woman also found a corner and sat down. This person, Gu Fei's pupils constricted slightly. He wanted to use his martial Dao heavenly eye to see through this person, but he discovered that this person was hazy and difficult to see through. This person is not simple. She has a secret treasure. Even the martial Dao heavenly eye couldn't see through this mysterious woman's cultivation. This surprised Gu Fei. The other party couldn't be here for him, right? If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Cultivators with secret treasures all had great origins. After all, this kind of secret treasure was a forbidden artifact. Only a great perfection emperor could refine such a forbidden artifact. Otherwise, how could Gu Fei not see through this person's cultivation? The power of a secret forbidden artifact could actually block Gu Fei's martial Dao heavenly eye. This person was probably even more powerful than the great void unfettered Wang Xuani. The mysterious woman didn't look at Gu Fei. It was like she didn't notice him at all. This made Gu Fei feel even more uneasy. If this person is really here for me, then she's too conceited. Being conceited would often cost one's life. The great void unfettered Wang Xuani was a good example. He wanted to kill Gu Fei, but Gu Fei killed him instead. Gu Fei did not stay for long. After drinking a few cups of the inn's self-proclaimed immortal wine, he booked a room in the inn and sat cross-legged on the bed, channeling his qi to nurture his qi. That mysterious woman also asked for a superior room in this inn and stayed there. Time was insignificant to cultivators, and very quickly, night arrived. Gu Fei had adjusted his yin and yang true force to its peak state, and his spirit, energy, and spirit were more vigorous than ever. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, Gu Fei, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Two brilliant rays shot out from his eyes, illuminating the entire room. Chapter 11:10. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Gu Fei silently walked out of the inn. The square was completely silent. It was the complete opposite of the bustling scene during the day. There was not a single person in the huge square. In the middle of the square, there was only an ancient array platform. It stood there, exuding an incomparable vicissitude of time. This was an array platform built by the virtuous paragons of ancient times. It could be used to teleport across domains in the heaven realm. A distance of tens of millions of miles could be crossed in an instant. With this ancient teleportation array, cultivators could freely travel between the major domains of the heaven realm. It wasn't hard to imagine that in the ancient times, there must have been countless cultivators who used this ancient formation platform to travel between the various regions of the heaven realm. But now, not many people were willing to pay a large sum of immortal crystals to activate this ancient formation platform. Gu Fei was hidden in a shadow at the side of the square. He was not in a hurry. First, he scanned the surroundings. Except for the two black-armored immortal soldiers in front of the mansion, there wasn't even a ghost in the square. The mysterious woman didn't appear. However, Gu Fei still stood there for a while. Then, he took a step forward and crossed the void in an instant, arriving at the ancient teleportation array platform in the middle of the square. The ground of the array platform was engraved with densely packed runes. These were ancient runes. If He Tian was here, he should be able to recognize these runes. There were 9 holes in the 9 directions around the ancient formation platform. Those were the places for immortal crystals to be placed. Gu Fei carefully looked at the ancient runes on the platform. This kind of teleportation array could be controlled. The runes were intact, so there shouldn't be any accidents. After confirming that there were no mistakes, Gu Fei waved his hand and threw out 9 top-grade immortal crystals. The 9 top-grade immortal crystals were embedded in the 9 holes around the ancient array platform. Boom! A powerful aura immediately spread out from the ancient formation platform. A vast amount of spiritual energy was emitted from the 9 depressions, and the formation pattern seemed to come to life as they lit up. Who is it? How dare you activate the teleportation formation without permission? You deserve to die. The 2 black-armored immortal soldiers guarding the city lord mansion immediately soared into the sky and charged towards the ancient formation platform. One of them even made a move. A black light turned into a black dragon and pounced towards Gu Fei. The power of the immortal Dao was vast. This was an attack of the immortal god level. Although Divine Moon City's ancient transportation formation did not prohibit cultivators from using it, one had to pay a fee to the Profound Heaven Holy Lands people in advance. Only after the Profound Heaven Holy Lands people agreed could one use the transportation formation. After all, this was the Profound Heaven Holy Land's territory. No one was willing to offend the Profound Heaven Holy Land. Hence, the people who wanted to use the formation platforms did not dare to do so. Humph! Gu Fei stood on the platform and sneered. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the black dragon in his hand. Read spell arts. Bam! Gu Fei exerted force with his right hand that was grabbing onto the divine spear. The entire divine spear actually shattered. A high-grade immortal artifact was actually shattered by his bare hands. When the 2 black-armored immortal soldiers saw this scene, they immediately turned pale with fright and stopped in the air. Their opponent was too powerful. He could shatter an immortal soldier with his bare hands. Such an existence would only be courting death if they went up. Rumble! At this time, the formation platform under Gu Fei's feet emitted a thunderous sound. After receiving the spiritual chi from the 9 supreme-grade immortal crystals, the entire formation platform lit up. The runes of the formation emitted a dazzling divine light. The void around Gu Fei began to distort as if it had turned into a ripple. The power emitted by the formation platform was about to open a void passage. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly released a powerful divine sense into the ancient transportation formation. 2 ancient words appeared in Gu Fei's mind. Southern Domain. This was the feedback from the ancient teleportation formation. These were two ancient divine characters that were commonly used by the deities in ancient times. Although Gu Fei had never seen such ancient divine characters before, he knew the meaning of these two ancient characters. The means of the ancient paragons were truly unfathomable. This ancient transportation formation was too mystical. One only needed to use divine sense to control it. This method of operating the ancient transportation formation was learned by Gu Fei from He Tian. He Tian used this method to set up and operate the formation. This was a common knowledge of the ancient formation Dao. Swoosh! Above the formation platform, rays of divine light rushed out. The void began to distort as the ancient transportation formation began to operate. Gu Fei's figure gradually became blurry as if he was going to pass through the void. Bam! At this time, an unforeseen event occurred. The void above the ancient transportation formation suddenly collapsed. A huge black hand grabbed out from the broken void. A terrifying divine force was in the air. A terrifying expert was secretly making a move. Someone did not want Gu Fei to leave like this. Damn it! Gu Fei felt a powerful pressure. The black hand above his head shrouded the entire heaven and earth, sealing this part of the void. An extremely powerful divine force descended from the hand, causing the void to collapse. Boom! Gu Fei directly punched upwards. A terrifying fist energy spread out from his fist, causing the entire ancient transportation formation to tremble. He struck out with the flawless five elements fist. The fist energy seemed to attract the power of the five elements of the heaven and earth. It also shattered the void and collided with the hand coming down from the sky. The two extremely powerful forces collided head-on, causing a terrifying energy storm to spread out in all directions. The ancient array platform beneath Gu Fei's feet was almost shattered. The formation patterns dimmed under the impact of the vast force. Poof! 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 The spirit energy of the 9 top-grade immortal crystals was sucked dry by the ancient formation platform. They exploded and turned into 9 balls of dust that scattered on the ground. Swoosh! A ray of green light suddenly appeared outside the city. It shot in from outside the city like a meteor. It was a divine arrow wrapped in green divine light. The arrowhead was aimed at Gu Fei's head. At this time, Gu Fei was confronting the person in the dark. The power coming down from the black hand was too strong. It made it difficult for him to move his body. The divine arrow emitted a destructive aura. In an instant, it arrived in front of Gu Fei. Chapter 11:11. When Gu Fei stepped onto the ancient teleportation formation and activated it, the person in the dark finally made his move. A huge black hand appeared above his head and smashed down towards him. At the same time, outside Mystic Moon City, someone shot a green divine arrow at Gu Fei. The divine arrow pierced through the void and arrived in front of Gu Fei in an instant. It was extremely fast. Roar! Gu Fei roared. He used the perfect 5 elements fist to block the black hand coming down from the sky. It was impossible for him to move his body and avoid the divine arrow. On the divine arrow, there was a soaring murderous aura. This was a terrible arrow that could shoot down immortals and gods. If one was hit by it, his body and soul would be destroyed. Damn it! Gu Fei felt the danger. He stretched out his left hand and blocked the incoming arrow without a trace of fear. Clang! When Gu Fei's palm collided with the arrow, the sound of metal clashing rang out. The clear sound of metal clashing soared into the sky and spread throughout the entire Xinhua city in an instant. What's going on? Someone actually dares to fight in Mystic Moon City? This momentum, it's at least a celestial being realm expert fighting. Crazy, this is crazy. This is Mystic Moon City. All the cultivators in the city were alarmed. Many people rushed out and stopped in the distance. They looked towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. There was a vast immortal power. someone was making a move. What? A cry of surprise came from outside the city. Gu Fei actually blocked the arrow with his body and came out unscathed. This really shocked the person who was secretly making a move outside the city. Gu Fei used his right fist to block the black hand coming down from the sky and his left palm to block the terrible arrow that could kill immortals and gods. He stood on the formation platform with his long hair fluttering in the wind. He was like an ancient god of war with unparalleled strength. The scene that was happening on the formation platform shocked many people. Using a body made of blood to resist a divine weapon. This person's body was actually strong enough to be comparable to a divine weapon? At this time, standing on the ancient formation platform, Gu Fei only felt that his right palm was about to be pierced by the arrow. A sharp pain came from his palm. Bang! At the same time, the black hand in the sky unleashed an endless power, pressuring Gu Fei so much that he almost bent over. He was attacked from two sides and was at an absolute disadvantage. Reverse flow. Reverse flow. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and used the reverse flow secret technique that he got from the Purple Emperor. Once this secret technique was used, the void around Gu Fei immediately rippled like water. Boom! Like a moving ancient divine mountain, the black hand above Gu Fei's head actually moved. Not only did it move, but it also changed its direction and slapped towards the place where the arrow came from outside the city. Terrifying immortal force surged out, and a large area of the void was shattered by the black hand. A few miserable screams were heard, and a few unlucky fellows who were in front of the black hand were directly smashed into a few clouds of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. A cry of surprise came from the void. The person who secretly made a move did not expect that Gu Fei could actually divert his attack. At this time, a blue divine light with a terrible aura of destruction soared into the sky and shot towards the void in the sky. Swish! The divine arrow pierced through the sky. The arrow shot by the person outside the city was also changed by Gu Fei and shot towards the mysterious person hiding in the void. Gu Fei, who had originally been at a complete disadvantage, had actually turned the situation around in an instant. Stones from other mountains could be used to attack others. This was the power of the reverse world secret technique. The mysterious person hiding in the void had no choice but to jump out, but the divine arrow was still chasing after him. This was a divine arrow with a spiritual nature, it would not stop until it hit its target. What kind of technique is this? The mysterious person was shocked. The secret technique Gu Fei used was too abnormal. It could even change the target of the divine arrow. This divine arrow was completely under Gu Fei's control and was out of the control of the person outside the city. Stop for me. The mysterious person dodged a few times, but the blue divine arrow still followed him like a shadow. He had no choice but to take action. He waved his hands in the void in front of him, and immediately, a void crack that was dozens of feet long appeared in the void. This void crack was like a huge mouth that opened up in the void, emitting a powerful force that could devour the heavens and earth, swallowing the divine arrow that shot towards it. The person outside the city also rushed out and used a great technique to shatter the black hand that was slapping towards him. Peak Emperor Realm. When Gu Fei saw this scene, his pupils involuntarily shrank. The two people who secretly made a move were actually Emperor Realm Celestial being Realm Emperor Realm, and they were Great Completion Emperor Realm experts. Who are these people? Gu Fei was secretly shocked. It seemed that there were many people who had their eyes on him, and each one was stronger than the other. These two people were much stronger than Taishu Unfettered and Wang Xianyi. Were these people all here for the Black Stone people? Until now, no one from the profound Heaven Holy Land came out from the City Lord's mansion opposite the square to interfere. Some of the black-armored immortal soldiers had even retreated far away. What's going on? The atmosphere was somewhat strange. It should be known that this was the territory of the profound Heaven Holy Land. Making a move in Mystic Moon City was simply disregarding the existence of the profound Heaven Holy Land. It was said that the city lord of Mystic Moon City was an expert, but now he was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that the people from the profound Heaven Holy Land were planning to watch from the sidelines? In the distant sky, a woman with a ferocious bronze mask was watching the scene. Behind the mask, a pair of spirited eyes flickered with a bright light. I didn't expect these two guys to also have their eyes on this kid. This game is going to be interesting. The mysterious woman muttered to herself. She seemed to know the origin of the two great completion Emperor realm experts who attacked Gu Fei. Who are you scoundrels? Gu Fei did not stand on ceremony. He glanced at the two great completion Emperor realm experts who were rushing towards him and said coldly. These two great completion Emperor realm experts had vast immortal force and divine power. The great completion Emperor realm expert who created the black primordial spirit hand was a great completion immortal emperor. This immortal emperor realm expert was surrounded by a black aura. He seemed to be cultivating an immortal Dao cultivation method called the Black Evil Immortal Art. The black aura was the black evil chi. The other great completion Emperor realm expert was much more mysterious. His whole body was shrouded in a green divine light, and his appearance could not be seen at all. This was a deity emperor who had reached the great accomplishment realm. He held a green wooden bow in his hand. Green divine light circled around the bow. This was a divine weapon refined from a spirit root. The aura of the immortal emperor and the Shen King was vast in Mystic Moon City. It shocked all the cultivators in the city. Such a scene had not appeared in many years. The profound Heaven Holy Land was extremely powerful. It was a super force in the Middle Earth. Who dared to fight in the territory of the profound Heaven Holy Land? No one was willing to provoke the profound Heaven Holy Land. Boy, you have guts. There are not many people who dare to be presumptuous in front of me, the immortal emperor surrounded by black aura said in a deep voice. He stopped and was ready to attack again at any time. Black Fiend Emperor, what do you want? He is mine. The Shen King surrounded by green divine light spoke. This Shen King had already regarded Gu Fei as his prey. He would not allow anyone to snatch him away. Humph. Old Ghost Mu, don't think that I am afraid of you just because you have Azure Emperor's Tue, the Emperor realm expert called Black Fiend Emperor said coldly. These two great completion Emperor realm experts did not seem to care about Gu Fei at all. You dare to look down on me? Gu Fei laughed in his heart. Although these two guys were great completion Emperor realm experts, even if he was not a great completion Emperor realm expert, he could still fight with them. It was hard to say who would win. The Black Fiend Emperor and Azure Emperor's people? The cultivators in the city were all shocked. No wonder the people from the profound Heaven Holy Land did not come out to say anything. It turned out that these two Emperor realm experts had a great background. The Black Fiend Emperor was a famous fierce person in the Heaven realm. He was a fierce general under the Black Emperor and was highly valued by the Black Emperor. Even if someone wanted to kill this fierce person, they were afraid of the Black Emperor and did not make a move. The Azure Emperor was also a hero in the Heaven realm. He had many experts under him. Some people said that the Azure Emperor had already cut his Tao and stepped on the path of becoming a sage. Even the profound Heaven Holy Land was not willing to provoke such an existence. Do the two of you think that I'm dead? Gu Fei didn't get angry at being ignored. You have guts. If you are willing, you can go back with me and work for the Lord. The Black Fiend Emperor sized up Gu Fei and said. You want to recruit me? Gu Fei could not help but laugh. In the world, in the 3 realms and 6 paths, there was no one who could make him submit. Even the Black Emperor was not qualified. Humph. There is no need to waste your breath. You and I are both here for that thing. In that case, let's rely on our own abilities. Whoever gets it first will get it. After Greenwood Shen King finished speaking, he pulled the greenwood bow in his hand. Boom! When Green Wuxia King pulled the divine bow, the spiritual qi in the world immediately gathered and entered the divine bow. A divine arrow condensed on the divine bow and pointed at Gu Fei. All the heaven and earth spirit qi in the area was stirred up. Beams of divine light shot out from all directions, and a powerful divine power surged out from the greenwood divine bow. Everyone was shocked. The cultivators in the city rushed into the sky and retreated outside the city. If a divine emperor of the first level launched an attack in the city, the whole city would be destroyed if they were not careful. The cultivators who saw that the situation was not right immediately retreated far away. However, none of the ordinary people in the city dared to walk out of their houses. The great momentum of the divine emperor spread in the city and shocked the ordinary people in the city. Everyone was terrified and felt that the end of the world was coming. They hid in their houses in fear and did not dare to take a step out. The ordinary people were like ants. Their lives were extremely fragile in front of the immortal God. Humph! The Black Fiend Emperor took a step forward. Black qi surged all over his body and a terrifying aura came out from his body. A qi movement had already locked on to Gu Fei. His target was Gu Fei. A battle was about to break out. Everyone was extremely nervous. Chapter 11-12. Die! Green Wuxia King bellowed. He pulled the string of the godly bow to its fullest. His entire being seemed to have become one with the godly bow. His entire body emitted an endless amount of green light. All the spiritual qi in the area was sucked up by the godly bow in Green Wuxia King's hands. All the cultivators who were watching the battle were shocked. In an instant, they could no longer feel a trace of spiritual qi. All the spiritual qi in the area had been sucked dry. Whoosh! Green Wuxia King let go of the godly arrow. The godly arrow that was formed from the spiritual qi of heaven and earth transformed into an azure dragon. It soared for thousands of meters and shot towards Gu Fei. Green Wuxia King made his move. His first move was his most powerful attack. In the air, the roar of a dragon reverberated in everyone's ears. This was a godly arrow formed from the spirit qi of wood. It had an immeasurable amount of power. Wherever the azure dragon passed, the void crumbled into nothingness. Gu Fei felt the danger. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward from the ancient array platform and welcomed the godly arrow. Is he crazy? Green Wuxia King's godly bow is a supreme treasure. It's an almighty imperial weapon. He wants to use his body to resist an imperial weapon? All the cultivators who saw this were shocked to the extreme. Even the woman wearing a sinister bronze mask was shocked. However, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded happened. Gu Fei's fists directly collided with the 1,000-foot-long light arrow that was flying towards him. Boom! After a loud explosion, the entire heaven and earth shook. Gu Fei's fists were unstoppable. They shattered the dragon-like godly arrow and rushed towards Green Wuxia King. Green Wuxia King's heart was pounding. His opponent's speed was too fast. He felt a sense of danger. Such speed was unparalleled in the heavenly realm. Bam! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei struck out with the flawless 5 elements fist. There seemed to be 5 worlds circling around him. The 5 elements essence qi was vast and mighty, and the powerful fist force shook the world. This was completely the power of the flesh. Gu Fei had not even used the true power of a martial artist. Even if it was just the power of the flesh, it was definitely not something an emperor of the celestial being realm could contend with. What? An unimaginably powerful aura came from the front. Gu Fei's fist energy felt like it was going to tear him into pieces. Qing Mu and Shen King's expressions changed drastically. This was not the battle strength of a demigod cultivator. This kid had hidden his strength well. Things were going to be troublesome. That fellow is a monarch as well. The Black Evil Emperor was also extremely shocked. He had never expected that Gu Fei was also a martial emperor. Moreover, he was a martial emperor with the strongest battle prowess. Is this his real strength? The woman with the bronze mask muttered to herself. Gu Fei's strength was unparalleled. Qing Mu and Shen Qing were shocked and hurriedly retreated. However, Gu Fei used the desolate steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. He chased after them like a shadow. The power that came from Gu Fei's fist almost made Qing Mu and Shen Qing breathless. All the bones in his body were cracking. Eternal clear sky. Divine Emperor Green would let out a furious roar. A vast wave of Emu divine power emanated from his body, and rays of divine light shot out from his body. A towering divine tree appeared behind Qing Mu and Shen Qing. Under the blue sky, the divine tree stood between the heaven and the earth, becoming the only thing between the heaven and the earth. The branches of the divine tree swept towards Gu Fei. Each branch was as huge as a giant dragon. A divine Tao phenomenon? Gu Fei was shocked. Qing Mu and Shen Qing had also cultivated a phenomenon. The branches of the divine tree were like giant dragons that surrounded him from all directions and sealed off the void. Swoosh! Qing Mu and Shen Qing's figures suddenly disappeared. Bam! The divine tree shook, and the entire void shook violently. Gu Fei was sent flying as if he had suffered a heavy blow. This was the power of the domain. Under the envelopment of Qing Mu and Shen Qing's divine Tao domain, Gu Fei was suppressed. Roar! Gu Fei roared. The entire clear sky divine tree phenomenon suddenly shook. His body rushed out with a monstrous wave of true power. His qi and blood were vigorous like a real dragon in the ancient times. Qing Mu and Shen Qing's divine Tao phenomenon could not completely suppress Gu Fei. The clear sky divine tree phenomenon shocked everyone, especially the Black Fiend sovereign. He did not expect his opponent to have cultivated a divine Tao phenomenon. The Black the Arch and the Green the Arch were both overlords of a region and had the strength of a supremacy. They had always had grudges and even attacked each other. The Black Fiend sovereign did not want to see Qing Mu and Shen Qing's strength. In the phenomenon, Qing Mu and Green the Arch were omnipotent gods. Swoosh! 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 The divine tree under the clear sky extended its branches and pierced towards Gu Fei. Everywhere it passed, the void was pierced. It wanted to nail him to death in the phenomenon. Bam! Gu Fei threw a punch forward. The powerful fist intent shattered everything in its path. Countless branches that pierced through the tree were reduced to dust and scattered on the ground. A strong physical body was the greatest asset of a martial artist. Even with the strength of his physical body, Gu Fei could fight against cultivators of the same level. This was something that other cultivators could not compare with. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly struck out with the flawless 5 elements fist. 5 small worlds appeared around Gu Fei. With just one punch, the entire void was shaken. The flawless 5 elements fist was overbearing and fierce. Gu Fei pressed forward with indomitable will. He punched forward again and again, causing the void to collapse. The violent power seemed to be able to destroy everything. How is this possible? Qing Mu and Shen Qing were horrified. This kid's physical body was too strong. The human martial body was even stronger than the body of a divine beast. This was not an unfounded legend. At this time, not to mention Qing Mu and Shen Qing, even the other cultivators of the older generation could already see that Gu Fei was not a person of the immortal Tao or the divine Tao. The cultivation method that Gu Fei cultivated was the martial Tao that had been lost for countless years. Gu Fei continuously bombarded the same position with more than 10 punches. Each punch shattered the void and created a gap. Then, he rushed out of Qing Mu and Shen Qing's phenomenon. Qing Mu and Shen Qing was seriously injured. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and retreated far away. The divine Dao phenomenon that he cultivated had a gap created by Gu Fei. This caused his vitality to be injured. Just as Gu Fei rushed out of Qingmu and Shenqing's phenomenon, a large hand suddenly grabbed Gu Fei from the side. The Black Fiend Sovereign seized this rare opportunity and used his primordial spirit to conjure a large hand to capture Gu Fei. Arg! Gu Fei roared. He was caught by the large black hand and was pinched. Endless black fiend chi surged out of the large hand, trying to refine him. Chapter 11:13. The huge hand that the Black Fiend Sovereign conjured with his spirit power possessed unfathomable divine might. He grabbed Gu Fei and squeezed hard, almost crushing all the bones in Gu Fei's body. Roar! Gu Fei bellowed furiously. His qi and blood surged into the sky. Endless yin and yang true force burst out of his body, and the huge spirit power shook violently. Good lad! The Black Fiend Sovereign was shocked. The combat prowess of this young cultivator had far exceeded his estimation. This was definitely not a combat prowess that an ordinary celestial being sovereign could possess. No wonder even old geezer Qingmu suffered a great loss at the hands of this lad. The Black Fiend Sovereign did not dare to be careless. He circulated his celestial magic power with all his might. The spirit power was vast and mighty, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered from all directions. All the essence qi of heaven and earth was drawn over by him. The pitch-black huge spirit power emitted a horrifying destructive aura. The Black Fiend essence qi was vast and mighty, and its murderous aura soared into the sky, causing heaven and earth to pale in comparison. This was the power of one of the Black Emperor's generals. There was no longer a single cultivator in Xianxia city. All the cultivators had retreated far away. The ordinary people in the city were trembling with fear. Under the pressure of the sovereign, everyone felt as if doomsday had arrived. Their minds were on the verge of collapsing. Flawless Five Elements Fist. Gu Fei bellowed furiously. A horrifying Five Elements power surged out of the huge pitch-black hand. Gu Fei had executed this martial arts technique. The Extreme Path sacred technique created by the Extreme Path martial saint possessed unimaginable might. Dao rhymes emerged from the huge pitch-black hand, and the aura of the Great Way surged. Bang! A hole appeared in the huge spirit power fist, and Gu Fei rushed out from it. His whole body emitted endless five-colored divine light, and rays of five-colored divine rainbows circled around him. This was a qi gang formed by the five elements true force, which only cultivators possessed. The five-colored qi gang scattered the huge spirit power fist like waterfalls. There seemed to be five worlds revolving around Gu Fei's body. This was a mysterious phenomenon that appeared when the flawless five elements fist was fully executed. The Black Demon Emperor's body shook violently, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. After Gu Fei broke free, he immediately soared into the sky and rushed out of the city. With one step, he was already 100 miles away. He was extremely fast. So fast, the Black Fiend Emperor, Qingmu, and Shenqing couldn't help but change their expressions. With such speed, if this person wanted to escape, perhaps no one would be able to stop him. Swoosh! A green divine arrow tore through the void and shot towards Gu Fei. Greenwood Shenqing made his move again. The divine arrow formed by the Greenwood divine bow shot towards Gu Fei's back in an instant. This almighty divine weapon displayed great power. Even with his 8 steps extreme speed, it was difficult for Gu Fei to shake off the divine arrow shot by this divine bow. However, when the divine arrow was about to hit Gu Fei, it suddenly changed its direction and shot toward the Black Evil Emperor who was chasing after him. The divine arrow shot in front of him in the blink of an eye. The powerful force that emanated from the divine arrow hit the Black Evil Emperor's face so hard that he felt a stinging pain. How is this possible? The one who was the most shocked was none other than Greenwood Shenqing. This was the divine arrow shot by him, and it had never missed its target. However, it had been moved away twice today. After such a divine arrow was shot, it would not stop until it was stained with the opponent's blood. This was because Green Wuxia Xianxia had already locked onto the opponent's aura. Even if the opponent fled thousands of miles away, the divine arrow would still be able to chase after him. However, today, it was difficult for him to lock onto the opponent's aura. This was the first time that Green Wuxia Xianxia had encountered such a thing. It was too strange. Damn it! The Black Evil Emperor roared angrily. He directly spat out a mouthful of black divine flame to burn the divine arrow that was shooting towards him. This was the Black Evil Divine Fire. The void was burned until it was distorted. The green divine arrow was engulfed by the Black Evil Divine Fire. Boom! After the Black Evil Divine Fire broke through the divine arrow shot by Green Wuxia Xianxia, it immediately erupted like a volcano, burning towards Gu Fei in an overwhelming manner. The fire burned the sky. A mountain range outside the city silently turned into ashes. Half of the world was enveloped by the Black Evil Divine Fire, and Gu Fei was also engulfed in it. However, just as the Black Evil Divine Fire engulfed Gu Fei, the Black Evil Emperor was alarmed. He suddenly felt that the Black Evil Divine Fire, which was connected to his mind, was suddenly pulled away by a great force. Rumble, the whole world was shaking. The Black Evil Divine Fire, which had enveloped half of the world, was rapidly retreating. This extremely powerful Black Evil Divine Fire was not taken back by the Black Evil Emperor. Instead, it was continuously absorbed into Gu Fei's body. At this moment, Gu Fei's body seemed to have become a bottomless pit, forcibly sucking in all the Black Evil Divine Fire in the sky and then swallowing it into his body. When the Black Evil Emperor saw this scene, he was truly shocked. The Black Evil Divine Fire was the natal true fire that he had cultivated. If it was all devoured, his vitality would definitely be greatly damaged. Roar! The Black Evil Emperor roared again and again. He desperately circulated his dermic powers, wanting to take back the Black Evil Divine Fire. However, he found that a mighty force that could devour the sky emanated from Gu Fei's body, which had already absorbed the Black Evil Divine Fire. No matter how much the Black Evil Emperor tried to mobilize his immortal path divine power, it was already too late. Very soon, the Black Evil Divine Fire that filled the sky was completely devoured by Gu Fei. The Black Evil Emperor was so angry that he spat out 3 mouthfuls of essence blood on the spot. His expression also became weary. His natal true fire had been taken away by someone. It would take a lot of time and effort to cultivate it back again. This almost drove the Black Evil Emperor crazy. When the other cultivators saw this scene, they were also extremely shocked. They were all dumbfounded. That was the Black Evil Divine Fire, but it was actually destroyed by this young cultivator just like that. No one had expected such an ending. The Black Evil Divine Fire that the Black Evil Emperor had breathed had burned countless powerful opponents to death. In the Heaven Realm, this Black Evil True Fire was very famous. How could his physical body possibly withstand the burning of the Black Evil Divine Fire? Could he be a great accomplishment emperor? The Black Evil Divine Fire of the Black Evil Emperor is a terrifying divine fire that even the real mighty cultivators would be shocked by. How could it be destroyed just like that? Some powerful cultivators whispered. They were well aware of the power of the Black Evil Divine Fire, which was why they were even more shocked. How could someone dare to resist this kind of divine fire with their physical body? While everyone was in disbelief, Gu Fei secretly felt lucky. The Black Evil Divine Fire was so overbearing that even his emperor martial body had almost been unable to withstand it. However, he had secretly used the mountain and river cauldron to absorb the Black Evil Divine Fire that filled the sky into the mountain and river cauldron. The others did not know the reason, and they thought that Gu Fei had refined this divine fire with his physical body. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Gu Fei made his move. Boom! The void suddenly shook, and pitch-black flames suddenly rushed out of his body, burning towards Qingmu and Shenqing. Wherever the black flames passed, the void collapsed silently. This move again? Chapter 11:14. The 9 secrets of the immortal path had been lost for countless years. Even in the heaven realm, where experts were as numerous as trees in a forest, no one had ever seen such a supreme secret technique of the immortal path. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, chaotic reversal, to reverse the attacks of the Black Fiend Emperor and Qingmushan King, giving them a taste of their own medicine. This secret technique shocked everyone, especially the Black Fiend Emperor and Qingmushan King. The techniques that they had used were all reversed. The monstrous Black Fiend fire surged towards Qingmushan King. The whole world was shrouded by the Black Fiend fire in an instant, and a terrifying aura of destruction spread out. The cultivators who were watching the battle from afar had no choice but to retreat further away. The Black Fiend fire was too overbearing, and no one was willing to be touched by this kind of divine fire. Everlasting azure sky tree blooms. Qingmushan King shouted, an endless azure divine light rushed out of his body, illuminating the whole world. His figure disappeared, and a towering divine tree appeared under the azure sky. When the endless Black Fiend fire rushed into the vision that Qingmushan King had conjured, it immediately dissipated in the void. This was a divine Dao phenomenon, a great divine ability that only a deity emperor could use. A divine tree swayed under the blue sky, and an unfathomable power surged. There seemed to be a world evolving here, and the azure sky divine tree became the only thing between heaven and earth. The terrifying Black Fiend divine fire was actually dissolved just like that. This kind of great divine ability was really shocking. This kind of phenomenon was really too frightening. Among those of the same level, perhaps only Gu Fei could be able to break out after being trapped by such a great magic. Even the Black Fiend Emperor was shocked when he saw this. He felt a strong pressure, and Qingmushan King was already a threat to him. The Black Emperor and the Green Emperor were both overlords, and there were many grudges between them. The Black Fiend Emperor and Qingmushan King were old rivals for many years. The fact that the other party had cultivated a great mystic ability of the divine Dao gave the Black Fiend Emperor an immense amount of pressure. Swoosh! At this moment, Gu Fei displayed his extreme 8-step speed and rushed into the distance. He did not want to display his true strength in front of everyone, so he could only retreat. He had all kinds of methods to fight against these 2 Emperor stage experts, but he had some misgivings and didn't want to expose his trump cards. Where are you going? The Black Evil Emperor was the first to chase after him. As for the Green Wuxia King, who had unleashed the ancient clear sky tree blooming divine ability, he also withdrew his divine ability. The clear sky god disappeared as soon as it was erected, and the terrifying pressure also retreated like a receding tide. Swoosh! Green Wuxia King turned into a flash of green light, chasing after Gu Fei. He did not want to let Gu Fei escape just like that. In the dark, many people soared into the sky and chased after him. The mysterious woman who had been watching the battle from afar had disappeared without anyone noticing. Gu Fei strode in the void, traversing hundreds of miles in an instant with a single step. He was even faster than the teleportation of the immortal Dao. His speed was unparalleled in the world. However, Gu Fei deliberately slowed down his pace. He did not intend to shake off the 2 fellows chasing after him. He wanted to lure them to a place where there was no one around. God knew how many eyes were watching him tonight, so Gu Fei had to be careful. He kept changing his direction, passing over the mountains like a ghost in the dark night. No one knew where he went, and even he himself was lost in the endless mountains. Swoosh! A divine arrow shot past Gu Fei's side. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain in front of Gu Fei was hit by the divine arrow and immediately collapsed. Dust rose high into the sky, and the entire region shook. Green Wuxia King chased after Gu Fei and kept shooting divine arrows. However, none of them could really threaten Gu Fei. Gu Fei used the reverse secret art to divert them away. Alright, let's do it here. Gu Fei stopped in the depths of the mountain. At the instant Gu Fei stopped, Divine Emperor Greenwood shot out another arrow. Gu Fei turned around abruptly and no longer dodged. Instead, he punched out with his fist. Bam! The ferocious power of the fist pierced through the void and directly shattered the divine arrow that was shot at him. The entire void trembled under his fist. Gu Fei could shake the void with his physical strength. His combat strength was unparalleled, and his strength was unparalleled. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he directly faced the two martial emperors who were chasing him. Seeing Gu Fei's action, the Black Evil Emperor and Greenwood Xianxia could not help but be surprised. Without any unnecessary words, Gu Fei directly attacked. The flawless Five Elements fist was thrown out. 5 worlds appeared around him, and the terrifying fist energy shattered the void. The Black Evil Emperor and Greenwood Xianxia were secretly shocked. They quickly dodged, not daring to take the attack head-on. Bam! The Black Evil Emperor, like a black meteor, rushed down from the sky and directly rushed into the ground. Then, the whole earth began to shake. Bang! 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 The earth chi was vast. Streams of earth chi rushed out from the ground like big dragons, emitting endless evil chi, and entangled Gu Fei. The Black Evil Emperor activated the thick earth chi, and borrowed the power of the earth. Boom! Gu Fei only punched out, and the hundreds of big dragons that rushed out from the ground suddenly collapsed. The fist energy came down, and the whole ground shook violently. Shwa, 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 shwa. Greenwood Xianxia shot 19 arrows in a row, and his immortal power was vast. The divine bow in his hand emitted a trace of the Emperor's power. Every divine arrow emitted a divine light that was thousands of feet long, and like a divine rainbow, they pierced towards Gu Fei. Heaven-covering hand. Gu Fei shouted in a deep voice. He pushed his hand forward, and a vast amount of true power condensed into a dazzling golden divine hand. Then, it met the 19 divine arrows that were piercing through the air. The gigantic hand blotted out the sky and sealed off a part of the void. The 19 divine arrows shattered in the void, and even Divine Emperor Greenwood was sent flying. How is this possible? Greenwood Xianxia was shocked, and he had a feeling of fear. The combat strength that Yi Futian had displayed was too frightening. Could it be that he was pretending to be weak before? Even the divine arrows shot by the imperial weapons of the Great Accomplishment Emperor realm could be easily blocked. The strength of Gu Fei made Greenwood Xianxia's heart palpitate. Was this guy pretending to be weak? Rumble, a monstrous true power surged out of Gu Fei's body, and his extremely vigorous qi and blood were surging. The whole world was filled with the 5 elements yuan qi. The colorful divine light illuminated the whole world. Under the dark night, it seemed that a colorful divine sun had appeared. Chapter 11:15. Gu Fei displayed his invincible might and fought against the Black Evil Emperor and Greenwood Xianxia alone. His fists suppressed the 2 famous experts of the Heaven Realm. Roar! A dull roar came from under the ground, and the whole land shook violently. Mountains collapsed one after another, and the ground undulated violently. It was as if a terrible ancient demon god had awoken from the ground, and the vast earth essence burst out from the depths of the earth. Endless earth essence rushed out from the depths of the earth, and a huge figure stood up from the ground. It was a Dharma form condensed from the vast earth essence. Dharma form of heaven and earth? Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this. People who could condense Dharma form of heaven and earth must at least have the cultivation and strength of the peak realm. This was definitely not a skill that an emperor of the celestial being realm could use. Black Evil Old Ghost, Greenwood Xianxia was also shocked when he saw this scene. The skill displayed by the Black Evil Emperor was too frightening. It was not something that could be used by those who were not powerful. As soon as the Dharma form of heaven and earth appeared, the weather changed, and the heaven and earth trembled. The huge figure stood between the heaven and earth like an ancient demon god, and above his head, there were flashes of lightning. Roar! The giant raised his head and roared, and the whole sky seemed to collapse. It was as if an invincible ancient demon god had descended between the heaven and earth, and the whole area was shrouded by a terrible aura. Bang! The 10,000-meter-tall giant slammed his palm towards Gu Fei. The huge palm condensed from the essence of the great Earth Empress Earth directly smashed the void. It was terrifying to the extreme. Humph! Gu Fei sneered, and his expression was extremely serious. Although this Dharma form of heaven and earth was extremely powerful, it was getting stronger and stronger. Gu Fei still blasted out a punch, and endless true power burst out from his fist, and a golden sun seemed to appear between the heaven and earth. This was the great metal movement fist of the flawless five elements fist. When Gu Fei punched out, he activated the power of the metal element in the sky. On his fist, there seemed to be a golden world surging. At this time, Gu Fei's physical strength had fused with his martial Dao true energy, and his entire body was surrounded by Dao rhymes. This was the invincible fist technique created by the extreme Dao sage, and it was the ultimate sublimation of the five elements fist. This set of fist techniques could be said to be flawless. If an extreme Dao saint were to display this set of fist techniques, perhaps even the entire world would be shattered by a pair of fists. Boom! Gu Fei's right fist collided with the right palm of the heaven and earth law idol, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion that caused the void to collapse in an instant. Damn it! Gu Fei felt an unstoppable force surging from his fist, causing him to fly backwards involuntarily. His entire right arm felt numb. The heaven and earth Dharma form displayed terrifying divine might, and it actually sent Gu Fei flying. This was the first time Gu Fei was truly suppressed by someone since the start of the battle. He was a heaven-being realm martial emperor, and he could be said to be invincible in the same realm. His divine strength was unparalleled, and he even cultivated the number one martial Dao battle skill in the cultivation world. Yet, he was still suppressed by the heaven and earth Dharma form. One had to admit that an existence that could condense the heaven and earth Dharma form was truly terrifying. The heaven and earth Dharma form could draw in the power of heaven and earth, and there were even Dao rhymes lingering around it. This was a kind of supreme killing technique that could only be executed by a great perfection emperor at the peak of the almighty realm. The Black Fiend Sovereign was merely an immortal emperor in the heaven-being realm. How could he execute such a great technique? Could he be the same as the fallen Violet Sovereign? Could he have cultivated some kind of secret technique that could stimulate the heaven and earth Dharma form? At this moment, there wasn't any time for Gu Fei to think too much, because the heaven and earth Dharma form had already chased over. In just a single step, the heaven and earth Dharma form had arrived in front of Gu Fei. Without any words, the heaven and earth Dharma form immediately made a move, shattering the void. It wanted to devour Gu Fei into the shattered void, and use the destructive force when the heaven and earth was shattering to obliterate Gu Fei. By now, Greenwood Shen King had already retreated far away. Could the Black Fiend Old Ghost have already become an emperor? Greenwood Shen King was bewildered. The supreme killing technique that the Black Fiend Sovereign displayed had given him quite a shock. Bang! The heaven and earth Dharma form strode over and stomped down on Gu Fei. The destructive force was vast and mighty. This stomp had even created a giant hole in the void. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and displayed the 8 extreme steps, rushing out from under the heaven and earth Dharma form's feet. Then, an ancient cauldron appeared in Gu Fei's hand. It was an ancient bronze cauldron. There were flowers, birds, insects, and fish engraved on it. It seemed like everything in the world could be found on this cauldron. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He directly pointed the mouth of the cauldron at the heaven and earth Dharma form, and then patted the bottom of the cauldron. Boom! A great fire immediately rushed out of the cauldron, instantly enveloping the whole world. The sky and the ground turned into a sea of fire, and the heaven and earth Dharma form was also devoured by the sea of fire. Roar! An angry roar came from the sea of fire. It was the voice of the Black Fiend Sovereign. He had merged with the heaven and earth Dharma form, borrowing the power of the thick earth to condense the heaven and earth Dharma form. It could be said that the heaven and earth Dharma form was the Black Fiend Sovereign, and the Black Fiend Sovereign was the heaven and earth Dharma form. The great fire that rushed out of the cauldron in Gu Fei's hand burned half the sky red. The places that were enveloped by the great fire were burned to the point that the void was distorted. "I'll burn you to death, you bastard." Gu Fei patted the bottom of the ancient cauldron again, and a rainbow-colored divine flame rushed out from the cauldron. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed and collapsed from the heat. It was extremely terrifying. This was the terrifying divine flame emitted by the fire phoenix divine pearl. It was drawn out by Gu Fei, and a huge fire burned the sky. It was as if a furnace had appeared between heaven and earth, and the heat emitted by the divine flame caused the ground to be scorched. Under the shroud of the divine fire, nothing could be preserved. Everything was refined by the divine fire. Even the monstrous earth essence was burned by the divine fire. Greenwood and Shen King, who had already retreated far away, felt a wave of hot air blowing toward him. His whole body felt like it was in a furnace, and the divine power in his body seemed to be ignited. What kind of fire is this? It's so terrifying. Greatly alarmed, Divine Emperor Jianghu had no choice but to retreat into the distance once more. The flames had incinerated everything within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Even the earth was sinking due to the heat. Roar! The shrill roar of the Black Fiend Sovereign came out of the great fire. This kind of divine fire was too overbearing. Even the heaven and earth Dharma form could not withstand it. The Black Fiend Sovereign was in big trouble. This was really unbelievable. It should be known that the divine fire that came from the fire phoenix divine pearl could even refine immortal divine materials. This showed how powerful this kind of divine fire was. Bang! A huge silhouette rushed out of the sea of fire. Even the thick earth essence energy was ignited. The vast earth essence energy was quickly being refined. The figure did not rush out for more than 100 miles before he was burned to death by the divine fire that rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron. An emperor of a generation had fallen just like that. Chapter 11:16. The divine fire emitted from the fire phoenix divine bead was definitely one of the most powerful flames in the world. It could smelt the best magical materials and was the exclusive divine fire for supreme saints to refine weapons. Although the Black Evil Emperor had used a secret technique to activate the essence of the earth and condense the universal law Laksana that only peak experts could display, he was still burned to death by Gu Fei's fire. So what if he borrowed the power of heaven and earth? This ultimate divine fire could even burn a hole in the heaven and earth, let alone the universal law Laksana. After burning the Black Demon Emperor to death, the monstrous fire retreated like a tide and entered the mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand. Seeing this, Jianghu Shen King was scared out of his wits. He cultivated the wood elemental cultivation method and had the wood elemental divine power. If he was ignited by this divine fire, he would end up like the Black Demon Emperor. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Jianghu Shen King turned around and fled. His opponent was too powerful. Even Shen King, who was known to be invincible among his peers in the celestial realm, could not compete with him. Humph! You still want to leave at this time? Gu Fei sneered. When he used the mountain and river cauldron, he had already decided to kill these two guys. Otherwise, once the news of the mountain and river cauldron's appearance spread in the heaven realm, he would have no place to stay in the heaven realm. A terrifyingly domineering saber light rushed out of Gu Fei's body. The saber light turned into a huge dragon and slashed at Divine Emperor Greenwood. Swoosh! The terrifying saber light tore open a 10,000-meter-long hole in the sky. A terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth spread across the world. Jianghu Shen King was scared out of his wits. The peerless saber light soared up and the terrifying waves spread in all directions. The whole world seemed to be split in half. Divine Emperor Greenwood felt as if he was being stared at by an ancient, supreme demon. The pores all over his body opened up, and the saber light illuminated the entire world, turning the dark night into day in an instant. What's going on? What is that? Thousands of miles away, there were cultivators who witnessed the peerless blade light. They were all shocked to the extreme. That terrifying aura caused everything in the world to tremble. Everlasting clear sky, one tree blooms. At this critical juncture of life and death, Greenwood Xianxia put his life on the line. He immediately used his most powerful life and death technique. When his divine Tao phenomenon appeared, even heaven and earth seemed to change color. Rumble, a towering divine tree rushed out from Greenwood Xianxia's body. He had turned into a divine tree, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Boundless azure divine light shone from the divine tree, as if an azure world was evolving. It was a God Tao manifestation that resembled the creation of heaven and earth. A divine tree had carved out a green world, and it was like a world tree. However, there was no suspense. The peerless blade light directly slashed into the green world, splitting the divine tree under the blue sky in half. The domineering blade light crushed the towering divine tree into pieces. The blue sky was collapsing. This was a terrifying tremor. The vast and mighty power of destruction caused this part of the world to turn into nothingness. The earth was sinking and the void was collapsing. It was as if the real world was collapsing. This scene was too frightening. The peerless blade light broke through the void and rushed out from the collapsed world. Swoosh! The peerless blade light flew back and entered Gu Fei's body. He directly used the 8 desolate steps and rushed into the distance. In an instant, he disappeared under the night sky. At this time, some people were alarmed. A few figures soon appeared nearby. At that moment, the world that Divine Emperor Greenwood had conjured had expanded to its limit. Then, it began to shrink inwards. When this part of the world completely collapsed, the collapsed void shrank into a chaotic point of origin. Then, it completely disappeared between the heaven and the earth. This was something that could only happen when a cultivator opened up a void. The void would collapse and shrink, transforming into a primordial point of chaos. After that, even the primordial point of chaos would dissipate into the void. The mysterious woman with the bronze mask on her face appeared silently on top of a mountain in the distance. Even the Black Devil Emperor and Greenwood Xianxia have fallen. The mysterious woman in black muttered to herself. Behind the bronze mask, a pair of sparkling eyes looked in the direction where Gu Fei had disappeared. She did not speak for a long time. Soon, some people knew that the Black Devil Emperor and Greenwood Xianxia had been killed in this barren mountain. Several powerful cultivators from Jianghu city had also appeared nearby. Some people sensed the aura of the Black Devil Emperor and Greenwood Xianxia. Some people saw some fragments of divine weapons scattered on the ground. Some people recognized that these fragments of divine weapons belonged to the divine bow in Greenwood Xianxia's hands. Even the imperial weapons refined by emperors in the mighty realm were destroyed. That person is really terrifying. Who could even destroy an imperial weapon? Could that person be a peak emperor realm expert? Or is he a semi-sage who has already stepped on the road to becoming a sage? Many cultivators from Jianghu city also appeared in this barren mountain. Some people guessed that it was that ordinary-looking cultivator who had killed the 2 martial emperors in the advanced realm. If that person wanted to open the ancient teleportation formation, he must not be an ordinary cultivator. Some people thought that the 2 martial emperors in the advanced realm had been ambushed by someone else. People from other forces had lured the 2 Xianxias here and killed them. All kinds of guesses started to spread in the eastern region of the Middle Earth. The fall of the Black Devil Emperor and Greenwood Xianxia had shocked the entire cultivation world of the Middle Earth. One had to know that the Black Devil Emperor and Greenwood Xianxia were fierce generals under the Black Emperor, while the other was a capable war god under the Azure Emperor. The fall of such people in the territory of the Profound Heaven Holy Land was definitely a big matter that would shake the entire Profound Heaven Holy Land. The Black Emperor and the Azure Emperor were both heroes of a region. The Profound Heaven Holy Land had no choice but to send people to investigate this matter. For a moment, the people in the eastern region of the Middle Earth felt that a storm was brewing. And the culprit who caused this situation had already set off again. Gu Fei did not stop at any place. After he identified the direction, he continued to head for the southern mountains. He could not be bothered with anything else. It had to be said that the Middle Earth was really huge. It was the largest of the 5 regions of the heavenly realm. This was the center of the heavenly realm, now the world of the human race. No one knew how many people there were in the Middle Earth. There were more than 10 great sects in the entire Middle Earth. Every great sect controlled at least 5 million kilometers of territory. As for a super sect like the Profound Heaven Holy Land, the territory they controlled was even vaster. The ancestral veins of the Middle Earth were all under the control of a few super sections. The human race was extremely prosperous. Naturally, there were many geniuses. Among the younger generation of cultivators, there were a few incredible people. These people could be called demonic geniuses. The other regions were not the world of the human race. The southern mountains was the world of the fiend race and the demons. The human race did not have any strong forces there. Shili was the territory of the 9 tribes of Shili. Strictly speaking, the 9 tribes of Shili had the bloodline of the ancient innate gods. They were not pure humans. The 9 tribes of Shili were called the Shili divine race. Aside from these 2 regions, the other regions were the world of the human race. The human race occupied 3 of the 5 regions of the heavenly realm. This showed how strong the human race was in the heavenly realm. Along the way, Gu Fei discovered that the Middle Earth was not like the Eastern Earth. There were cities not far from here. Furthermore, these human settlements all had cultivators guarding them. There was no lack of famous mountains and rivers in the Middle Earth, but they all had owners. Gu Fei kept a low profile. He bought a map of the Middle Earth from a traveling merchant. The traveling merchants of the heavenly realm traveled extensively. Naturally, they had prepared maps of the various regions of the heavenly realm. On the map of the Middle Earth, there were 3 mountain ridges that crisscrossed the Middle Earth. Those were the 3 ancestral veins of the Middle Earth. Above the ancestral veins were countless earth veins that passed through the Middle Earth. The origins of the 3 ancestral veins were marked. The ancestral vein in the east was marked with the Profound Heaven Holy Land. The ancestral vein in the south was marked with the Grand Clear Holy Land. The ancestral vein in the southwest was marked with the word Li. Gu Fei had been studying this map for the past few days. The Profound Heaven Holy Land, the Grand Clear Holy Land, and the Li family. Are these the 3 super factions of the Middle Earth? Gu Fei had been in the heavenly realm for some time now. He had gained a certain understanding of the heavenly realm. This was especially so after he refined the memories of the Violet Emperor's primordial spirit. He already knew the current situation of the heavenly realm. The Violet Emperor was the son of the primordial Emperor Xian. He knew many secrets of the heavenly realm. The factions that could control the ancestral veins were all powerful and never declined. The heavenly realm's Li family was rumored to be the main family of the supreme Dao ancestor. They had existed since the Great Desolate Aeon. Even today, the Li family still occupied one of the 3 ancestral veins of the Middle Earth. No one could shake the Li family's position in the Middle Earth. There were even rumors that the heavenly realm's Li family had an extreme Dao sacred weapon left behind by the supreme Dao ancestor. The Profound Heaven Holy Land and the Grand Clear Holy Land were factions that had produced sages before. They had incredibly deep foundations. There was a reason why these factions could stand tall in the heavenly realm for so many years. After understanding all this, Gu Fei had no choice but to be careful. He already had a lot of enemies. The Eastern Earth's primordial Emperor Xian had killed his son. Not long ago, he had killed the subordinates of the Black Emperor and the Azure Emperor. Although no one knew that he was the one who killed the subordinates of the Black Emperor and the Azure Emperor, Gu Fei still had to be careful. After all, the heavenly realm was a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Gu Fei continued on his journey. After half a month, he finally crossed the Middle Earth and arrived at the border between the Middle Earth and the Southern Mountains. The border between the Southern Mountains and the Middle Earth was a scarlet land. This was the famous Scarlet Plains of the heavenly realm. It was a scarlet plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. Some people said that the Scarlet Plains was a battlefield in the ancient era. The reason why the land here was scarlet was because it was dyed red by the blood of the immortals. Chapter 11:17. The Scarlet Plains lay between Middle Earth and Southern Mountains. It was a strange and evil place. An unfathomable force shrouded the entire Scarlet Plains, making it difficult for cultivators to fly. Any cultivator who entered the Scarlet Plains would have their cultivation suppressed. No one knew what was going on. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger the suppression. No cultivator was willing to enter the Scarlet Plains. It was a barren land that stretched for thousands of miles. Not even a ghost could be seen. Gu Fei lingered outside the Scarlet Plains for a long time. He tried to fly into the sky after entering the Scarlet Plains, but he found that he couldn't fly at all. There was a force that imprisoned him on the ground. He could only walk. In the Scarlet Plains, the cultivator's cultivation was greatly weakened. Gu Fei even lost the ability to fly. This is really an evil place. Gu Fei felt a trace of uneasiness. The Scarlet Plains evil was not unfamiliar to the cultivators in the heaven realm. During the day, cultivators could freely enter and exit the Scarlet Plains, but once night fell, no one would enter the Scarlet Plains. When night fell, the Scarlet Plains would become an ominous place. Demonic ghosts and devils wandered around. No cultivator who entered the Scarlet Plains at night could come out again. Some people said that it was an evil thing formed by the undying divine sense of a supreme existence in ancient times. Unless the ancient Buddha Lord personally came, no one would be able to transcend this evil thing. Gu Fei looked at the sky and saw that the sun had already set. Night would soon come. He had missed the best opportunity to enter the endless blood-red land. I can only wait until tomorrow. Gu Fei had to retreat first. Entering the Scarlet Plains at this time was tantamount to suicide. When night fell, the Scarlet Plains would become an ominous place. When night fell, even Emperor-level characters wouldn't be willing to enter the Scarlet Plains easily. Gu Fei didn't want to take this risk. He retreated to a mountain peak 100 miles away from the Scarlet Plains. He sat cross-legged on the peak, then closed his eyes to meditate and circulated his qi. After crossing the Scarlet Plains, the opposite side would be the Southern Mountains. The Southern Mountains was the world of the demon race and the demons. The 100,000 Devil Mountains was located in the Southern Mountains, and the Southern Mountains' God Emperor, Zhang Shao, was a demon emperor. There were countless legends in the Southern Mountains. It was said that there was a devil's nest in the heaven realm. It was the origin of all evil in the world. There were countless secrets of the world there. Even the ancestral court of the Dragon clan was located in the Southern Mountains. Legend had it that the supreme demonic Saint Grand Emperor had once sat cross-legged on a divine mountain in the Southern Mountains for nearly 10,000 years. It was said that the current Dragon realm was a holy land created by the Grand Sovereign with his supreme divine power. It was the holy land of the demon race and had a supreme status among the demon race. The situation in the Southern Mountains was very complicated. The demon race and the demons fought against each other. This was the most turbulent region in the heaven realm. Sometimes, a great war between emperors would even break out. In recent years, the demons in the 100,000 Devil Mountains had been restless. The pressure faced by the demon race in the Southern Mountains was unimaginable. The demon race blocked the demons. Otherwise, the demons in the 100,000 Devil Mountains would have killed their way into the Middle Earth long ago. The human race had also sent experts to the southern mountains. Every move of the demons was under the human race's surveillance. Once there was any sign of trouble, the major sects of the human race would immediately know about the unusual movements of the demons. Gu Fei had a certain understanding of the current situation in the southern mountains. Time passed. The afterglow of the sun completely disappeared under the mountains. The sky was dark and night was coming. In the mountains, there was only silence. On the peak of the mountain, a gentle breeze blew. Gu Fei's mind gradually became ethereal, as if he had fused with the world and entered a very mysterious state. At Gu Fei's level, he could already sense the great Tao of heaven and earth. He could touch the edge of the Tao. One more step and he could cut the Tao and become a mighty figure. That being said, cutting the Tao was still a little too early for Gu Fei. The heavens Tao is merciless, and the grand Tao is indefinite. Everyone's fortuitous encounters are different, and the Tao they comprehend is different as well. It's extremely difficult to sever the Tao of others to complete the Tao of one's own, and countless extraordinary figures have been stuck at this barrier. All cultivators cultivated the Tao created by their predecessors. Someone else's Tao would always be someone else's. Even if one cultivated it to the highest level, it would still be impossible to defeat the sage who created the Tao. In order to break free from the shackles of the predecessors and become an undefeatable saint, one had to cut the other Tao. Therefore, in the world of cultivation, there was a saying of cutting the Tao. If Gu Fei wanted to surpass the martial progenitor realm, he had to cut the Tao and comprehend his own Tao. Even if it was the same martial, he could comprehend a different martial Tao. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the peak of the mountain, seemed to have come into contact with something on a deeper level. However, he was unable to grasp it. It was like a clump of air, shapeless, invisible, and untouchable. Could this be the Tao? It was too profound, Gu Fei couldn't comprehend it at all. His mind was immersed in this wondrous state, and he didn't want to leave this mysterious state. Gu Fei's body was silent, and his aura was completely concealed. He was like a statue, sitting motionlessly on the mountain peak. There were no roars of beasts coming from the nearby mountains. There seemed to be no beasts in the area outside the Scarlet Plain. At midnight, a ghostly howl came from the depths of the Scarlet Plain, as if there were countless wandering ghosts rushing out from the ground and wandering in the depths of the Scarlet Plain. Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes, and an evil and terrifying aura surged out from the depths of the Scarlet Plains, causing him to immediately awaken from that mysterious state. What's going on? This aura made Gu Fei's heart skip a beat. There seemed to be an ancient demon god awakening in the depths of the Scarlet Plain. Gu Fei stood up from the mountain peak and then soared into the sky. He came to the sky and looked at the Scarlet Plain. He saw that on the boundless Scarlet Plain in front of him, there were traces of blood-colored evil aura surging out from the ground. The Scarlet Plain had been shrouded in a thin layer of blood mist. In the blood mist, there were faint and illusory figures looming. Could it be that a terrible existence has been born in the depths of this Scarlet Plain? The aura that surged out from the depths of the Scarlet Plain was very evil. It didn't seem to be the immortal spirit left behind by a supreme demon or a primordial demon god. This made Gu Fei think of the evil spirit of the saint in the palace of the moon deities. The evil spirit formed by the resentment of the saint was the evilest thing in the world. This kind of thing had jumped out of the 5 elements and was not outside of the 3 realms. A supreme saint of the Great Path died here? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he thought of this. The evil spirit of the saint was extremely evil and terrifying. It could kill humans, gods, immortals, demons, and Buddhas. Anyone who encountered it would only end up with one end, and that was to have their soul destroyed. It was no wonder that no cultivator who broke into the Scarlet Plain at night could come out again. The Scarlet Plain was filled with evil spirit. From time to time, there were blood-colored evil lights rushing out from the depths of the Scarlet Plain. The blood mist was surging, and it was a sea of blood that stretched as far as the eye could see. Day and night were the same Scarlet Plain, but they were two completely opposite scenes. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. At this time, the Scarlet Plain had turned into a dangerous place. The evil spirit was vast, and the blood light flickered. In the blood mist that shrouded the blood-colored land, there were faint and illusory figures looming. Those were the remnant thoughts of the cultivators who fell on the blood-colored land. This kind of remnant thoughts was magnified many times by some kind of force, so the remnant thoughts could condense into a human form. There was no doubt that it was a dangerous place. Gu Fei descended from the sky and continued to sit on the top of the mountain. He closed his eyes and no longer paid attention to the blood-colored world in front of him. He wanted to re-enter the mysterious state just now. However, he found that at this time, no matter how hard he tried, it was difficult to touch that realm. This made Gu Fei feel a little lost. The strange phenomenon in the Scarlet Plain lasted for a whole night. It gradually calmed down when the next day was about to dawn. The mighty and terrifying aura above the Scarlet Plain also receded and finally disappeared into the depths of the Scarlet Plain. When the eastern sky turned white, the endless blood-colored land finally calmed down completely. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He stood up from the top of the mountain and flew forward. When he arrived in front of the Scarlet Plain, he landed on the ground from the sky. He directly walked into the blood-red land in front of him. As soon as he set foot on the land, an evil power immediately enveloped him. Gu Fei's cultivation suddenly dropped sharply. His cultivation and strength were weakened to the immortal spirit realm before stopping and no longer continuing to decline. He couldn't help but be shocked. Gu Fei had never seen such a place before. It could actually weaken a cultivator's cultivation and strength. What kind of place was this? Although his cultivation was weakened, Gu Fei's physical strength was not affected at all. Although he couldn't fly, he could cross dozens of miles with one step, which was even faster than teleportation. All cultivators who entered the Scarlet Plain would have their cultivation suppressed, but Gu Fei was different. His physical strength was so strong that it was difficult to suppress it even in this evil place. What was suppressed was only the warrior's true force cultivated in Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei had to cross the entire Scarlet Plain before nightfall, reach the other side, enter the Nanling boundary, and then find Old Tortoise and Shaoqing. Otherwise, once the night came, he would be trapped in the Scarlet Plain and it would be difficult for him to get out. What's going on? Why is the Scarlet Plain so vast? Half an hour later, Gu Fei, who was running wildly on the Scarlet Plain, still couldn't see the other side. He had already run for tens of thousands of miles, but the Scarlet Plain seemed to have no end. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. This was too evil. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. He couldn't use all kinds of methods, so he could only run on his feet. Chapter 11:18. The Scarlet Plain during the day and the Scarlet Plain at night were simply two extremes. As Gu Fei walked on this red land, he couldn't sense any evil aura at all. It was hard to imagine that last night's evil aura was soaring to the sky, the demonic roars were bursting out, as if the gates of hell had been opened, and the terrifying scene of demons crawling out from hell happened right under his feet. Scarlet red soil, scarlet red stones, there was no sign of life. This was a lifeless area, no vegetation could survive. On this red land, there was not even the shadow of an animal, not even a living thing. Where did that evil aura come from? Gu Fei traveled 100 miles with a single step, moving rapidly on the red land. He thought of the terrifying scene he saw last night, the evil aura that stirred up the heaven and earth. That power was enough to turn the heaven and earth upside down. Even a powerful emperor would be shocked if they came, and even a half-saint wouldn't dare to set foot on this evil land at night. When the Scarlet Plain turned into an evil land at night, Gu Fei felt that this endless evil land seemed to be alive, as if it was nurturing a terrifying life. This made Gu Fei very uneasy. If this evil land really nurtured a life, it would most likely be an invincible existence comparable to the extreme ancient saints. Soon, Gu Fei felt that something was wrong. 2 hours had passed, but the scenery in front of him hadn't changed at all. Moreover, the sun and the sky had disappeared without him noticing. This feeling, Gu Fei was very surprised. He stopped and swept his eyes in all directions. The divine eyes of martial path pierced through the void, looking through the nothingness. With one look, he was shocked. Under the divine eyes of martial path, there were actually strands of blood floating in the void. This scene was hard to see with the naked eye. Only someone with a physique like Gu Fei could see such a strange scene. He saw that the strands of blood were connected to the ground, and the whole land looked like it was covered with long blood-colored fur. Gu Fei was dumbfounded on the spot. How could this be? There was no way such a huge life form could exist in this world. The blood-colored threads that emanated from the blood-colored ground seemed to be a kind of great path divine law. There was no energy fluctuation, not even any aura, but this made Gu Fei even more shocked. This was a kind of order power that was above any other power. Only saints who had comprehended the Tao could cultivate this kind of order power. This was a type of Tao power, the Tao law of the heaven and earth. Didn't all cultivators spend their entire lives trying to prove their Tao? The sages who had proven their Tao were the main characters of the world. Everyone else below the sages were ants. Could there have been a great battle between sages here? Gu Fei pondered for a long time before he came to this conclusion. The Tao law that the sage had obtained had not dissipated even after countless years. If that wasn't the case, then it meant that a terrifying life was being nurtured beneath this blood-red land. This life could already condense the order of the Great Path. This was an existence comparable to a sage. Once it was born, in this era where sages were extinct, this evil spirit would be invincible in the 3 realms and 6 Tao. No one would be its opponent. Gu Fei discovered that there were countless evil blood-colored strands around him as well. However, the vigorous life energy radiating from his body repelled all the evil strands around him. At this time, Gu Fei discovered that he was surrounded by endless blood-colored evil threads. Such a scene would make one's scalp tingle. A chill ran from the bottom of Gu Fei's feet to the top of his head. Under the divine eyes of martial path, there was nothing that could be hidden, not even the power of the great path. Evil, it was too evil. How could there be such a scene? Gu Fei tried to retract the divine eyes of martial path, and the extremely strange scene in front of him immediately disappeared. There was nothing in the void, but when he activated the divine eyes of martial path, this strange scene immediately appeared in front of him. The Scarlet Plains, what kind of place is this? Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme. He thought of the evil corpses covered with red hair that he had seen in some evil lands. Weren't the blood-colored threads emitted from the ground the same as the red hair on the evil corpses? Thinking of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but shiver. Boom! Gu Fei's blood and qi soared to the sky. His life force was vigorous to the extreme, and his vast life force repelled the surrounding blood-colored threads. Soon, within 1,000 miles of where Gu Fei was, there was no longer a trace of the strange blood-colored threads. The vigorous life force seemed to be the nemesis of these strange threads. These strange threads seemed to be a kind of Tao law that belonged to the power of death. This was a kind of order power formed from the power of death. The strange blood-colored threads represented death, while Gu Fei, who had entered the Scarlet Plains, represented life force. These two kinds of extreme forces were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. However, just as Gu Fei's life force surged to the sky, a roar came from the front. A powerful death qi erupted like a volcano, surging towards Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. How could there be other cultivators in the Scarlet Plains? The terrifying death qi swept across the heaven and earth, causing the wind and clouds to change color. It was as if a terrifying emperor of death had been startled, and a dark aura shrouded the entire heaven and earth. The entire heaven and earth immediately darkened, and one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. In the darkness, a cold wind blew, and faint ghostly howls lingered in the air. Gu Fei felt a chill run down his spine, and a cold aura assaulted his body. In the midst of the surging dark aura, a lantern-sized blood-colored light shone. An undead creature? When Gu Fei glanced at the two blood-colored lights with his divine eyes of martial path, he was surprised to find that the two blood-colored lights in the dark aura were actually a pair of eyes. The owner of this pair of eyes was hidden in the dark aura. It was hundreds of meters tall, covered in bone armor, and had 12 bone spikes that were more than 10 meters long on its back. This was a frightening undead creature. Within its malevolent skull, there was a resplendent soul fire that looked like a blood-red divine sunday. It was emitting an extremely powerful soul fluctuation. "Damn it, you lowly insect, how dare you ruin my plans?" A voice directly sounded in Gu Fei's mind. This was a communication between souls. The soul waves directly affected Gu Fei's mind, allowing Gu Fei to know what the undead creature wanted to express. "Humph!" Gu Fei sneered. This undead creature's death chi soared to the sky, and its power was unparalleled. However, its strength was only equivalent to a celestial being realm human emperor. Such an existence could hardly threaten Gu Fei. Bang! The undead creature directly slapped its palm at Gu Fei. The skeletal hand spread out, covering the void above Gu Fei's head. The skeletal hand emitted a powerful force, imprisoning the void, blocking all of Gu Fei's escape routes, making it impossible for Gu Fei to escape. In fact, Gu Fei had no intention of retreating. He also directly punched upwards. Vigorous chi and blood rushed out from Gu Fei's fist like a huge dragon. Boom! The invincible fist energy shook the void. With a loud sound, the skeletal hand that was slapping towards Gu Fei was actually smashed by Gu Fei's fist. Roar! The undead creature roared. Gu Fei's fist energy shook the powerful undead creature away. The black chi that filled the sky was almost dispersed by Gu Fei's fist. This was only the power of his body. Gu Fei didn't use his martial path true power. Gu Fei directly chased after the undead creature with his 8 desolate steps. With just one step, he arrived in front of the rapidly retreating undead creature. Swish! Gu Fei's right leg swept out like a divine whip. His movement was fast to the extreme, and he directly swept the incomparably huge undead creature in two. The Emperor's bone body couldn't withstand Gu Fei's power. One could imagine how strong Gu Fei's body was. He was simply a humanoid saint weapon. The undead emperor, who was majestic and full of death chi a moment ago, was now scared out of his wits. He knew that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. This person's vitality was as vigorous as a real dragon. How could he be an ordinary celestial being realm emperor? But it was too late to regret. Gu Fei didn't give the undead emperor too much time to regret. With a flawless 5 elements fist, the undead emperor's body and soul were destroyed on the spot. Why did this guy take the risk to enter the Scarlet Plains? Gu Fei knew that even if it was an undead creature, if it entered the Scarlet Plains after nightfall, it would still be very dangerous. After nightfall, one could only enter the Scarlet Plains but not leave. After nightfall, the Scarlet Plains was a terrifying and dangerous place for any existence. It was a forbidden place in the heaven realm, and no one was willing to set foot in it. Even during the day, no one was willing to enter the Scarlet Plains. However, the Scarlet Plains lay between the Central Plains and the Nanling Mountains. If the cultivators of the Central Plains wanted to enter the Nanling Mountains, they would have to pass through this blood-red land. Moreover, the Nanling Mountains was a turbulent region. For countless years, demons and monsters had been constantly attacking each other. Therefore, all the teleportation formations that led to the Nanling Mountains were under the control of the major forces of the Central Plains. Gu Fei originally wanted to use the teleportation formation to go to the Nanling Mountains, but he discovered that the places where the teleportation formations were located were guarded by the experts of the major sections. It was absolutely impossible to operate such a teleportation formation without alerting anyone. The experts of the major sects were not to be trifled with. Such an ancient teleportation formation was tightly guarded. Gu Fei really didn't have the confidence to activate it without alerting anyone. As a last resort, he could only cross the Scarlet Plains. This is Chapter 11:19. The Scarlet Plains was not a forbidden place for cultivators as Gu Fei had imagined. He had already encountered an immortal emperor in the celestial being realm before he even went deep into the Scarlet Plains. After killing the immortal emperor, Gu Fei arrived at the place where the immortal emperor was located. He was shocked to the extreme when he saw the scene in front of him. The blood-colored land in front of him had suddenly disappeared, replaced by a pitch-black land. The entire land had collapsed, and there was an endless evil aura lingering below. What's going on? Did something happen in the Scarlet Plains? Gu Fei was bewildered. In front of him was a bottomless abyss that he couldn't see the end of. This abyss was not marked on the map at all. Gu Fei didn't sense any evil aura in the general area, but when he scanned the abyss with his divine sense, an extremely terrifying aura immediately appeared in his senses. Gu Fei sensed that there seemed to be a sealing force in this part of the world. This force seemed to be sealing something under the blood-colored land. Could it be that this endless blood-red land was actually a seal? The Scarlet Plains was too mysterious and evil. It was the most mysterious place in the heaven realm. Because it was located between the Nanling Mountains and the Middle Earth, it caused a lot of trouble for countless cultivators. Apart from the disciples of the great sects that controlled the ancient teleportation formations, there were very few cultivators that traveled between the Nanling Mountains and the Middle Earth. No one was willing to set foot in the Scarlet Plains. Even when it was daytime, cultivators that entered the Scarlet Plains would die mysteriously. Entering the Scarlet Plains during the day would also be risking their lives. How do I get there? Gu Fei stood in front of the abyss and couldn't help but feel troubled. In the Scarlet Plains, ordinary cultivators couldn't fly in the air, unless they had a forbidden weapon or cultivated some kind of forbidden technique. Moreover, the evil aura at the bottom of the abyss was so strong that it was impossible to know what was down there. Before figuring out the situation, Gu Fei didn't want to take risks. I wonder if Xiaoqing and the rest have arrived at the southern mountains. There was actually a bottomless abyss in the Red Plains, which was something that Gu Fei had never thought of. If Xiaoqing and the others also entered the Red Plains, it was absolutely impossible for them to cross this abyss. Gu Fei thought about it and decided to make a plan before taking action. He was not an impulsive person. In an extremely evil place like the Scarlet Plains, he had to be even more cautious. Only then could he minimize the danger. In the end, Gu Fei retreated. He was not confident. Heaven Connect City was an ancient city that had existed for as long as the history of the human race. It was a very famous city in the southern region of the Central Plains. In the evening, Gu Fei arrived at this ancient city with a long history. This was a big city. Gu Fei could already feel the soaring human population from afar. In the ancient city, there were at least 1 million people. From the ancient city, there were countless small towns and villages. Within a radius of thousands of miles around Heaven Connect City, there were human settlements. This was the area controlled by the Tai Ching Sacred Realm. In Heaven Connect City, there were experts of the Tai Ching Sacred Realm. There were many cultivators in Heaven Connect City. As soon as Gu Fei entered the city, he felt at least 7 or 8 powerful auras. These were the auras of the Celestial Realm Emperor. Although these Emperor's auras had been deliberately restrained, Gu Fei still felt them. There are so many experts in this ancient city? There were actually 7 or 8 Celestial Realm Emperor in a city, which really shocked Gu Fei. It should be known that Celestial Realm Emperor was an expert in the Heaven Realm. It was already very good to see 1 or 2 Celestial Realm Emperor in a city. This ancient city was not simple. There were so many Emperor gathered here. Heaven Connect City was very lively. People came and went on the streets. Most of the shops in the city were selling all kinds of things related to cultivators. Gu Fei walked aimlessly in the city. Suddenly, a pavilion attracted his attention. Jubao Pavilion? On the door plaque of the pavilion's entrance, there were 3 ancient characters written in golden lacquer. Mortals would never be able to recognize this kind of characters. Only cultivators would come into contact with this kind of characters. This kind of characters was a kind of godly script in ancient times. Although it was not extinct, in the current heaven realm, there were very few people who used this kind of ancient godly script. Using ancient godly script to write a plaque, this pavilion is interesting. Gu Fei paused for a moment, then directly walked into the Jubao Pavilion. When Gu Fei stepped into the Jubao Pavilion, he immediately saw rays of light flashing. There was a huge space inside, and all kinds of treasures were placed. Inside, there were divine weapons with mighty divine power, celestial treasures with surging celestial force, and spiritual medicines that emitted bursts of medicinal fragrance. At a glance, there were too many things to take in. Of course, these things on the first floor could not enter Gu Fei's discerning eyes at all. There are a lot of things. Gu Fei said to himself. Although he said so, there was a trace of disdain on his face. What Jubao Pavilion? It didn't seem to live up to its name. At this time, an old man in the Jubao Pavilion noticed the expression on Gu Fei's face. Then, he rolled his eyes and quickly walked over. Sir, do you need to buy some very rare godly material? The old man said with a smile. Gu Fei shook his head, then planned to turn around and leave. What kind of godly material had he not seen? He had even forged the 9 heaven star iron, an immortal material, into a long sword. Could it be that this Jubao Pavilion had something even more precious than an immortal material? Gu Fei did not believe that there could be something better than an immortal material here. The trace of interest that arose in his heart just now had vanished completely. Sir, it's not that I'm boasting, but if there are godly material that even our Jubao Pavilion can't take out, then it's useless even if you run around the entire Sky Connect City. In Sky Connect City, there's no better place than our Jubao Pavilion. This old man was very good at observing people's expressions. From the subtle changes on Gu Fei's face, he knew that this customer did not want the treasures here. Oh, is that so? Gu Fei said casually. Sir, please follow me to the 3rd floor. As the old man spoke, he made an inviting gesture and led the way to a teleportation array in front. This was a small teleportation array. Gu Fei discovered that this kind of teleportation array could teleport a cultivator a very short distance. The furthest it could teleport was only 1,000 feet away. This kind of teleportation array was not very useful. The old man led Gu Fei into the teleportation array and then activated the array. The void immediately distorted, and with a swoosh, the figures of Gu Fei and the old man disappeared into the void. They were gone. Very quickly, in just an instant, Gu Fei's eyes lit up. He found that he had come to another space that was even more vast and spacious. The glowing runes on the ground under his feet were quickly fading away. Sir, how is this place? The old man said with some pride. The 3rd floor of the Jubao Pavilion had always been a place that only experts with profound cultivation could enter. When Gu Fei heard this, he immediately scanned his surroundings. He saw that this space was almost 10 times larger than the space on the 1st floor. It was very spacious. This Jubao Pavilion is really generous. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. It was just going down to the 3rd floor, but they had to use the teleportation array. This was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife, making a big fuss over a minor issue. Ordinary people would definitely not do this. Could it be that this Jubao Pavilion had some kind of background? Gu Fei could not be bothered to think about it. The other party's background had nothing to do with him, and he did not care what kind of powerful background the other party had. He even dared to provoke the Emperor Xian of the Eastern Land, Yuan Gu, let alone others. The divine materials placed in this space were really different from the divine materials on the first floor. There was a 10,000-year-old fire dragon flower, an 8,000-year-old purple gold ginseng, and the legendary ginseng fruit that bloomed in 3,000 years, bore fruit in 3,000 years, and ripened in 3,000 years. These divine medicines were definitely rare divine items in the outside world. Any one of them could cause quite a commotion, and there would definitely be people who would try to snatch them. However, with so many divine medicines here, no one dared to touch the Jubao Pavilion. This Jubao Pavilion must have a powerful backer in Sky Connect City. The Jubao Pavilion must have a powerful background. Gu Fei was not stupid. He understood all this after thinking for a while. In the world of cultivation, where the weak were strong, it was very difficult for the weak to survive. Gu Fei himself had experienced all kinds of calamities to reach this stage. If there was no powerful backer behind the Jubao Pavilion, how could they have a foothold in Sky Connect City? This was a very simple reason. This powerful backer was probably the Tai Ching Sacred Ground. The Tai Ching Sacred Ground was a human sect that could compete with the Profound Heaven Sacred Ground. It was one of the three super forces in Middle-earth, and it had an extremely deep foundation. Legend had it that the founder of the Tai Ching Sacred Ground was a saint, and he was called the Tai Ching Saint. The Tai Ching Sacred Ground was the orthodoxy passed down by the saints. Such a background was enough to compete with all the other forces that had not produced a saint. The forces that had produced saints all had unimaginable means. Although the Tai Ching Saint had disappeared for countless years, before the untainted world collapsed, the Tai Ching Saint had already disappeared. Some said that it was a battle between saints that destroyed the untainted world, while others said that it was a battle between gods and demons that caused the untainted world to sink. No one knew such a great secret of the world. Other than the saints who had already disappeared, no one knew what terrifying thing happened in the later stages of the untainted world that caused the untainted world to sink. Suddenly, something attracted Gu Fei's attention. It was a skeletal hand sealed in a piece of divine jade. The skeletal hand looked very ordinary, like a skeleton, but this made Gu Fei feel a little incredulous. Chapter 11:20. On the third floor of the Jubao Pavilion in Tong Tian City, something piqued Gu Fei's interest. It was a skeletal hand that was sealed in a piece of divine jade. If it was not sealed in the divine jade, no one would pay attention to this skeletal hand even if it was thrown on the ground, much less look at it. Ha! You have a good eye, this skeletal hand is not ordinary. The little old man was paying attention to Gu Fei's every move, and naturally saw that he was very interested in the skeletal hand. What do you mean? Gu Fei did not feel any movement. The skeletal hand that was sealed in the divine jade was like an ordinary bone, and there was nothing eye-catching about it. This is a sacred bone. The little old man said solemnly. What? Hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. This skeletal hand was actually a sacred bone? Was it formed from the palm of a saint? No way, how could it be? One must know that saints were the most powerful existence in the world, standing at the peak of all races, overlooking the world. Their sacred bodies were extremely powerful, and even in death, they were definitely not something that anyone could approach. The aura released by the corpse of a saint could even kill mighty figures, and ordinary immortals would find it even more difficult to approach such an existence. Before they could even approach, they would most likely be destroyed in body and soul. Gu Fei had once collected 2 dragon corpses in the mortal world sky market. If he were to throw these 2 dragon corpses out of the mountain and river cauldron now, all the living beings in the city would probably be exterminated by the aura released by these 2 dragon corpses. Even the emperor of the celestial realm would not be spared. How could this be a sacred bone? Gu Fei did not believe that in today's world, in the heavenly realm and the mortal realm, saints were extinct. Even in ancient times, the number of saints could be counted on one hand. Most importantly, even if a saint had fallen, who would be able to chop off one of the saint's hands? And it was even sealed in a piece of divine jade. Ha! Don't doubt me. You must know that this piece of divine jade that contains the sacred bone came from the Saint burial ground. The little old man analyzed. Saint burial ground? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. Just by hearing this name, he already knew that this saint burial ground was probably the place where saints were buried. Seeing that Gu Fei was not surprised, the old man could not help but be surprised. This person was indeed not an ordinary cultivator. Could it be that he was an expert who came for the saint burial ground? Sir, you must know that the saint burial ground only appears once every 10,000 years. The things inside are exclusive to the saints. This hand bone came from the saint burial ground. Is it not a saint's bone? When Gu Fei heard this, he was not moved. However, the little old man's words had piqued his interest. Just as the little old man had said, anything that came from the saint burial ground was not ordinary. Am I that unlucky? Gu Fei suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but change his expression. Wasn't the place where the holy burial ground was located in the Scarlet Plains? So that was how it was. Thinking of this, even Gu Fei couldn't help but admire his luck. He actually encountered the day when the saint burial ground appeared once every 10,000 years. No wonder there were divine laws of the great path rising above the Scarlet Plains. This was the aura released by the saints. It contained the truth of heaven and earth and could interweave Tao patterns. With his martial path heavenly eye, Gu Fei saw countless blood-like threads rising from the Scarlet Plains. They should be formed after the fall of the saints. Under the Scarlet Plains, is there really the corpse of a saint? Gu Fei muttered to himself. In today's world, saints could not be seen, but in the Scarlet Plains, such a thing had happened. The ground had sunk, forming a bottomless abyss. Was there really a saint buried under the bottomless abyss? Maybe there is. Someone once saw it with their own eyes. The little old man said. The holy burial ground was the most dangerous place in the world. No one was willing to set foot in it easily. However, inside the holy burial ground, there was a sacred object exclusive to the saints that made the cultivators of the world go crazy. Every time, countless experts would gather in the southern part of the Central Plains. These people all wanted to take the risk and enter the holy burial ground. If they could obtain the sacred object exclusive to the saints, it would be a great fortune. Even the half-saint would come. No wonder there are 7 or 8 emperors of the celestial being realm in Sky Connect City. So that's how it is. Gu Fei suddenly understood. The holy burial ground had already appeared. Next, there would be more experts coming. I want this thing. The entire 3rd floor of the Jubao Pavilion was filled with all kinds of divine materials. However, the only thing that caught Gu Fei's attention was the skeletal hand sealed in the divine jade. Although he could not sense any strange movements from the divine jade that sealed the skeletal hand, Gu Fei instinctively told him that this thing must be extraordinary. Seeing that Gu Fei wanted to buy the skeletal hand, the little old man was immediately overjoyed. This thing had been placed on the 3rd floor of the Jubao Pavilion for a full 100 years. Now that it was being sold, how could he not be happy? In the little old man's eyes, this thing was of little value. It was tasteless to eat it, but it would be a pity to throw it away. After all, it was something unearthed from the holy burial ground. No one was willing to throw it away. The little old man offered a sky-high price for this skeletal hand. It should be known that this was the sacred bone that the little old man spoke of. Gu Fei wanted the sacred bone, so he paid the price of 5 million kilograms of top-grade immortal crystals. For Gu Fei, top-grade immortal crystals could be said to be as many as he wanted. He had killed Great Void Wanderer Wang Xuani and obtained a large number of top-grade immortal crystals. The top-grade immortal crystals that exploded from Great Void Wanderer Wang Xuani's body were piled up like a mountain, at least tens of millions of kilograms. That Wang Xuani was definitely a fat sheep. After paying the immortal crystals, Gu Fei put away the piece of divine jade with the sacred bone sealed on it, and then asked the little old man about a place for cultivators to stay. Who knew that the Jubao Pavilion had a special place for cultivators to stay? It was a room that was like a small cave. Gu Fei had already seen this kind of room in the eastern county city of the eastern lands. Thus, Gu Fei stayed in the Jubao Pavilion. The appearance of the holy burial ground caused the eyes of the entire heaven realm to focus on the Scarlet Plains. Many great sects had already begun to take action, sending experts into the Scarlet Plains to investigate. The important figures of the other regions all used the teleportation ancient formations that could teleport across regions to rush to the southern part of the Middle Lands. From time to time, powerful auras would appear and disappear in Heaven Connect City. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in his room. He didn't go out for a walk. He knew that if He Tian, Shao Qing, and the others hadn't arrived at the southern mountains, they would definitely rush over here. One had to know that He Tian was someone who would find treasures wherever there was. The appearance of the holy burial ground was a major event that could shake the entire heaven realm. How could He Tian be willing to miss it? Not to mention He Tian, even Gu Fei wasn't willing to leave. Is this the sacred bone or not? For the next few days, Gu Fei stayed in his room to study the piece of divine jade with the bone hand sealed on it. After careful observation, Gu Fei was shocked to find that there were runes that were almost invisible to the naked eye on the divine jade. It really isn't simple. Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised and happy to find that there were runes imprinted on the divine jade. But then he thought, since he could find the runes on the divine jade, then other people could also find them. But why would this item be placed in the treasure-gathering pavilion? Why would people want to buy it? Items brought out from the holy burial ground were enough to make cultivators fight to the death for them. Since this bone hand came from the holy burial ground, it shouldn't be an ordinary item. Gu Fei tried to send a strand of martial Dao true power into the divine jade. He was shocked to find that his true power was like a clay ox entering the sea. It was actually devoured by the bone hand sealed in the divine jade. How can this be? Gu Fei's heart immediately shook. This seemingly ordinary bone hand could actually devour martial Dao true power. This truly shocked him. This bone hand was indeed strange. One had to know that this bone hand sealed in the divine jade was bought by him using 5 million genes of top-grade immortal crystals. If it was an ordinary item, then it would be a huge loss. Gu Fei continued to send martial Dao true power into the bone hand sealed in the divine jade. Then, the bone hand in the divine jade gradually became smooth and bright. Then, Gu Fei sensed a faintly discernible aura spreading out from the divine jade. This was an indescribable aura that was hard to grasp. It seemed to contain the heaven and earth Dao. Mysterious runes began to appear on the skeletal hand in the divine jade. The runes actually had Daoist rhymes circulating within them. Is it really a saint bone? Gu Fei was moved. He continued to send martial Dao true power into the bone hand sealed in the divine jade. The bone hand unexpectedly devoured all the true power Gu Fei sent over. It was really hard to imagine that a bone hand sealed in the divine jade actually had a trace of the heaven and earth Dao Qi. This was the aura of a saint. Even if the owner of this bone hand was not a saint, he was most likely a half-saint. In the end, Gu Fei still put away the bone hand sealed in the divine jade. This was because he discovered that no matter how much martial Dao true power he sent over, the bone hand continued to devour, like a bottomless pit. He was secretly shocked. Even if he passed all his martial Dao divine power to the bone hand, it would not be enough to fill this bottomless pit. He couldn't help but believe the little old man's words. Just as Gu Fei put away the divine jade with the bone hand sealed in it, a sudden laughter came from outside the Jubao Pavilion. To be precise, this laughter came from outside the city. As soon as Gu Fei heard this voice, he immediately stood up from the ground. Then, a familiar aura penetrated the array that enveloped the entire Jubao Pavilion and directly spread in. It's him. Gu Fei was surprised and happy. He hurriedly rushed out, but when he got out of the city, the aura had already disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. "It's good that you're here." Gu Fei scanned his surroundings, but he couldn't find that person at all. However, since the other party had already appeared in the vicinity, he would definitely meet him. It was only a matter of time. Chapter 11:21. Gu Fei couldn't find that person. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly saw a silhouette in the distance. He couldn't help but be startled. "It's him?" Gu Fei was startled. He recognized that person, so he immediately used the 8 desolation steps to chase after him. The 8 desolation steps was unparalleled in the world in terms of speed. It was even faster than teleportation. In just a few breaths, Gu Fei had already caught up to that person and was following him from afar. The person in front had a pair of golden wings on his back. The power of the metal element flowed through them. Golden divine lights were faintly discernible. Gu Fei sensed a tyrannical and fierce divine power from that person. This was a terrifying god of war with great battle prowess. The Little Peng Emperor? The person with golden wings was the one who had been defeated by the Violet Emperor in the Eastern Territory. He had been chased by the Violet Emperor for thousands of miles and was expelled from the Eastern Territory. The speed of a heavenly Peng couldn't be underestimated. Every time the Little Peng Emperor flapped his golden wings, he would instantly fly hundreds of miles away. His speed was unimaginable. Among martial emperors of the same level, perhaps only Gu Fei's 8 desolate steps could catch up to the Little Rock Emperor. The other martial emperors could only follow behind and eat dust. Legend had it that a grand completion heavenly Peng Emperor could fly 10,000 miles with a flap of its wings. This Little Peng Emperor wasn't flying at full speed, but he was already so fast. Once the Little Peng Emperor flew at full speed, even Gu Fei would have a hard time catching up to him. Other people wouldn't even be able to see his shadow. Where is this guy going? Gu Fei looked at the sky and saw that it was almost night. A cool breeze was blowing in the surroundings. The mountain seemed to be flourishing with life. However, it was strange that aside from flowers and trees, there were no other signs of life. Not even a bird could be seen. Gu Fei concealed his aura. The Little Peng Emperor didn't know that someone was chasing after him. He couldn't sense Gu Fei's presence at all. All the way to the south, could it be that Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked when he saw the Little Peng flying south. It had to be known that the Scarlet Plains was located to the south, and it was almost nightfall. Could it be that the Little Peng dared to enter the Scarlet Plains at night? The golden-winged Little Peng Emperor's strength was even stronger than when he had been defeated by the Violet Emperor. His golden chi and blood were exuberant, and his celestial rock body seemed to have transformed even more valiant. He was defeated by the Purple Emperor, and then he went back to work hard and cultivate with all his might to seek revenge on the Purple Emperor? Gu Fei thought that this Little Peng Emperor was incomparably arrogant. It was definitely a great humiliation for him to be defeated by the Violet Sovereign. Unfortunately, the Violet Emperor had already died at the hands of Gu Fei. He was destined to never be able to take revenge. Heaven Connect City was not close to the Scarlet Plains. It was 5,000 or 6,000 kilometers away. For mortals, this was a distance that would take them several months to travel. However, for cultivators, especially powerful ones, such a distance was nothing. Soon, Gu Fei felt the aura of the Scarlet Plains. Then, the flowers and trees on the ground began to show signs of withering. An unimaginable aura of death emanated from the Scarlet Plains, as if it was stripping away the vitality of the creatures in the vicinity. Gu Fei could feel that the aura of death emanating from the Scarlet Plains was many times stronger than before. Before nightfall, the Scarlet Plains had already begun to transform into a land of death. But what truly surprised Gu Fei was that the Little Peng Emperor didn't seem to have any intention of stopping and continued to head towards the Scarlet Plains. What is he doing? Gu Fei was puzzled because the Scarlet Plains would become a land of death at night. Even a saint would have a headache if he came here. Could it be that this Little Peng Emperor was tired of living? As he got closer and closer to the Scarlet Plains, Gu Fei saw that the mountains were covered in yellow. The trees had withered, and the ground was covered with fallen leaves. Boom! A muffled sound suddenly came from the front. After hearing this sound, the little Peng Emperor immediately flapped his wings and turned into a golden lightning as he rushed forward. What's going on? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. He felt an unimaginably powerful force suddenly appear in front of him. But in an instant, this force disappeared. He quickly used the 8 desolate steps to travel several hundred li in a single step. When he was several hundred li away from the Scarlet Plains, Gu Fei saw the little Peng Emperor rushing down from the sky and disappearing into a valley ahead. Gu Fei landed on top of a mountain in the distance. He was very careful because if he followed the little Peng Emperor, there was a high chance that he would be discovered. Sure enough, after a while, a silhouette silently came out of the valley and scanned the surroundings with his divine gaze. Gu Fei had already restrained his aura, so it was impossible for the other party to discover him. With his current cultivation, unless a saint came, no one would be able to sense Gu Fei's existence. It was a middle-aged man with bronze skin and a tall stature. He looked incomparably mighty. He was an expert of the Tian Peng race. The middle-aged man carefully scanned the surroundings before turning around and walking into the valley. Then, an extremely dim golden light rose from the valley. One after another, runes flew out from the valley and branded themselves in all directions. Just what are the Tian Peng race planning? Gu Fei couldn't help being startled by this scene. There was definitely an expert from the Tian Peng race standing guard in the valley. Someone must have used a formation to envelop the entire valley. The grand formation was hidden in the void, making it difficult to see with the naked eye. Even cultivators with the divine gaze wouldn't be able to discover it unless they deliberately scanned it. After the grand formation was laid down, the strange aura that leaked out of the valley was isolated by the formation's power. Since they were being so cautious, the Tian Peng race must have made a big move. Could it be that they wanted to attack the Saint Burial Ground? If that was the case, then it would truly be a big move. The Saint Burial Ground was very mysterious. It appeared once every 10,000 years. Normally, it was hidden under the earth, hiding in the veins of the earth. It was constantly moving. Even a half-step saint would find it difficult to calculate where it was. This great tomb with a saint buried would only appear in the Scarlet Plain. At this time, the Heavenly Realm cultivators would definitely rush to enter the Scarlet Plain to try their luck. However, no one dared to set foot in the Scarlet Plain after nightfall. After nightfall, the Scarlet Plain would become extremely dangerous. The Saint Burial Ground would become a dangerous place. Anyone who entered would die. No one would be able to escape. The best time to enter the Saint Burial Ground was between noon and 2 hours after noon. At this time, the righteous energy of the world was the most vigorous. It was the nemesis of death energy and evil energy. At noon, the death energy in the Saint Burial Ground would be at its lowest. Entering the Saint Burial Ground at this time was the least dangerous. However, it was already nightfall. The death energy in the Scarlet Plain was gradually becoming stronger. No one was willing to take the risk of entering the Scarlet Plain at night. Chapter 11:22. As night fell, the Scarlet Plain's baleful aura soared to the sky. The entire heaven and earth had turned into a mournful blood-red color. The void seemed to have been soaked in blood, as if it was about to drip blood. Gu Fei felt a great pressure. Mournful ghost howls were constantly coming from the Scarlet Plain, as if there were countless ghosts roaming around. It was too evil, all kinds of strange and horrifying sounds made one's scalp tingle. Death aura filled the Scarlet Plain and permeated in all directions. Even with the seal, it was difficult to completely seal the death aura that erupted from the Scarlet Plain. The Scarlet Plain was originally green and full of vitality, but now it was yellow and withered. All the plants had died, some had even turned into ashes. This phenomenon had only happened in the past few days. The valley ahead was silent. However, Gu Fei knew that this was only on the surface. The power of the spirit array had sealed off all disturbances. Gu Fei stood on a distant mountain peak. He didn't plan to go forward, instead, he wanted to observe the situation. He was afraid that there was a heavenly rock clan overseeing the valley. There were no strange movements coming from the valley. Gu Fei stood on the mountain peak for 6 hours, but there was still no movement from the valley. No one knew what was going on inside. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, Gu Fei suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet shake. The entire earth shook, and a lot of rocks rolled down from the mountain peak. Swish! A beam of moonlight sprinkled down from the sky. This was a beam of light that connected the heavens and the earth. This beam of light directly entered the valley below. Silhouettes flew out from the light pillars formed by the moonlight. Bathed in the moonlight, they rushed out of the valley and towards Qi Yuan, who was filled with murderous aura. Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme. He saw the figure of the little Peng. The little Peng was surrounded by moonlight, and there was a mysterious yin energy attached to his body. The Heavenly Rock clan's methods were too frightening. They actually used a secret technique to attract the yin energy of the divine moon in the sky and attach this yin energy to a person's body. This way, the person attached to the yin energy would be refined into a yin spirit. He wouldn't be a living being, and there would be no signs of life. The Scarlet Plain was originally a land of death. It was filled with yin energy and death energy. Especially at night, the yin energy would soar to the sky and the earth would be filled with killing intent. Only dead beings and yin spirits could walk inside. If a living person went inside, they would be stripped of their vitality and turned into a corpse. Gu Fei did not approach the Qi Yuan, but he could still feel his life force slowly draining away. He had no choice but to use the internal world energy to isolate the death aura coming from the Qi Yuan. Only then did the signs of his life force draining away stop. The Scarlet Plain's energy could devour vitality, but the Heavenly Rock clan seemed to have a way to deal with it. A total of 13 Heavenly Rock experts charged out of the valley. The little Peng was among them, and the one leading them was the old Peng Emperor. Enveloped by the yin energy, Gu Fei couldn't sense anyone's aura. He couldn't judge their cultivation base. However, the old Peng Emperor was probably an almighty existence. The old Peng Emperor's wings shone with a resplendent golden light. They were as bright as a divine sun. The old Peng Emperor charged into the Scarlet Plain. With the protection of the yin energy, the old Peng Emperor's vitality wasn't stripped away. This method of drawing the yin energy from the divine moon to protect him seemed to have succeeded. The Heavenly Rock clan's experts were delighted to see this. In the entire Heaven realm, perhaps only the Heavenly Rock clan could freely walk through the Scarlet Plain at night. If this matter spread, the entire Heaven realm would be shaken. The 13 Heavenly Rock clan's experts entered the Scarlet Plain. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he was dumbfounded. What kind of secret art was this? It could actually resist the Scarlet Plain's power. It was truly unimaginable. He didn't hesitate and silently followed them. He used his inner world energy to resist Scarlet Plain's death energy and the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. Only then did he follow them into the Scarlet Plain. Gu Fei also entered the Scarlet Plain. Boundless death energy surged towards him from all directions. It even seeped into the range of Gu Fei's inner world energy. Buzz! When that terrifying death energy surged towards Gu Fei's body, an ancient cauldron image appeared on Gu Fei's body, blocking the surging death energy. That was close. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Even his inner world energy couldn't completely isolate the death energy emitted by Scarlet Plain. This was something he never expected. No wonder those almighty experts who cultivated the inner world didn't dare to enter the Scarlet Plain. It turned out that the power of the Scarlet Plain could seep into the inner world. Fortunately, Gu Fei had used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. Otherwise, he would have been attacked by the death energy and lost a part of his vitality. The mountain and river cauldron was worthy of being an extreme sacred weapon. The terrifying death energy couldn't even get close to Gu Fei. It was completely repelled. This made Gu Fei's heart calm. The conditions to enter the Scarlet Plain at night were too harsh. It should be known that not everyone could have an extreme sacred weapon. Even some super forces might not have an extreme sacred weapon. Gu Fei silently followed behind the little Peng Emperor and the others. The bloody mist pervaded the air. From time to time, terrifying figures could be seen looming in the bloody mist. In front of him, 13 clear lights were moving quickly. It was as if 13 moons had appeared in the bloody world. The clear lights melted and swallowed the surrounding yin energy and death energy. The layer of mysterious yin divine light around the little Peng Emperor and the others wasn't corroded by the surrounding yin energy and death energy. Instead, it became even brighter. There was no sign of life coming from the 13 experts of the heavenly Peng race. The mysterious yin divine light completely isolated their auras. At the same time, it also isolated the omnipresent death energy outside. The little Peng Emperor and the others arrived in front of the bottomless abyss that Gu Fei had seen before. Along the way, they encountered a terrifying evil creature. However, that evil creature didn't attack the little Peng Emperor and the others. The evil creature probably thought that the little Peng Emperor and the others were yin spirits. Otherwise, the little Peng Emperor and the others would be in deep trouble. Gu Fei saw the little Peng Emperor and the others talking for a while next to the abyss. The old Emperor Rock walked out again. Then, he jumped into the bottomless abyss in front of him. What? Chapter 11:23. 13 resplendent moonlight fell from the bottomless abyss like 13 divine moons. The 13 experts of the Tian Peng race had jumped into the abyss just like that. Baleful aura soared and ghostly howls resounded. This was a demonic abyss that seemed capable of devouring even the heavens and earth. No one knew what was at the bottom. According to legend, this was just a crack that had appeared in the Saint Burial Ground. Only at this time could outsiders enter the Saint Burial Ground. The methods of the Tian Peng race were truly too powerful. They were actually able to draw out the divine moon's profound yin energy, allowing the 13 experts of the Tian Peng race to safely enter the Scarlet Plain. If it were any other cultivator, even if their life force was as vigorous as an ancient true dragon's, they would have been stripped of all their life force by the demonic energy of the Scarlet Plain and turned into a pile of bones. Jumping down like this, aren't you afraid of falling to your death? When Gu Fei rushed to the edge of the abyss and looked down, he just happened to see the 13 moonlike divine lights disappearing into the boundless darkness. At the bottom of the abyss, a boundless baleful aura surged, and terrifying demonic howls could be vaguely heard, causing Gu Fei's hair to stand on end. The bottom of the abyss was definitely an unimaginably ominous place. The bottom of the abyss was very different from the Scarlet Plain. The Scarlet Plain was blood red, while the bottom of the abyss was pitch black. There seemed to be an unfathomable power lingering there that even Gu Fei's martial Dao heavenly eye found it difficult to see through. Should I go down or not? Gu Fei couldn't help but hesitate. Going down was easy, but going up would be very difficult. The Saint Burial Ground was the most sinister and dangerous place in the heaven realm. No one knew how this place was formed, but all cultivators knew that this Saint Burial Ground had an incomparably long history. It had existed since the Great Desolate Era. Some people had seen the lifelike corpse of a saint that seemed to be asleep. Some people had also obtained a sacred artifact that belonged to a saint. Some people had even found a few fragments of a saint's weapon. An expert proficient in geomancy and formations had once said that this was the tomb of a saint. Such words truly shocked many people. The Duanmu clan, a famous feng shui clan in the Middle Earth, once had an extremely talented person. That person's cultivation was comparable to a half-step saint, and he could draw the dragon vein for his own use. The burial place of ancient major characters was very particular. The Duanmu clan's specialty was to look at feng shui, point out dragon veins, and locate dragon caves. Many ancient tombs had the shadow of the Duanmu clan behind them. That genius of the Duanmu family relied on his special technique to lock down the saint burial ground. However, after that genius entered the saint burial ground, he never came out again. Such an ending was expected, but also unexpected. No one would have thought that the Duanmu clan, which was very good at digging graves, would also be buried in a large tomb. It could be seen that the saint's tomb was indeed extraordinary. Gu Fei couldn't help but think of the holy city in the eastern lands. In order to attack that holy city, countless cultivators had fallen. Below the holy city, corpses were piled up like mountains, and the area had turned into a ghost domain. The saint's tomb was definitely not any less dangerous than the holy city that was suspected to be the moon deity's palace. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Gu Fei pondered for a while and made up his mind. He then leaped and jumped into the abyss. He could only hear the wind whistling in his ears as his body fell rapidly. Boundless murderous aura surged from below, and even the inner heaven and earth energy could not completely isolate it. If it wasn't for the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei might not have been able to withstand the murderous aura. Buzz! The shadow of the mountain and river cauldron appeared behind Gu Fei and blocked all the surging murderous aura. However, under such circumstances, Gu Fei had lost the ability to fly. After falling for thousands of feet, Gu Fei flipped his right hand and a pitch-black iron sword appeared in his hand. It was the Ninth Heaven Star's sword that had not been sharpened yet. The Ninth Heaven Star's sword that Gu Fei refined using the martial arts refining method had only taken shape and was in its embryonic form. However, it was a divine sword refined from the immortal material, the Ninth Heaven Star's iron, and had unlimited potential for growth. He inserted the divine sword in his hand into the rock wall next to him to slow down the speed of his descent. Although the Ninth Heaven Star's sword had not been sharpened yet, it was still a divine weapon refined from the immortal material. The rock wall was broken by the divine sword like tofu. Swoosh! Stone chips flew everywhere, and a sword mark that was hundreds of feet long appeared on the pitch-black rock wall. The speed of Gu Fei's descent was immediately greatly reduced. Gu Fei pulled out the divine sword that was inserted into the rock wall, and his body sank again. Very soon, he had sunk tens of thousands of feet deep. Could it be deeper than the crack in the earth in the mortal world? Gu Fei was inwardly startled. At this moment, the Yin Qi and Death Qi formed a black mist that lingered in the surroundings. The Death Qi was vast and mighty. This was a forbidden zone for life. Any living thing that entered this place would become a dead thing. From time to time, black shadows could be seen looming in the surroundings, which made Gu Fei very uneasy. In the holy burial ground, a terrible undead existence had probably been bred. This kind of undead creature that was born from death was a kind of abnormality between heaven and earth. Such an existence did not belong to the three realms and the five elements. It had escaped the judgment of heaven. The undead creature was another kind of rebirth. No one knew why the undead creatures appeared between heaven and earth. This was a big mystery between heaven and earth. If a sage was really buried in the holy burial ground, there would probably be a terrible evil spirit formed by the undying evil thoughts of the sage after his death. Such an existence would be unlucky even if a half-sage came. The evil thoughts of the sage were hard to destroy. If the evil spirit formed by the evil spirit really grew up, it would be an invincible existence, equivalent to the rebirth of a sage. The holy burial ground was not a secret in the heaven realm. In Heaven Connect City, Gu Fei had heard many people talking about the holy burial ground and learned a lot about it. The great tomb of the sage had existed since ancient times. It was said that there was more than one sage buried here. After such a long time, no one knew if the great tomb of the sage had really given birth to an invincible existence. The holy burial ground appeared once every 10,000 years. From ancient times until now, no one knew how many cultivators had died in it. However, there were also many people who obtained the exclusive holy items of the sage. Even now, the major forces of the Heaven Realm still sent experts to the southern part of the Central Plains to enter the Red Plains. They risked their lives to explore the holy burial ground. Just as Gu Fei was thinking, he descended another few thousand feet. Black Qi kept rising from the bottom. The Death Qi and Evil Qi were vast and mighty, as if there was a terrible existence below that was swallowing the heaven and earth. At this time, Gu Fei still did not see any signs of reaching the bottom. This abyss was really too deep. Could it really be a bottomless abyss? Gu Fei continued to descend. At this time, a similar wave came from below. He could not help but be shocked. Then, he stopped his descent and stuck his whole body to the rock wall. He isolated all the aura around him. No one could sense his existence. Swoosh! A ball of clear light broke through the layers of black qi and rushed up from below. In the divine light that was like moonlight, there was a figure wrapped in golden light. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be startled. The figure wrapped in the divine moonlight was an expert of the Tian Peng clan. This was a middle-aged man. His whole body was surging with golden light. A pair of golden wings on his back flapped violently as he soared into the sky. Although their magic power was sealed, flying was an innate talent of the Tian Peng clan. With a pair of wings, they could soar tens of thousands of miles, unhindered between heaven and earth. Even in the Red Plains, the Tian Peng clan had not completely lost the ability to fly. This middle-aged man's expression was somewhat panicked. As if he was being chased by something, he desperately flew upwards, wanting to fly out of this abyss. What's going on? Gu Fei was bewildered. The expert of the Tian Peng clan flew extremely fast. In just an instant, he disappeared in the sky. The wind created by his wings caused the black qi to surge violently. At this moment, Gu Fei noticed that a faint and illusory figure that seemed to have no physical body flashed and disappeared in the void. Then, a shrill scream came from the sky, followed by drops of golden blood dripping from the sky. That was the golden blood of the Tian Peng clan. The expert of the Tian Peng clan was instantly killed by the unknown existence. This made Gu Fei's heart tremble. What is that thing? No one could answer Gu Fei. It was a shadow that flashed by. Even Gu Fei could not see what it was. However, although he did not see what it was, he felt a bone-chilling evil aura. The expert of the Tian Peng clan in the celestial being realm was killed just like that. The unknown existence was too terrifying. It was silent and did not have any energy fluctuations, but it could kill a celestial emperor. One had to know that the experts of the Tian Peng clan who dared to enter the Scarlet Plains were not weak. There were even mighty figures among them. The evil creature in the saint's tomb seemed to be something else. Gu Fei did not act rashly. He quietly stuck close to the rock wall and activated the martial path canopy to scan the surroundings. However, he found nothing after an hour. The faint and illusory evil shadow did not appear again. After a full 6 hours, there was still nothing strange around. Gu Fei then continued to descend. He had to be careful because there was a terrifying unknown existence at the bottom of the abyss. Along the way, Gu Fei did not find any more experts of the Tian Peng clan. He did not know if the Tian Peng clan had been wiped out. He saw undead creatures on the rock wall from time to time inhaling and exhaling yin qi. Those undead creatures were very powerful. The closer he got to the saint's tomb, the more undead creatures there were. Those undead creatures probably crawled out of the saint's tomb. Chapter 1124. An expert of the Tian Peng clan had actually been smashed into the rock wall. This was truly shocking to Gu Fei. Golden blood was still flowing out of the human-shaped pit. This was the unique golden divine blood of the Tian Peng clan. It carried traces of golden light. This was the essence qi of the expert of the Tian Peng clan. Below the head, his flesh and blood have been reduced to a pulp. The existence that did this probably has the strength of an almighty realm expert. Gu Fei stared at the human-shaped pit on the rock wall, his eyes flashing. A strong will to fight emanated from his body. Gu Fei had seen this expert of the Tianpeng clan before. Among the 13 experts, his cultivation base could be said to be above average. However, he had died here. This is an emperor rock, and it died just like that. Gu Fei had no choice but to be careful. An emperor rock at the celestial being realm was far stronger than an ordinary emperor. It must be known that the blood of innate divine beasts flowed in the bodies of the Tianpeng clan. The bodies of the Tianpeng clan were incomparably tough, especially after the innate divine beast bloodline had been awakened. The bodies of the Tianpeng clan were comparable to divine weapons. But now, someone had actually turned the body of an emperor rock into a pulp. This was truly shocking. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. What had the Tianpeng clan encountered? Gu Fei continued to descend, but his speed had slowed down significantly. Every few hundred meters, he would stop. Black qi filled the air below. This was the condensation of Yin qi and death qi. It had the terrifying power to corrode all life. Suddenly, Gu Fei faintly heard a few faint shouts coming from below. Because he was too far away, he couldn't hear them clearly. Gu Fei's heart trembled. The Tianpeng clan seemed to have encountered a big problem. He hurriedly accelerated his descent. The shouts from below gradually grew louder. From time to time, golden light could be seen shooting out from the pitch-black clouds. Below, the death qi was dense. The experts of the Tianpeng clan were fighting an unknown life form. Roar! The old rock emperor bellowed, causing the entire world to tremble. The endless black mist was dispersed. The old rock emperor's golden hair danced wildly as he tore a two-headed undead in half. The undead looked like a dog, but it also looked like a leopard. The undead was covered in a thick death qi and was torn in half. The ink-like blood splattered everywhere. When the surrounding experts of the Sky Rock race saw this, they immediately fled like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. This old rock, Gu Fei just happened to see this scene and couldn't help feeling shocked. This old rock emperor of the heavenly rock race was extremely powerful, and his combat prowess was overwhelming. He probably already had 1 foot in the half-step sage realm. He didn't show himself. Instead, he hid on the cliff and watched the scene from afar. At this moment, everyone had already arrived at the bottom of the demonic abyss. The pitch-black ground looked as if it had been scorched by fire, and there was a trace of blood red in the blackness. It was extremely strange. In addition to the undead that was killed by the old rock emperor, there were several other terrifying undead that were staring at the heavenly rock race. One of the corpses was the most horrifying and disgusting. Its entire body was oozing yellow pus, and it emitted a nauseating corpse stench. Many parts of its body were exposed to the white bones. A tattered black battle armor landed on the corpse's body. The corpse's hand was still holding a broken black iron spear. A pair of blood-red eyes without pupils were staring at the old rock emperor. Not far in front of them, there was a pitch-black river of the Styx flowing silently. There was a bridge on the river that looked extremely similar to the legendary reincarnation bridge that Gu Fei had seen in the Naraka realm. The reincarnation bridge was very mysterious. Even though Gu Fei had refined the Hell Path's boundary bead and basically controlled this part of the world, he still didn't know how the ancient bridge appeared above the underworld river. The Hell Path was a perfect world refined by the Buddhist Lord for thousands of years. It was the final resting place for the souls of all living beings. After dying, they could reincarnate. However, no one knew how to reincarnate. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly saw something similar to the underworld river and the reincarnation bridge in the Hell Path. He couldn't help but be shocked. Was there a connection between the two? The bridge above the underworld river extended into the darkness ahead. The end couldn't be seen. Even if Gu Fei opened his martial Dao heavenly eye, it would be useless. At this time, there were no less than 5 undead standing in front of the ancient bridge, confronting the experts of the Tianpeng clan. In order to step onto the ancient bridge, one must first kill these 5 undead. There was no other way. Gu Fei discovered that the heavenly rock race's experts still had a layer of Yin divine light on their bodies. It was this layer of Yin divine light that blocked the corrosive power of the abyss. Otherwise, the heavenly rock race's experts would have already lost all of their vitality and turned into corpses. Bang! 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 The old rock emperor was extremely domineering. His golden battle chi surged, and his entire body was like a golden sun, emitting a blinding golden light. Boundless divine power surged out from the old rock emperor's body. The entire world trembled along with the old rock emperor's footsteps. This was the cultivation and strength of a peak expert. It was terrifying to the extreme. If it wasn't for the old rock emperor, the experts of the heavenly rock race would have already fallen. Roar! As if sensing the threat from the old rock emperor, the corpse in front roared. Then it opened its mouth and spat out a stream of pitch-black corpse water. The corpse water gushed out of the corpse's mouth and instantly turned into a pitch-black river. The black corpse water surged forward like 10,000 horses galloping towards the old rock emperor. Corpse chi was overwhelming, and a terrifying death energy was emitted from the corpse's body. This corpse seemed to have turned into a terrifying god of death, its ferocious might overflowing the heavens. Swish! The old rock emperor pointed with a finger. A resplendent golden light immediately rushed out from his right index finger and turned into a golden divine sword that pierced forward. The golden divine sword contained a great amount of divine power. It was like an invincible sword that could cut through anything. It directly split the surging black river into 2 and pointed at the corpse. The corpse seemed to know that it was powerful and immediately retreated. However, the sword light was like lightning and was extremely fast. PFFF. The golden divine sword instantly pierced through the corpse's chest, creating a large hole. Yellow corpse water splashed everywhere. When the corpse water splashed onto the ground, it immediately corroded the ground and emitted black gas. The old rock emperor's sword nearly split the corpse in 2. When Gu Fei saw the corpse water corroding the ground, he couldn't help but be shocked. This corpse's corpse poison was too overbearing. At this time, the other undead also rushed forward. Whoosh! A large bird shrouded in black gas flapped its wings, creating a death whirlwind as it pounced towards the little rock. Swish! The little rock spread its golden wings and soared into the sky, dodging the attack. Clang! The sound of metal clanging didn't stop. Countless golden divine swords flew out from the little rock's golden wings, covering the sky as they slashed towards the large bird below. Tens of thousands of divine swords pierced through the void and split the world, displaying great might. This little rock's strength actually increased so quickly. It's really hard to imagine. Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene. The little rock was no longer the same as before. During the battle between the Little Rock and the Violet Emperor, the son of the ancient Emperor Xian, Gu Fei watched from the beginning to the end. The current Little Rock's strength was enough to compete with the Violet Emperor. If the Violet Emperor didn't die and the two met, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. However, the Little Rock's vengeance was destined to be unavenged. This was because the son of the ancient Emperor Xian, the Violet Emperor, had already fallen. Even his primordial spirit had been refined by Gu Fei. This was the most thorough way to die. Even his life imprint had disappeared. The Violet Emperor, the son of the ancient Emperor Xian, would never appear in this world again. However, the large bird that was fighting the little rock was also extraordinary. Its entire body surged with death energy. Clang! A clanging sound came from the black gas. Then, Gu Fei was shocked to see countless black death swords shooting out from the endless black gas. Each of the death swords collided with the golden divine swords descending from the sky. The little rock was shocked. The magical power displayed by the large bird was exactly the same as his. The only difference was that the two used different powers. The Tianpeng clan was the descendant of the metal element divine beast. They were naturally close to the power of metal. They used the power of metal, one of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. However, the large bird in the middle of the death energy used the power of death. This was a confrontation between the 5 elements and the power of death. The golden divine swords and the death swords instantly collided. Countless sword shadows instantly collapsed in the void. The 5 elements were vast and the power of death surged. The little rock and the large bird were evenly matched. In their first clash, no one was able to suppress the other. The little rock has met a formidable opponent. Gu Fei thought to himself. Could that undead creature be an expert of the Tianpeng clan that had fallen here? The large bird was hidden in the death energy. Gu Fei couldn't see its true appearance. However, his intuition told him that this large bird might really be related to the Tianpeng clan. The little rock and the large bird moved rapidly in the air as they engaged in a life-and-death battle. In front of the underworld river, the battle between the old rock emperor and the corpse had already ended. The old rock emperor was a peak almighty, after all. He was only one step away from becoming a sage. Such an existence was extremely powerful. The corpse had been killed by the old rock emperor on the ancient bridge, and the old rock emperor had stepped onto the ancient bridge. However, just as the old rock emperor stepped onto the ancient bridge that spanned across the underworld river below the bridge suddenly surged. The pitch-black river water rushed high into the sky. Chapter 11:25. The moment the old rock emperor stepped onto the ancient bridge that spanned across the underworld river, the wind and clouds surged. An endless amount of black chi rushed up from the surface of the river. Voila! The pitch-black river water rushed up high into the sky. One could vaguely see dried bones in the water. The dried bones were also pitch-black like ink. This was a dead river that contained an endless amount of death chi. It emitted a towering killing intent that almost suppressed the golden divine light emitted by the old rock emperor. At this moment, the battle between the little Peng emperor and the huge bird shrouded in black chi had reached a critical juncture that would decide the outcome of the battle. Swish! The little rock emperor's right hand turned into a golden divine saber that directly slashed into the pitch-black death chi, cutting off one of the wings of the huge bird. Black blood splattered in all directions. The huge bird screeched and rushed towards the netherworld river. The little rock emperor didn't chase after it because the blood on the huge bird was very terrifying. It contained pure death chi. If one was stained by it, even if they didn't die, they would be half dead. The little rock emperor quickly retreated and dodged. Even so, the black blood still corroded a few holes on the sleeve of his right hand. This, the golden-winged little Peng was incomparably shocked. One must know that the clothes he was wearing were not ordinary. They were treasured clothes that had been refined by a powerful expert. Even an emperor divine weapon would not be able to damage them in the slightest. This kind of undead was too terrifying. The death chi in its body could corrode an emperor divine weapon. The huge bird rushed into the underworld river and disappeared into the darkness. The other undead were either killed on the spot by the experts of the Heavenly Rock race or rushed into the underworld river. The people of the Heavenly Rock race all heaved a sigh of relief. They had lost 2 experts before entering the Saint Burial Ground. Although they had expected this, it was still shocking. It was impossible to escape unscathed after entering the Saint Burial Ground. This was common knowledge. However, they had already lost members before even entering the Saint Burial Ground. This made the Tianpeng race feel a great pressure. Emperor Peng, who had stepped onto the ancient bridge, continued walking forward. Golden divine light surged out of his body, repelling the deathly aura that surged in from all directions. The metal elemental powers surged like a golden sun moving in the boundless darkness. Emperor Rock's aura was so powerful that it nearly tore through the layer of mystic and divine light around him. The mystic and divine light shrouded everyone with a secret technique, isolating them from the outside world's power of death. However, it did not affect everyone's divine power and magic power. Of the 13 heavenly rock race experts that entered the Scarlet Plains, 2 had already died before they even entered the holy burial ground. The remaining 11 continued onward. The Old Rock Emperor led the way while the Little Rock Emperor and company followed behind. They walked across the Netherworld River that looked like the Reincarnation Bridge. After the Little Rock Emperor and company stepped onto the ancient bridge, the entire Netherworld River started boiling. The pitch-black river water surged and roared as it soared into the sky. Demonic shadows emitting monstrous killing intent appeared in the river. They wanted to rush out of the river, but they seemed to be bound by some power. No matter how they struggled, they could not soar into the sky. Gu Fei hid himself and watched coldly. It was best if the heavenly rock race took the lead. This way, he would be in less danger. Gu Fei also stepped onto the ancient bridge. The experts of the heavenly rock race in front did not know that someone was following them from afar. It should be known that this was under the Scarlet Plains. After nightfall, no one dared to enter the Scarlet Plains. Even half-saints were not willing to take this risk. The people of the heavenly rock race did not think that there was someone behind them. They did not need to check. They just needed to move forward. Any living thing that entered the Scarlet Plains would quickly lose its vitality. No one could escape. However, the Little Rock Emperor and company never expected that Gu Fei had an extreme sage weapon. He was not afraid of the extremely evil death energy of the Scarlet Plains at all. Just as Gu Fei stepped onto the ancient bridge, a black figure stood on a mountain peak outside the Scarlet Plains. This person was graceful and wore a sinister bronze mask. It was the mysterious woman who had followed Gu Fei all the way here. Ahead of them was a vast death energy and a bloody mist. A terrifying aura that caused everything in the world to tremble surged. The mysterious woman stood on the mountain peak and did not move for a long time. After a long time, the mysterious woman said, "That brat actually entered the Scarlet Plains. How is this possible? Is he courting death?" Then, the mysterious woman flipped her right hand and a blue crystal ball the size of a fist appeared in her hand. There were faintly discernible runes on the crystal ball. The mysterious woman poured a strand of divine power into the crystal ball. The blue crystal ball immediately emitted a layer of blue divine light. When the blue light dissipated, a hazy image appeared on the crystal ball. At this time, Gu Fei, who was on the ancient bridge, suddenly sensed something. It was as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him. It's this feeling again. Gu Fei's heart trembled. This was not the first time he had felt this strange feeling. However, he could not find any traces of it. It was as if someone was using force to spy on him. Who is it? How did he do it? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked and angry. The person in the dark had a very frightening method. He felt as if he had been locked on and could not escape. Swish! A beam of violet gold divine light shot out from Gu Fei's forehead. He circulated his martial path heavenly eye with all his might, and a heavenly eye that could see through all 3,000 worlds appeared on his forehead, scanning the void in all directions. What a vigilant brat! On the mountain peak outside the Scarlet Plains, the mysterious woman cursed in a low voice. Then, she put away the blue divine pearl in her hand. At the same time, the strange feeling that Gu Fei felt disappeared. This made Gu Fei very uneasy. Even the martial Dao heavenly eye couldn't detect the traces of the person in the dark. There's no trace at all. How is this possible? Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. The martial path heavenly eye could see through all illusions, and even the traces of the great Dao could be seen through. The person hiding in the dark was not simple. While Gu Fei was distracted, the expert from the Sky Rock tribe in front of him had already disappeared. He could not even sense the ripples of metal elemental energy coming from the Sky Rock tribe's body. Damn it! Gu Fei was infuriated. He wanted to chase after him, but at this time, the illusory figure of the Ji Dao Heavenly Eye silently appeared around him. The black water below the ancient bridge surged. The water had almost reached the top of the ancient bridge. Black chi pervaded the bottom of the bridge, as if there were ghostly hands reaching out from the black chi. All the hair on Gu Fei's body stood on end. A chill ran from the bottom of his feet up his spine to the top of his head. He couldn't help but shiver. An illusory figure suddenly pounced towards Gu Fei. An extremely dangerous aura instantly assaulted his body, causing him to shiver all over. Bam! Chapter 1126. It's just an evil thought, so I was overthinking. Gu Fei secretly sighed in relief. He thought it was the evil thought, but it was just an evil thought. This was the evil thought of an extremely powerful cultivator who had fallen. If the evil thought didn't disperse, if it pounced on his body, even though it wouldn't be fatal, it would still greatly damage Gu Fei's vitality. If it was an ordinary Emperor Realm cultivator who was possessed by this evil thought, their soul would probably be destroyed in an instant. Their physical body would be seized by the evil thought and they would die instantly. The other evil thought sensed Gu Fei's aura and also pounced on him. Gu Fei continuously punched with both of his fists. Balls of fire exploded around his body, burning the evil thoughts into wisps of green smoke. Even the surrounding yin energy was dispersed. After being obstructed by these evil thoughts, Gu Fei fell even further behind. He used the cauldron of mountain and river to protect himself, and the image of an ancient cauldron appeared indistinctly around him. Then, he rushed forward. After rushing for less than a kilometer, Gu Fei suddenly found a person lying in front of him. Gu Fei immediately stopped. In this extremely evil place, he had to be careful. If he was not careful, his life would be in danger. He sensed that the person in front of him didn't have any fluctuations of life. It seemed to be a corpse. Moreover, this person wasn't from the Tianpeng clan. The person lying on the bridge was wearing a black armor. The style of the armor was very ancient. It wasn't the treasure armor worn by the experts of the Tianpeng clan. An ancient corpse? Gu Fei was bewildered. He directly pointed a finger, and an extremely sharp divine light shot out from the tip of his finger, piercing through the corpse on the ground in front of him. Poof! The divine light that shot out from Gu Fei's finger easily pierced through the corpse in front of him. The corpse didn't move in the slightest. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the corpse in front instantly turned into a pile of dust and dissipated in the void. It turned out that it was really an ancient corpse, and it was an ancient corpse that had already decayed. This was a figure that had died countless years ago. Being able to step onto the ancient bridge already proved that this person wasn't simple, definitely a powerful expert. However, although this ancient powerhouse had stepped onto the ancient bridge, he had fallen on the ancient bridge and had not been able to enter the legendary saint burial ground. Gu Fei continued to move forward. Not long after, he saw another ancient corpse on the bridge. This ancient corpse seemed to be even older than the previous one. However, this person was definitely a half-step saint when he was alive. Although he was dead, his flesh and bones didn't melt, and his body was as stiff as divine iron. Gu Fei's finger wind simply couldn't penetrate this ancient corpse. The clothes on this ancient corpse had completely decayed, but the flesh and blood were preserved. Of course, the essence contained in this ancient corpse had completely dissipated. Although the flesh and blood were immortal, there was no trace of divinity left. Gu Fei carefully looked at this ancient corpse and found that there were 5 round holes on the top of this ancient corpse's skull. It seemed that someone had pierced through this person's skull with 5 fingers. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Even if this ancient corpse wasn't a saint when it was alive, it was still a half-step saint. However, its skull was pierced and it was directly killed. Could it be that the person who killed this ancient powerhouse was a saint? The saint burial ground was really too evil. Even an ancient powerhouse had died on this ancient bridge. Moreover, this wasn't the Saint Burial Ground, but only the periphery of the Saint Burial Ground. Voila! The Black River rushed up to the sky and continuously slapped the ancient bridge. This ancient bridge had been washed by the river Styx for many years, but it still remained intact. The water of the river Styx could corrode everything. It contained an unimaginable power of death, but it couldn't corrode this ancient bridge. No matter how Gu Fei looked at it, he felt that this was a reincarnation bridge. It seemed to have some kind of connection with the reincarnation bridge in the Naraka realm. Even the patterns engraved on the bridge were very similar. Could it be that there is another reincarnation bridge in this world? Gu Fei couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it. Then, he continued to walk forward. Along the way, he had already gone deep into the river Styx. The cold wind whistled all around him, and there were faint black shadows in the black fog. It was as if he had entered the underworld. The entire world was pitch black, and the black sky seemed to press down on the ground. Gu Fei felt as if he was walking on this side of the world. He felt a great pressure. Gu Fei found that as he went deeper, there were more and more corpses on the ancient bridge. These corpses were probably powerhouses when they were alive. Among these corpses, he also found a few pitch-black skeletons. These were demon bones, and they were demon bones that were on the verge of becoming true demons. Some demons had once broken into this place, but these incomparably powerful demons had also fallen on the ancient bridge, unable to set foot on the other side. From this, it could be seen that the Saint Burial Ground had attracted the attention of countless people since ancient times. It was also unknown how many people had risked their lives to enter the Saint Burial Ground. Gu Fei found the corpses of many powerful figures with immortal flesh and blood. These people all had supreme treasures on them, but these treasures had already lost their spirituality. Apart from immortal divine materials, nothing could be eternal. Even divine metal would lose all its essence energy and turn into a piece of scrap metal. Gu Fei quickly moved forward. Soon, he sensed waves of powerful metal elemental power coming from ahead. In front of him, golden light shot out. The Sky Rock race's powerhouses seemed to have encountered great trouble. Roar! The old Rock Emperor's roar was earth-shattering, stirring up the world. Even Gu Fei felt his heart palpitate. The old Rock Emperor's display of might was no trifling matter. Gu Fei stealthily approached and was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. He saw a group of soldiers with towering Yin energy holding divine spears blocking the way of the experts of the Tianpeng race. This was a group of Yin soldiers from the infernal realm. The Yin qi on their bodies was so heavy that even Gu Fei had never seen such an existence in the infernal realm. Gu Fei had never encountered such an existence in the infernal realm. These Yin soldiers were blocking the way. Could the other side of the ancient bridge really be the legendary underworld? At this time, the old Rock Emperor was fighting a Yin general. The Yin general wielded an iron sword and slashed out terrifying deathly sword lights as he fought the old Rock Emperor endlessly. This group of Yin soldiers was led by a Yin general. Although there were only a few dozen of them, they were extremely powerful. As the Yin general fought the old Rock Emperor, the other Yin soldiers pressed towards the little Rock Emperor's group. This group of Yin soldiers moved in unison as they pointed their divine spears forward. A torrential baleful aura surged forward, causing everyone from the Sky Rock race to pale. Who is controlling these lifeless things? Chapter 11:27. Yin soldiers blocking the way was no trivial matter. No one knew how these evil beings were formed, but many people knew that the Yin soldiers were very terrifying and had almost indestructible bodies. Clang! The Yin general shook the iron sword in his hand and unleashed thousands of grey death sword beams. The sword beams pierced through the surroundings and slashed at the old Rock Emperor. The void trembled under the sword. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked to the extreme when he saw this scene. Could it be that these evil beings have developed intelligence and grasped cultivation techniques? Damn it! The old Rock Emperor had encountered a powerful opponent. The Yin general's battle prowess was monstrous, and his sword had the terrifying power to destroy everything. The old rock emperor had no choice but to retreat. Terrifying sword chi shot out in all directions. A Tianping expert who was closest to it was immediately affected, and half of his body was cut off. Roar! The expert from the Sky Rock race roared furiously and quickly retreated. However, just as he moved, the other half of his body instantly turned into a cloud of black dust and dissipated in the void. A ball of golden divine light wrapped around a golden rock rushed out. However, the power of death had already invaded the primordial spirit, and the golden light instantly dimmed. Bam! With a soft sound, the golden essence soul was completely corroded by the black gas before exploding. Another Tianping expert was destroyed in body and soul. The Grey Death sword beam was actually so terrifying that it exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only could the power of death corrode the physical body, but it could also corrode the essence soul. That Tianping expert's body was sliced by the Yin general's sword beam. Even his essence soul couldn't escape. Arg! The old rock emperor roared at the sky. He was furious. Since entering the Scarlet Plains, 3 celestial realm sovereigns had fallen. This was definitely a huge loss for the Tianping race. Swish! The old rock emperor unfurled the golden wings on his back. With a flap of his wings, clanging sounds rang out incessantly. Beams of golden light flew out from his wings, transforming into golden swords that slashed at the Yin generals that were charging over. This was the full-powered strike of a greater perfection emperor. The old rock emperor was definitely a quasi-sage. He was unimaginably powerful. The thousands of golden divine swords had a trace of Dao charm. This attack actually drew a trace of Dao energy. The Yin general brandished the iron sword in his hand, blocking forward. Immediately, golden light shot out in all directions. The iron sword and the golden divine sword continuously clashed, exploding into balls of golden light. Countless golden divine swords were blocked by a rusty iron sword in the Yin general's hand. They were all minced into pieces in the void by the rusty iron sword. This, the terrifying combat strength that the Yin general displayed caused everyone's hearts to turn cold. At this time, the dozens of ghost soldiers also arrived. Dozens of ghost soldiers gathered together and pressed forward. It was as if there were hundreds of thousands of ancient devil mountains moving. Their aura was so imposing that even a half-saint would be shocked. When these dozens of nether soldiers gather together, they seem even more terrifying than the 500 celestial emperor soldiers of the primordial emperor Xian. Gu Fei couldn't help feeling shocked when he sensed the vast death energy. These Yin soldiers could definitely fight against half-step saints. Retreat! The old rock emperor immediately ordered when he saw the situation. At this time, they absolutely couldn't continue advancing. They could only retreat. Otherwise, the Sky Rock race would all perish here. Gu Fei immediately used the 8 desolate steps and quickly retreated back the way he came. However, before he could retreat for more than 5 miles, figures suddenly appeared in front of him. This made Gu Fei's hair stand on end. That is, Gu Fei was shocked to discover that the ancient corpses with immortal flesh and blood that he had seen before were actually moving. These ancient corpses actually stood up and walked towards him step by step. Their stiff movements and blood-red pupils made them look extremely evil. Each of these ancient corpses had a thick death aura lingering around them. The sky was dark, and black fog filled the air. Under the ancient bridge, black water surged into the sky. This scene was nothing more than the legendary underworld. With the Yin soldiers blocking the way in front and the ancient corpses blocking the way back, even Gu Fei was in danger this time. Gu Fei sensed that the Sky Rock race behind him was rapidly approaching. He didn't want to meet the Little Rock Emperor face to face. He hesitated for a moment before clenching his teeth and using his extreme 8 steps to rush forward. Ha! An ancient corpse that was only skin and bones opened its arms to grab Gu Fei's chest. Its speed was also extremely fast. Its stiff movements seemed to be trying to confuse people. However, Gu Fei was even faster than this ancient corpse. His extreme 8 steps wasn't an undeserved reputation. Gu Fei's body flashed and he was already able to dodge it. He quickly moved through the ancient corpses, displaying his extreme 8 steps to the peak. The naked eye couldn't even see his figure clearly. Very quickly, he passed through hundreds of ancient corpses. However, the clothes on his body were torn to shreds by the ancient corpses. If it was someone else, they would have been poisoned by the corpse poison and died on the spot. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary person. He was a celestial being, martial king, and his physique was comparable to a divine weapon of an almighty existence. Even though these ancient corpses were powerful, they couldn't injure him. The moment Gu Fei rushed out from the encirclement of hundreds of ancient corpses, screams and angry shouts came from behind. It was obvious that the Little Rocks group had encountered the ancient corpses. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion came from behind Gu Fei. The entire ancient bridge shook for a moment. A bright golden light burst out from the group of corpses, and hundreds of ancient corpses were all destroyed by the golden light. A terrifying power capable of destroying the heaven and earth was vast and mighty. This is a saint weapon? Gu Fei's heart trembled. He didn't dare to stop and quickly fled. The Sky Rock race had actually brought their saint weapon into the Scarlet Plains. This truly surprised Gu Fei. It was a heavenly war halberd that emitted boundless golden divine light. This war halberd was currently in the hands of an old man with messy golden hair. Run! The old Peng Emperor shouted, startling the shocked little Peng Emperor and the others. He turned around and charged towards the Yin general that was charging over with the Yin soldiers. Bang! The old rock shook the heavenly war halberd in his hand. The entire world seemed like it was about to collapse. A terrifying power spread out from the heavenly war halberd. The heavenly war halberd emitted a golden divine light that slashed and minced everything. The old rock pressed forward with indomitable might. Roar! The Yin general seemed to feel threatened. He stopped in front of the old rock and roared at the sky. His body emitted a surging death aura. Swish! Chapter 1128. The saint weapon of the heavenly rock race displayed great might. When the heavenly war halberd and the death sword collided, the boundless sword light instantly collapsed. The vast golden battle chi on the heavenly war halberd suppressed everything. The heavens and earth seemed to be collapsing. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering sound, even the little Peng Emperor and the others who were retreating were blown away by the terrifying energy wave. Kacha! The Yin general broke the rusty sword in his hand. Half of the sword was blown away by the heavenly war halberd and disappeared into the black mist, falling into the river Styx below. The heavenly war halberd was like a hot knife through butter. After breaking the sword in the Yin general's hand, the heavenly war halberd directly chopped off the right arm of the Yin general that was holding the sword. Roar! The Yin general roared and his left hand grabbed towards the old Peng Emperor's head. A terrifying death energy surged from his left hand. A huge black hand enveloped the entire void. Bang! The old Peng Emperor opened his mouth and spat out a divine pearl. When the divine pearl collided with the Yin general's hand, the old Peng Emperor took the opportunity to fly back. The golden pearl was like a golden sun that floated above the old Emperor Peng's head, emitting waves of incomparably powerful metal elemental power. This was the Sky Peng inner core that the old Rock Emperor had cultivated for countless years. This inner core had been refined into an impressive Empyrean armament. Although this divine pearl was only the size of a fist, once activated, it could even smash an immemorial sacred mountain. It possessed great might. Such a powerful emperor weapon was unable to smash the Yin general's left hand. Even so, the power of this smash was enough to force the Yin general to retreat. Roar! The Yin general roared again and again. Endless death energy surged out from his body. A black death energy covered the entire sky. Two blood-red lights came out from the surging death energy. Those were the Yin general's eyes that emitted an evil blood-red light that caused people's hearts to palpitate. If he killed this undead creature, he might be able to enter the saint burial ground. The old Peng Emperor's battle intent surged. He did not retreat. Instead, he pressed forward step by step. His heavy footsteps echoed on the ancient bridge. Every step he took seemed to contain some kind of secret. Dao charm flowed under the old Peng Emperor's feet. With every step he took, the old Peng Emperor's aura increased a bit. After a few steps, the old Peng Emperor's aura rose to a terrifying level. With every step he took, the old Peng Emperor's aura rose. The entire world shook. The holy armament in Emperor Rock's hand emitted a blinding divine light. Great Dao runes appeared faintly on the holy armament as Dao runes circulated. The holy armament gradually awakened. The Emperor's was not a saint's weapon. The rock weapon that was a saint's technique. Yet Emperor's weapon. The holy might emitted from the saint weapon seemed to be able to crush the world, causing the heavens and earth to lose their luster. The surging river Styx gradually calmed down, and the deathly black mist that enveloped the heavens and earth also showed signs of dispersing. However, the dozens of Yin soldiers continued to press forward with steady footsteps. They were not intimidated by the holy aura emanating from the holy weapons. Kill! The old Peng Emperor roared. He charged forward with the heavenly war halberd in hand. The halberd swept out with a terrifying saint might. The space in front of him was shattered. This was the saint might that could destroy the world. Even if it was not at its peak, it was enough to kill all existences below the saint realm. However, the dozens of Yin soldiers didn't react in the face of this terrifying attack and continued to press forward. When the sky war halberd swept over, the dozens of Yin soldiers simultaneously raised the spears in their hands and stabbed forward. Boom! The world shook. An extremely terrifying death energy erupted like 100,000 volcanoes at the same time. The 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled. It was unimaginably terrifying. They're finally going all out? In the distance, Gu Fei could sense these two earth-shattering powers. He could not help but be shocked. This power was already comparable to a saint. Even a half-saint would probably die under such power. Rumble, the two terrifying powers collided and the entire world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Spatial cracks spread out in all directions, each one tens of thousands of feet long. A destructive energy storm swept out in all directions. The old Peng Emperor was sent flying. Blood flowed out of his mouth. The heavenly war halberd in his hand almost flew out of his hand. The dozens of Yin soldiers collapsed. The death energy on their bodies had weakened by more than half. Some of the Yin soldiers had their hairs broken. Cracks had also appeared on their armor. Even this can't destroy these inanimate things. The old Peng Emperor was truly stunned. His full-powered attack had not been able to kill these Yin soldiers. Could it be that these Yin soldiers were truly nearly indestructible? The layer of mysterious Yin divine light around the old Peng Emperor had already dimmed. It seemed like it would collapse at any moment. He did not dare to be careless and immediately retreated. The dozens of Yin soldiers regrouped and pressed forward in unison. From the black mist behind the Yin soldiers, the bone-chilling growls of the Yin generals could be heard. The Tianping race was defeated. Even if they brought their holy weapon, it would still be difficult to break through. The legendary holy burial ground was on the other side of the underworld river, but no one could set foot on it. There were Yin soldiers blocking the way on the ancient bridge. Unless a half-saint came with a holy weapon, no one would be able to break through and truly enter the legendary holy burial ground. The holy burial ground was too evil. There were actually Yin soldiers guarding it. Could it be that an extreme saint was buried inside? How could an ordinary saint have such an extravagance? Yin soldiers and Yin generals were things of legend. They were rarely seen, but once they appeared, they were extremely terrifying and could be said to be indestructible. The old Peng Emperor brought up the rear. The Tianpeng race's powerhouses retreated along the ancient bridge. Ancient corpses occasionally appeared on the ancient bridge, but they were immediately killed by the old Peng Emperor. With a holy weapon, even an ancient corpse monarch would be killed. By this time, Gu Fei had already retreated from the ancient bridge. This ancient bridge seemed to really connect to the underworld. Even Yin soldiers had appeared. He did not hesitate and immediately climbed up the rock wall. A bone-chilling roar came from the depths of the underworld river. It was as if a group of demons was dancing around. It was extremely frightening. A dense black mist pressed down from the sky, and a foul stench of blood rained down from the underworld river. As a result, the Tianpeng race suffered a tragedy. The foul stench of blood seemed to contain some kind of evil power. It could actually corrode the layer of mysterious Yin divine light around their bodies. Chapter 1129. The underworld river was raining blood. This scene was too frightening. It was as if the world was weeping blood. The entire world became even more eerie and horrifying. The little Peng Emperor and the others cried out in alarm. They were shocked to discover that the blood rain could actually corrode the layer of profound Yin divine light outside their bodies. The profound Yin divine light was a secret technique used by the experts of the Tianpeng race. It was formed from the profound Yin energy of the divine moon. It strengthened everyone's body, allowing them to resist the evil power of the scarlet plains that could deprive their lifespan and vitality. Once the layer of profound Yin divine light dissipated, the little Peng Emperor and the others would probably be buried in the scarlet plains. No one could rely on their own strength to resist the evil power of the scarlet plains. Unless a saint came, no one could walk freely in the scarlet plains. The little Peng Emperor and the others were scared out of their wits. They ran for their lives and finally rushed out of the range of the blood rain before the layer of profound Yin divine light dissipated. Then, they didn't dare to stay any longer. They directly spread their golden wings and soared into the sky, flying towards the abyss. They had to leave the scarlet plains as soon as possible. Otherwise, their lives would be in danger. The old Peng Emperor brought up the rear. The saint weapon of the Tianpeng race emitted a vast and mighty holy might. Rays of golden light penetrated through the blood rain and shot out in all directions. It had to be said that the ancient bridge that lay across the underworld river was really extraordinary. The saint weapon of the Tianpeng race displayed a great holy might. Even though it pierced through the sky, the ancient bridge was still not damaged in the slightest. At this time, Gu Fei had already arrived at the abyss. Just as he jumped out of the abyss, a resplendent sword light broke through the void and rushed towards him. The cold sword chi surged and the sword light illuminated the entire dark world. Someone was trying to kill Gu Fei. Someone had actually entered the Scarlet Plains. This caused Gu Fei to be shocked. One must know that after nightfall, the Scarlet Plains would become a land of death. Anyone who entered would die. Gu Fei pointed his finger and directly hit the sword light. Bang! The sword light let out a deafening sound and then collapsed. It was actually shattered by Gu Fei's finger. A cry of surprise rang out when the sword light collapsed. Humph! Gu Fei didn't even look at that person. He directly punched towards that person's position. In the blood mist, a figure quickly retreated. However, Gu Fei did not want to let go of the person who tried to kill him. He took a step forward and caught up to the person, pressing his palm on the person's chest. Have mercy! A loud shout resounded from the side, and then Gu Fei sensed a powerful fluctuation of immortal energy erupting. Someone had attacked him, and he'd unleashed 9 beams of destructive immortal light. Bam! Gu Fei did not show any mercy. He directly blasted the person who ambushed him into pieces, causing a bloody mist to erupt. The smell of blood immediately lingered in the void. After killing that person, Gu Fei turned around calmly and waved his hand to shatter the 9 beams of destructive immortal light. He looked at the person who attacked. The person who attacked was a middle-aged Daoist. He was looking at Gu Fei in shock and anger. The other party had broken his killing move with one move, which shocked him. "Who are you? How dare you kill a disciple of the Grand Pure One's sacred land?" The middle-aged Daoist's voice was stern. There were 7 or 8 cultivators in Daoist robes standing behind him. Each of the 8 Daoists had extraordinary cultivation and strength. A cultivator of the Grand Pure One's sacred land? Gu Fei could not help but be stunned when he heard that. He was not afraid of the other party's background, but he did not expect to encounter someone from the Grand Pure One's sacred land. How did these people enter the Red Plains? "Uncle Master, why are you still talking so much? Just kill this person to avenge your fellow disciples." A young Daoist walked behind the middle-aged Daoist. The young Daoist was arrogant and did not take the middle-aged Daoist seriously. At that moment, Gu Fei had already discovered that there was a faint divine light on the bodies of these cultivators. It was this divine light that blocked the evil power of the Red Plains that could corrode one's life force. "I see." Gu Fei came to a realization. These cultivators carried some kind of secret treasure that allowed them to enter the Red Plains after nightfall. They were not afraid of being deprived of their life force by the power of the Red Plains. Humph. Is this a cultivator of the Grand Pure One's sacred land? What an eye-opener. Gu Fei sneered. Others might be afraid of the Grand Pure One's sacred land, but Gu Fei was not. "You're courting death." The young Daoist's face immediately darkened when he heard that. "Don't act rashly." The middle-aged Daoist shouted at the young Daoist. He knew that they had encountered a ruthless person and had to be careful. "There's nothing more to say. Since you want to kill me, I'll kill you." Gu Fei's voice turned cold. He had already decided to kill. He had already killed a disciple of the Grand Pure One's sacred land. This feud could be considered to have been formed, and it was the kind that could not be resolved. Bam! Gu Fei took a step forward and pressed forward. A powerful pressure seeped out of his body, and the entire ground trembled with the sound of his footsteps. The young Daoist's expression immediately changed. He sensed that an ancient divine mountain was crashing towards him, and he couldn't help but retreat. "Do you really want to become enemies with the Grand Pure One's sacred land?" The middle-aged Daoist's expression changed drastically. The other party was too powerful. Although they were both in the celestial realm, the other party seemed to be stronger than him. Boom! At that moment, there was a sudden rumble in the abyss. Balls of golden divine light broke through the layers of black fog and rushed out of the abyss. The 9 balls of golden light were like 9 golden suns. They bloomed with endless golden light in the abyss and illuminated the entire world. Even the black fog that shrouded the abyss was dispersed. The little Peng Emperor and the others finally came out of the abyss. The Sky Peng clan? The middle-aged Daoist could not help but be shocked when he saw the little Peng Emperor and the others. He never expected that someone would enter the ground faster than them. One had to know that the southern part of Middle-earth was the territory of the Grand Pure One's sacred land. A cultivator of the Grand Pure One's sacred land? The little Peng Emperor and the others were shocked when they saw the middle-aged Daoist. They did not expect the Grand Pure One's sacred land to find a way to let their disciples enter and leave the Scarlet Plains at will. Gu Fei could not help but stop when he saw the little Peng Emperor and the others coming out of the abyss. "It's you?" Chapter 1130. When the little Peng Emperor saw Gu Fei, he immediately released a soaring battle intent. He was too embarrassed to make a move at Yuan Hong's place, but it was different today. Golden qi and blood rushed out of the little Peng Emperor's body. He seemed to have turned into a golden sun, illuminating the entire dark world. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Others might be afraid of the little Peng Emperor, but he, Gu Fei, had never been afraid. He had even killed Emperor Z, let alone someone who had lost to him. Bam! Gu Fei did not say anything. He took a step forward and a powerful pressure surged towards the little Peng Emperor. The power released by the human race martial body was not to be underestimated. The people of the Taiqing sacred realm were stunned. Even though they were all emperors of the celestial being realm, they knew that they were no match for Gu Fei. Especially the young Daoist, he even restrained his arrogance. In the heaven realm, whoever had the strongest fist was the boss. No matter what background you had, no matter how proud you were, it was useless. Arrogance, one must have arrogant cultivation and strength. Otherwise, one would be nothing. The people of the Taiqing sacred realm saw that the situation was not right and immediately retreated. This was a battle between the two emperors, it was not something they could interfere with. Those who were qualified to enter the Scarlet Plains were not weak. Every person of the Taiqing sacred realm was a cultivator of the celestial being realm. They had the cultivation and strength of an immortal emperor. Especially the middle-aged Daoist, his cultivation had probably reached the 9th heaven of the celestial being realm. He was a perfected immortal emperor. Even in the heaven realm, such a person was an expert. Such a person felt great pressure from Gu Fei and the little Peng Emperor, let alone the others. The experts of the Tian Peng clan also retreated. The little Peng Emperor was a genius of the clan, a famous rising star of the heaven realm. The Sky Rock race didn't think that Gu Fei was a match for the Little Rock Emperor. Under the influence of the qi, Gu Fei felt the battle blood in his body gradually boil. His qi and blood surged around him like a great dragon. It had to be said that the Little Peng Emperor was definitely a rare opponent. The golden-winged Little Peng Emperor's physique was also very special. It was the descendant of the innate divine beast, the golden-winged rock. It had unlimited potential for growth and could compete with the human race's martial body. Golden divine light circled around the Little Peng's body. The resplendent golden light illuminated the heavens and the earth. The power of the metal element surged violently. His battle intent was like a rainbow as he directly made his move. A huge golden hand instantly condensed in front of the Little Peng Emperor. Then, it slammed towards Gu Fei. In front of the huge hand, the void collapsed. The palm of the Little Peng Emperor was as heavy as a primordial divine mountain. It displayed a terrifying might that even caused the void to collapse. It was terrifying to the extreme. Peng! Gu Fei's expression was incomparably solemn. He sent out a palm to meet the attack. The yin-yang true force in his hand was vast. The yin-yang true force weaved together as if there was an evolution of the great Tao. Boom! Gu Fei and the Little Peng Emperor clashed head-on. He only felt a huge force surging through his palm. He couldn't help but take a few steps back in shock. The Little Peng Emperor's mind was also shaken. He retreated a few steps with heavy footsteps, causing the ground to tremble and almost collapse. He's actually strong to this extent. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. This Little Peng Emperor was not the same as before. His body was actually strong enough to contend with him. It was really hard to imagine. To think that there's someone who can take a palm from my race's genius. Who is this? He seems to be extraordinary. Humph. So what if this person is the son of a saint? The others from the Tian Peng race whispered. Some people were very surprised. There was actually a human king whose body was strong enough to contend with the Tian Peng race's divine physique. One must know that the Tian Peng race was the descendant of the innate divine beast, the great golden Peng. Their body was strong. This was innate talent, far surpassing the human race. While Gu Fei was shocked, his battle intent rose to the extreme. He took a step forward and was about to make a move. But at this time, an angry roar came from the abyss. Old Peng Emperor? When Gu Fei heard the roar, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he decisively turned around and left. In an instant, he disappeared into the bloody mist and disappeared. Where do you think you're going? How could the little Peng Emperor let Gu Fei go so easily? He spread his golden wings and instantly disappeared, chasing in the direction where Gu Fei disappeared. Boom! At this time, a loud sound came from the abyss. A supreme saint's mighty aura spread out, causing everything in the world to tremble. The entire sky seemed like it was about to collapse, as if doomsday had arrived. This is, retreat. The middle-aged Daoist of the Grand Pure Holy Land was shocked. This was the power of a saint. It was as if a saint had awakened in the abyss. It was extremely terrifying. The middle-aged Daoist hurriedly used his immortal Dao power to protect the people behind him and retreated. This saint's power not only shook the entire Scarlet Plains, but it also spread out from the Scarlet Plains. The cultivators in the entire southern region of the Scarlet Plains could sense this extremely powerful fluctuation. The patriarch is out. The experts of the Tian Peng race wanted to catch up with the little Peng Emperor, but at this time, they stopped. The old Peng Emperor was about to come out. A tall figure that seemed to be cast in gold rushed out from the bottomless abyss. He was like an ancient war god that had descended into the world. His long golden hair danced wildly, and his murderous aura soared into the sky. The old Peng Emperor was in a sorry state. His clothes were torn, and there was a trace of golden blood at the corner of his mouth. Golden blood flowed from his hands that were holding the heavenly battle halberd. The mouth of the bowl had cracked. Seeing this scene, the experts of the Tian Peng race were extremely shocked. The old Peng Emperor was holding a holy weapon and displaying his saint's power, but he was still in such a sorry state. This shocked everyone, especially the people of the Grand Pure Holy Land. Although the people of the Grand Pure Holy Land retreated hundreds of miles away, they were still almost pressed to the ground by this saint's power. They almost could not straighten their backs. This is the saint's power? The middle-aged Daoist only felt that the entire world was pressing down on him. It was extremely unbearable. All the bones in his body were emitting soft explosive sounds, as if they were about to shatter. The others were even worse. All of them were desperately using their immortal Dao power. Their immortal Qi was vast, and they tried to resist the saint's power. Everyone's clothes were drenched in cold sweat. The Tian Peng race actually brought the holy weapon into the Scarlet Plains. Aren't they afraid that even the holy weapon will be lost in the land of Saint Burial? The middle-aged Daoist was shocked. Chapter 1131. The 8 Desolation Steps was unparalleled in the world in terms of speed. Gu Fei was an emperor of the celestial being realm, and with his current cultivation, this footwork technique was definitely faster than teleportation. He covered 100 miles with each step. In just a dozen steps, he was already 1,000 miles away. How can he be so fast? The little Peng Emperor, who was chasing after Gu Fei, was shocked by Gu Fei's extreme speed. If it weren't for the little Peng Emperor, who also cultivated the secret technique of the Sky Peng clan, he would have lost sight of Gu Fei's shadow long ago. The little Peng Emperor's speed was not an undeserved reputation. Every time the little Peng Emperor flapped his golden wings, he could instantly fly 100 miles away. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 human silhouettes flashed across the mountain, and the enormous pressure that descended from the sky frightened all the birds and beasts in the mountain, causing them to feel uneasy. Do you dare to fight me? The golden-winged little Peng's voice resounded through the mountain range like a clap of thunder, shaking the hearts of the people. The birds and beasts in the depths of the mountain range were all stunned, and all the roars of the wild beasts disappeared in an instant. There was only one voice in the world, and that was the little Peng Emperor's shout. Why wouldn't I dare? Gu Fei replied. He did not retreat because he was afraid of the little Peng Emperor. He was afraid of the old Peng Emperor, who had a holy weapon. One had to know that the old Peng Emperor had a holy weapon of his race. It was a holy weapon. It contained the mark of the great Tao and could display holy might. It was a perfect holy weapon of the celestial rocks. Its power was unfathomable. Unless Gu Fei used an extreme holy weapon, he could only retreat. Gu Fei did not want others to know that he had an extreme holy weapon. Otherwise, all the cultivators in the heaven realm would come to snatch it. Even half-sages would go crazy. The two rushed into the depths of the mountains one after the other. Gu Fei stopped in the air above a mountain ridge. He turned around and stared coldly at the little Peng Emperor, who was charging over. There was no fear on his face. Humph. Someone who can walk together with the golden spirit ape Yuan Hong does have some ability. The little Peng Emperor stopped in front of Gu Fei and said coldly. You're not bad yourself. I'm very curious. How did you cultivate? How did you improve your cultivation and strength to such a level in such a short time? Gu Fei sized up the little Peng Emperor. The golden-winged little Peng Emperor, who had once been beaten to the point of fleeing by the Amethyst Sovereign, now possessed a cultivation and strength that could rival him. This was unbelievable to Gu Fei. The path of cultivation couldn't be accomplished in one go. It required the accumulation of years and years. Once the accumulation reached a certain level, one's cultivation would naturally break through. No one could easily obtain invincible cultivation and strength. The foundation of my Sky Rock clan is not something that a brat like you can guess. Although the little Peng Emperor had restrained himself, he was still very arrogant. I want to see if you have the qualifications to be arrogant. Gu Fei didn't say anything else. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, the little Peng Emperor flapped its golden wings and transformed into a golden beam of light that shot into the sky. Bam! The space where the little Peng Emperor was at suddenly collapsed. A fist smashed through the space, turning it into a pitch-black hole. A destructive aura spread out from the shattered space. The little Peng Emperor couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. His opponent was actually able to punch through the void of heaven and earth with a single punch. Just how much power was required to accomplish such a feat? Gu Fei's figure reappeared in the void. Heavenly rock spreads wings. Golden-winged little Peng Emperor shouted. A terrifying metal elemental energy burst out from his body. Rays of golden light pierced through the void, illuminating the dark night. Clang! Clang! The sound did not stop. Rays of golden light shot into the sky and transformed into golden divine swords that were hundreds of feet long. They emitted a terrifying golden sword aura and pierced towards Gu Fei. Swoosh! 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 The golden sword light slashed through the void rapidly. Everywhere it passed, it left behind pitch-black spatial cracks. The sky and earth were cut apart. Flawless fist of 5 elements. Gu Fei shouted. He directly used this martial arts fist technique created by a sage. It could be said to be flawless. His punch shook the world. Gu Fei's body seemed to be surrounded by 5 worlds. His right fist blasted towards the countless golden sword light that pierced through. Endless golden light bloomed on his fist. The metal elemental energy in the world was activated. It was as if a golden world appeared on his fist. The countless golden sword light that pierced through the void collapsed. Boom! Endless golden sword shadows were destroyed. The heavens and earth shook. Golden-winged little Peng Emperor was sent flying. A trace of golden heavenly Peng blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. What kind of martial arts is this? Could it be the supreme martial arts of the ancient times? Golden-winged little Peng Emperor was shocked. The opponent's fist could be said to be domineering. It caused the world to lose its color. Moreover, there were no waves of immortal energy or divine energy. Instead, it was the strongest and purest energy in the world. Legend has it that in the ancient times, there was a martial ancestor who created a great Tao. This great Tao was not about immortals or gods. It was about oneself. Using one's own body as the source of power was true power, known as true power. It was the most direct, simplest, and yet the most powerful type of power in the world. However, after the martial ancestor disappeared, martial arts declined. In the modern world, there were no true martial artists that could compete with immortals and gods in the heavenly realm. Golden-winged Little Peng Emperor belonged to the heavenly Peng clan. They had a very long history. Naturally, they knew many great secrets of the ancient times. Golden-winged Little Peng Emperor's knowledge was also extraordinary. Eat another fist of mine. Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind. He took a step forward and instantly approached the Little Peng Emperor. Then, he punched out the simplest and most direct fist. Rumble, Gu Fei's fist emitted endless blue light and water vapor. The power of water surged violently. In the sky, there seemed to be a sea. This fist seemed to have attracted a vast divine sea. The blue fist force surged towards golden-winged Little Peng Emperor like a raging wave. It was unstoppable. This was a flawless fist art. The 5 elements were flawless. The essence of the 5 elements of heaven and earth was integrated into the fist art. Every punch that Gu Fei threw seemed to resonate with the great Tao, displaying great power. Golden-winged Little Peng Emperor was shocked. He never thought that his opponent would be so powerful. His first move was a terrifying martial arts technique that suppressed him. This person must have obtained the true inheritance of martial arts. Without any suspense, golden-winged Little Peng Emperor was instantly engulfed by the surging blue fist force. The endless power of water almost tore his body apart. When the towering blue fist force disappeared, golden-winged Little Peng Emperor was already on the verge of death. He suffered unimaginable damage. All his bones and tendons were shattered. His flesh exploded, and golden divine blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 1132. The arrogant Little Peng was defeated by Gu Fei with just 2 punches. If this news were to spread, it would shake the entire cultivation world. One should know that the Little Peng was the most outstanding figure of the Sky Peng race. The Little Peng was as famous as the Violet Emperor in the younger generation of the Heaven Realm. Although he was defeated by the Violet Emperor, he didn't show his true strength. This time was different. The Little Peng came out of the mountain in his peak state. If the Little Peng met the Violet Emperor again, it was still unknown who would win. Of course, it was impossible to meet these 2 people again unless there was a miracle that could revive the Violet Emperor. However, this seemed impossible. The mountain was in a mess. The Little Peng struggled to stand up. His whole body was oozing golden blood. He was almost blown apart by Gu Fei's punch. However, it had to be said that the body of the Sky Peng race was really strong. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely not be able to survive under Gu Fei's punch. The bloodline of an innate divine beast, Gu Fei stood high in the sky and looked down at the Little Peng coldly. The bloodline of a divine beast was indeed extraordinary. This Little Peng's talent was incomparable to others. Perhaps it was because his talent was too good that the Little Peng was so arrogant. He didn't put the young experts of the Heaven Realm in his eyes. First, he was defeated by the Violet Emperor. Now, he was defeated by Gu Fei with just 2 punches. This made him feel ashamed and resentful. This was a great blow to him. He couldn't accept it. Roar! The Little Peng roared at the sky. His long golden hair danced wildly. Rays of golden light shot out from his body. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty. The golden blood that was oozing out from his body immediately stopped. His cracked skin healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body exploded with a strange sound like a popping bean. His flesh and bones quickly reconstructed. The vitality of the Little Peng's body was extremely vigorous. There was no sign of it weakening. The power of the divine beast bloodline was awakening. A powerful and ferocious aura spread out from the Little Peng's body. The shadow of a golden rock appeared behind him. An innate divine beast, the golden-winged rock. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but become solemn. The bloodline of an innate divine beast was difficult to fathom, and he had no idea what kind of miraculous effects it would have. What would happen after the power of the bloodline was stimulated? Could it be that he could summon the power of his ancestors? Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Defeating the little Peng Emperor like this was too easy for him. Gu Fei wanted to ruthlessly trample on the little Peng Emperor when the latter displayed his peak strength. Roar! You shouldn't have given me a chance to breathe. The little Peng Emperor said in a deep voice. Two sword-like beams of light shot out from his eyes, piercing towards Gu Fei. When one's cultivation reached such a level, even one's gaze could turn into a divine sword and slay the enemy. Humph! Gu Fei sneered, but he didn't make a move. He continued to stand quietly in the sky. When the two flashes of light reached him, they exploded with a pop sound. They couldn't get close to him at all. Don't think that you are invincible just because you obtained the martial Dao inheritance. Gu Fei's disdain enraged the little Peng Emperor. After all, he was the pride of his race. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? The little Peng Emperor's body was bathed in golden light. The shadow of the great Peng Emperor condensed from his body became more and more lifelike. It actually showed signs of turning from illusion to reality. You want to condense the celestial Dharma idol? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. This little Peng Emperor was incredible. He could actually use the great mystique that only a peak almighty could use. Mysterious Dao patterns appeared on the little Peng Emperor's body, and Dao rhymes circulated. The foundation of the Sky Peng race was too shocking. They could actually imprint Dao patterns into their bloodline. As the power of their bloodline awakened, it actually attracted a trace of Dao rhymes. Humph! You actually dare to control Dao rhymes. You really don't know what's good for you. Gu Fei let the little Peng Emperor do as he pleased. He didn't take the opportunity to completely defeat the little Peng Emperor. The Dao rhymes of the little Peng Emperor's body became stronger and stronger. Ah! The little Peng Emperor roared like a wild beast. His face was ferocious, and his bloodline surged. The blood in his body was like a volcanic eruption, surging and surging. The little Peng Emperor's entire body swelled up from the power of his bloodline. His clothes tightened, and his muscles tore through his clothes, exposing them. Roar! The little Peng Emperor roared angrily. His aura instantly surged to the limit. The entire ground trembled, and cracks spread from beneath his feet. Kid, die! The little Peng Emperor roared and directly punched at Gu Fei in the sky. A terrifying metal elemental power erupted from his fist, and the entire world was illuminated in gold. Rumble, the ground trembled, and the sky trembled. The little Peng Emperor's punch displayed a terrifying might. It shook the heavens and the earth, and the nearby mountains collapsed. The entire world was shaking. The phantom of the great golden-winged Peng Emperor's body flapped its wings, and a bird's cry seemed to resound in the world. This wasn't a real sound, but a wave. This power originated from the primordial connate divine beast, the great golden-winged Peng. This was the power of the bloodline. The great golden-winged Peng's power reappeared in the body of its descendant. This was a terrifying talent, and it caused the little Peng Emperor's combat strength to instantly soar to an unbelievable level. This was similar to the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao's Ascension secret art. Both could instantly raise one's cultivation and strength, allowing the user's combat strength to rise to the limit. Flawless 5 elements fist, 5 elements as one. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He directly struck out with the power of the 5 elements as one. His right fist seemed to have 5 worlds surging, and the power of the 5 elements intertwined, forming a terrifying destructive force. In front of Gu Fei's fist, the entire void collapsed in an instant, piercing through heaven and earth. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided fiercely with the little Peng Emperor's fist, causing an earth-shattering sound. It was as if 2 worlds had collided. The void of heaven and earth shattered in all directions from the point where their fists collided. The void within a radius of thousands of feet shattered in an instant. The world shook as destructive energy storms wreaked havoc in all directions. The mountains in the surrounding area collapsed continuously, and the entire earth shook violently like waves. Chapter 1133. Gu Fei and the Little Peng Emperor attacked with all their might, each unleashing their own ultimate moves. Two extremely powerful forces pierced through the void. It was as if two ancient great saints were fighting. Their fists collided fiercely. The destructive power spread out in all directions from the point of impact. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed and nothing could be preserved. Rumble, high up in the sky, a 1,000-meter-wide black hole appeared. It was formed by the shattering of the void. There was a terrifying destructive power inside that could tear everything apart. Gu Fei flew high up in the sky. Yin-yang energy surged around his body. He wasn't able to suppress the Little Peng Emperor in that attack. At this time, the ground collapsed. The Little Peng Emperor was smashed into the ground by the destructive power that came crashing down from the sky. The ground within a radius of tens of miles collapsed. So strong. Gu Fei stabilized his body. He felt a sharp pain in his right fist. The muscles on his palm had cracked open and blood was flowing out. His blood was comparable to divine blood. It contained martial Dao energy and was full of spirituality. Every drop of his blood was emitting yin-yang divine light. Gu Fei's strength came from his body. He cultivated the supreme mortal body sanctification art. Even a drop of blood or a strand of hair on his body was a rare treasure. The bloodline of the Sky Peng race was extraordinary. It was the continuation of the power of the Great Golden Peng Bird. The Great Golden Peng Bird was an existence comparable to a sage. The bloodline of a sage was also incomparably powerful. No one dared to provoke the Li clan of the heavenly realm. There was also the Golden Spirit Ape race. Yuan Hong was the son of the elder sage ape. The talent inherited from his father was too shocking. Such a character had already surpassed ordinary cultivators when he was young. In terms of cultivation, he had a talent that others couldn't even look up to. If the great sages of the human race that disappeared in the ancient times still had their bloodline, the human race would definitely be stronger than it was now. Unfortunately, not every sage could leave behind a bloodline. Roar! The golden wing Little Peng Emperor's furious roar came from the ground. The entire ground was collapsing, and a bottomless pit appeared in the ground. In the pitch-black hole, there was a burst of golden light. Then, a huge golden bird rushed out of the hole in the ground, its golden light illuminating the world. This was a divine bird that seemed to be made of gold. It was like a small mountain that gave off a powerful pressure. A peerless ferocious might spread out from the bird. The entire world shook, almost collapsing from the extremely powerful aura emanating from the giant golden bird. In the middle of the golden bird, a figure was faintly discernible. This figure merged with the golden bird as one, triggering the power of the metal element in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Universal Dharma Idol? Gu Fei felt an immense pressure. This golden bird was the legendary Great Golden Rock. The aura of a connate divine beast filled the air. The power of the Great Golden Rock's bloodline was completely stimulated by the Golden Wing Little Peng Emperor. He successfully condensed the universal Dharma idol of the Sky Rock clan, attracting the power of the Sky Rock. Die! The Golden Wing Little Peng Emperor's voice came from the body of the golden bird. Then, the golden bird instantly turned into a golden light, piercing towards Gu Fei. The vast power of the metal element sealed the world, making it impossible for Gu Fei to escape. So fast. That frightening ray of golden light was extremely fast. In an instant, it pierced through the air, displaying its terrifying speed and power. Bang! Gu Fei was sent flying. He only had time to protect his chest with his hands before he was hit by the golden light. The bones in his arms were immediately broken, and even his chest caved in. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Gu Fei's mouth. What? The golden bird reappeared, and the little golden rock emperor was very shocked. His opponent had actually been able to withstand his attack, which was truly unexpected. If it had been an ordinary emperor-tier cultivator, or even an almighty cultivator who had just reached the initial stage of the severing of the path, he would probably have been killed in body and soul by this attack. Kacha! Kacha! The sound of bones reassembling came from within Gu Fei's body. The broken bones in his arms and chest were all recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. His martial body recovered in the blink of an eye. This, the Golden Wing Little Peng Emperor couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. His opponent's life force was extremely strong. His attack just now didn't seem to really hurt his opponent. This is really surprising. Gu Fei wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and calmly walked over from afar. He calmly looked at the Golden Wing Little Peng Emperor, who had fused with the Golden Rock. The worldly avatar was indeed extraordinary. Although the Golden Rock was condensed from the boundless power of the metal element, it could emit a trace of the aura of an innate divine beast. This kind of aura could intimidate all the ferocious beasts in the world. Even the most powerful of beasts would have to lower their heads. Gu Fei felt a great pressure, as if he was facing a saint. He had the urge to kneel down and worship. However, he cultivated himself. He didn't respect the heavens or the earth. He didn't even respect the martial ancestors. He only respected himself. How could he submit to this aura? You also surprised me. The Golden Wing Little Peng Emperor was even more eager to fight when he saw that Gu Fei was able to survive his ultimate attack. Furthermore, he didn't seem to be injured at all. Whoosh! A golden wind blew as the rock spread its wings. The entire world was filled with golden light. The rock's wings turned into terrifying swords that slashed at Gu Fei. This was the power of the bloodline. It contained a trace of the power of an innate divine beast. It was extremely terrifying. Even a mighty cultivator at the Severing Dao would have to retreat. Very well. Gu Fei's true energy surged violently as the yin and yang blood qi rushed out of his body. Streams of yin and yang blood qi coiled around his body like a huge dragon. This was neither immortal energy nor divine energy, but it was even more terrifying than immortal energy and divine energy. Bam! Gu Fei held yang in his right hand and yin in his left. The power of yin and yang gathered on his hands. He struck out with the yin-yang fist. The true force of yin and yang intertwined, increasing his combat strength. He was fearless and incomparably powerful. His head of black hair danced about crazily as he charged forward. Clang! It was as if thousands of peerless godly weapons were vibrating. The golden godly swords that seemed to be able to destroy everything shattered upon coming into contact with Gu Fei's fist. The Golden Wing Little Peng Emperor was shocked. This guy's physique is so strong. How is this possible? A human's physique shouldn't be this strong. One should know that even Emperor Divine weapons would find it hard to defend against the Golden Dao swords unleashed by the Heaven and Earth Avatar. Could it be that this guy's physique is even stronger than an Emperor Divine weapon? The Golden Wing Little Peng Emperor was shocked. Gu Fei's divine fists caused the entire void to tremble. The sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. His fist technique seemed to contain the great Tao of yin and yang. With each punch, a golden Dao sword would shatter. This was a shocking scene. High up in the sky, a person was fighting a golden rock with his fists. The terrifying aura spread far and wide. The depths of the mountains were shaking. The two figures moved quickly in the sky. The Golden Wing Little Peng Emperor was more and more shocked as he fought. His opponent's divine force seemed to be endless. He attacked with all his strength and didn't seem to be exhausted. This battle was happening in the depths of the southern mountains of the Middle Lands. Not many people could see it. However, the commotion caused by the battle was too shocking. It still alarmed a few cultivators who were cultivating in the depths of the mountains. How terrifying! Is this a battle between emperors? Heaven and Earth Avatar. This is the technique of a peak emperor. Who is that person? He can actually compete with a peak emperor. Several cultivators whispered. These people had been cultivating in the depths of the mountains for many years and knew each other. Among these people, there were peak emperors who were close to the Dao severing realm, and there were also sovereigns who had not yet become sovereigns. Everyone watched from afar and didn't dare to approach. This guy actually hid his strength so deeply. I was too careless. A woman wearing a bronze mask whispered. Behind the mask, a pair of divine eyes flashed. She stood high up in the sky and stared at the battle in front of her. The combat strength that Gu Fei had displayed shocked her. Was the martial path that had been lost for countless years about to appear in the world? The bloodline of the martial ancestor had long been severed for countless years. True warriors had long disappeared from the world. Only in some of the most ominous and evil places in the heaven realm could one find the corpses of warriors with immortal bodies. For martial cultivators, the corpses of profound accomplishment warriors were also precious treasures. They could be refined into great killing weapons or even an invincible outer body incarnation. When a profound accomplishment warrior died, his body was immortal and his qi and blood did not dry up. It still contained great power. As long as this power could be guided out, it was equivalent to the rebirth of a profound accomplishment warrior. Although it could not be compared with a profound accomplishment warrior when they were alive, the indestructible body alone could definitely cause a headache for a half-step sage. Only the ancient forces that had been passed down for countless years knew how terrifying a profound accomplishment warrior was. Boom! Yin and yang qi and blood erupted at the same time like 100,000 volcanoes. Qi and blood soared into the sky. Gu Fei seemed to have incarnated into a primordial god of war. With a pair of fists, he smashed the golden rock back, suppressing the great Peng avatar. Such combat strength, the mysterious woman wearing the bronze mask could not help but be moved. Was this the legendary invincible warrior? It was indeed terrifying. He could actually suppress the little Peng emperor. It must be known that the little Peng emperor's physique was very special. Within the Sky Peng race, he was the first person to awaken the bloodline of the great Peng golden-winged bird. This was the phenomenon of atavism. Such a person was extremely terrifying. He had the same potential as the ancestors of his race. When he cultivated, he would definitely advance bravely and rapidly. The little Peng emperor could not be said to be weak. However, he had encountered Gu Fei. Chapter 1134. The golden-winged Great Peng was the most ferocious divine bird in the world. According to legend, this divine bird fed on dragons and was the natural nemesis of the dragon race. It appeared in the primordial divine sea. The golden-winged little Peng activated the power of its bloodline and condensed the dharma of the golden-winged Great Peng. The ferocious power that erupted was enough to make an emperor's expression change. This was a technique that could only be used by grand completion emperors. It could attract the power of the heavens and was called the Dharma of heaven and earth. Such power was equivalent to a war between the heavens and earth. However, this power was forcefully suppressed by Gu Fei. This made everyone dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. This fist technique manifests the great Tao of Yin and Yang. It doesn't seem to be any weaker than the Dharma of heaven and earth. The mysterious woman wearing a bronze mask whispered. The other alarmed cultivators seemed to have noticed something and were inexplicably shocked. This was a power that was different from the immortal Tao and divine Tao. What kind of technique is this? Other than the mysterious woman, no one could see what technique Gu Fei was using. They were all puzzled. It was no wonder. The martial Tao had disappeared for countless years. Unless it was a force with a long history, it would be impossible to understand it. These cultivators who were cultivating in the mountains were all rogue cultivators. They didn't have any great force behind them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen to cultivate in the mountains. Boom! All of a sudden, the entire world trembled intensely. Gu Fei took a step forward in the air, and with his first step, the wind and clouds beneath his feet churned as a destructive might gushed forth. This was the supreme killing technique of the 8 desolation steps, 8 steps 8 kills. Gu Fei immediately took a second step. At the same time, he was already above the golden-winged little Peng and stomped down. Rumble, the void under his feet collapsed in an instant. The power of the second step was too strong. This was not a simple addition of 1 + 1 = 2, nor was it a superposition of power. Gu Fei's second step was much stronger than the first step. It could simply crush mountains and rivers. It had a terrifying power that could destroy the world. Bam! The golden-winged rock was stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei. The golden-winged little rock emperor, who had merged with the golden rock, had golden blood oozing out of his mouth. The golden-winged rock's dharma of heaven and earth had almost collapsed. Roar! The golden-winged little Peng emperor roared again and again. The golden Peng spread its wings, and golden light burst forth. A huge golden bird rushed up from the ground and pounced towards Gu Fei in the sky. Swoosh! A pair of golden claws swiped at Gu Fei, wanting to tear him to shreds. The claws, which seemed to be made of gold, emitted a terrifying golden light that was hundreds of feet long, piercing through the void. Under this level of power, the heavens and the earth were simply as fragile as thin paper, and they would be torn apart with a single tear. At this time, Gu Fei took his third step. There seemed to be thunder roaring under his feet, and there were bolts of lightning like divine light shooting out. It was as if he wanted to crush the entire ground with one step. Boom! Gu Fei stomped on the golden claws, shattering them in an instant. The third step of the 8 kill steps could shatter and obliterate everything in its path, displaying its great might. The golden-winged little Peng emperor let out an unwilling roar. He was stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei again. This was a great humiliation, and he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood in anger. One had to know that the golden-winged little Peng emperor was a genius of the Tian Peng race. He was born with a proud and unyielding character, and he would never submit to anyone. But now, he was trampled by Gu Fei twice in a row. This made him angry and shocked. Humph! I want to defeat you when you are at your strongest, and let you know that there is always someone above you. Gu Fei's voice came down from the sky. Roar! You! At this time, the golden-winged little Peng emperor finally understood why Yi Futian allowed him to increase his strength and cultivation. So it was because of this. This made him almost faint from anger. You what? Aren't you very arrogant and arrogant? Do you want to kill me? Gu Fei sneered. He then took the 4th step of the 8 kill steps. Without any suspense, under Gu Fei's foot, the dharma of heaven and earth that the little Peng emperor condensed by activating the power of his bloodline collapsed. The golden-winged great Peng emperor seemed to have a life of its own. With a sad cry, it turned into endless golden light rain and disappeared from the world. The golden-winged little Peng emperor's bloodline power was forcibly dispersed by Gu Fei. He was beaten back to his original form. He vomited a mouthful of golden blood and once again smashed into the ground below. The golden-winged little Peng emperor lost. The cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were all shocked. The golden-winged little Peng emperor was a well-known figure among the younger generation of the Tian Peng race. There was no one who didn't know his name. Even many experts of the older generation had been defeated by him. Once the golden-winged great Peng emperor used his dharma, no one was a match for him. Even mighty cultivators of the severing Tao had to retreat. The golden-winged little Peng emperor was almost invincible among those of the same level. The last time he was defeated by the Zi Huang was just an accident. At that time, he had actually sealed part of his power and didn't use the power of his bloodline. Otherwise, the Zi Huang would have been the one defeated. However, when the golden-winged little Peng Emperor came out of seclusion and wanted to settle the score with the Zi Huang, he heard that the Zi Huang had been killed by a person called Gu Fei. After some investigation, the person called Gu Fei turned out to be the young human cultivator that he had met at the golden-winged great ape Yuan Hong's place the other day. The person who could walk with the golden-winged great ape Yuan Hong was definitely not an ordinary person. He's too strong. I'm actually not a match for him. Deep in the ground, in the ice-cold soil, the golden-winged little Peng Emperor felt helpless for the first time. The strength of his opponent had exceeded his expectations. The legendary warrior was actually so terrifying. His physical body was comparable to the divine weapon of an almighty. His combat strength was like the reincarnation of an ancient god of war. He was strong, domineering, and invincible. In the sky, Gu Fei was about to take his fifth step. He didn't plan on letting this powerful opponent go. If he took the fifth step, the golden-winged little Peng Emperor would definitely not survive. Given Gu Fei's current cultivation, he could barely take the sixth step. Yin and Yang Qi surged out from under Gu Fei's feet. Yin and Yang intertwined, and Daoist runes emerged. This fifth step was already a terrifying killing move that could draw upon the power of the heavens. Only mighty cultivators of the Severing Dao could use such a killing move, but now, Gu Fei had easily used it. Destructive power condensed under his feet. However, right at this moment, a terrifying ripple suddenly appeared in the distance and was rapidly approaching them, causing Gu Fei to be taken aback. That old Peng Emperor still came after all. Chapter 1135. Gu Fei and the little Peng Emperor fought in the depths of the endless mountains in the southern part of the Central Earth. Although the little Peng Emperor was strong and had the purest bloodline of its ancestor, it was still no match for Gu Fei's fists. The peerless martial art that had disappeared since ancient times had reappeared in the world. This was definitely a big event. Countless people had been searching for the inheritance of the martial ancestor for countless years. No one knew what earth-shattering things happened in the late period of the ancient untainted land. The untainted land was broken and turned into an endless starry sky. Only a few big stars had life. The Tenglong continent in the human world was on one of these big stars. This was a big star with life and almost endless territory. Even the emperors of the Almighty Realm didn't know how big this big star was. This was a part of the untainted land. From this, one could imagine how vast the untainted land was in the past. It was definitely an endless world. Only such a huge world could give birth to thousands of races in the untainted land. The untainted land no longer existed, but life continued to exist. In the endless starry sky, there were powerful beings. Immortals were one of them. In the depths of the starry sky, there were even ruins of ancient battlefields. It was a dangerous place. Some people said that a holy war had taken place there, a great war between saints. The heavenly realm was another world above the untainted land. No one knew the origin of the heavenly realm. It had already existed since the untainted land. According to legend, the one who discovered the heavenly realm was a supreme saint of the untainted land. Humans were not natives of the heavenly realm. They were outsiders who came to the heavenly realm from the lower realm. Of course, no one believed that this legend was true. The human race was extremely powerful in the heavenly realm. They should have been the masters of the heavenly realm. However, there were other powerful races in the heavenly realm. The descendants of various innate divine beasts still lived in the heavenly realm. Demons were also very powerful. These forces were enough to control the situation in the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm was very complicated. It was much crueler than what Gu Fei had imagined. Although there were many experts here, it was more dangerous than the human world. As soon as Gu Fei left, a monstrous pressure of a saint came from afar. A golden divine light spread from afar, illuminating the entire world in a golden color. A golden rock the size of a mountain could be vaguely seen within the golden light. A golden-haired old man descended from the sky. The shadow of the rock disappeared into the void, but the terrifying holy might did not weaken in the slightest. All of the cultivators in the endless mountains, and even in the entire southern part of the Middle Lands, could sense these fluctuations. The saint relic of the rock race was almost fully awakened. Did someone bring a saint weapon into the land of saint burial? This fluctuation. Could it be old ancestor Tianpeng? Just what are the Tianpeng clan trying to do? Don't they know the consequences of using their saint weapons? Low voices sounded from the great sects of the Central Earth. There were old monster-level existences that were startled. There were some who directly came out of seclusion and headed towards the Central Earth's southern region. The appearance of the land of the saint burial had already complicated the situation in the southern part of the Central Plains. Now that the Tianpeng clan was using their saint weapons, the situation in the southern part of the Central Plains became even more turbulent. When Emperor Rock arrived, he was extremely alarmed. The region that spanned hundreds of kilometers had been reduced to sand. The region that spanned 500 kilometers had been completely destroyed. Just what powerful opponent did Little Peng encounter? While alarmed, Emperor Rock heaved a sigh of relief. He sensed the Little Peng Emperor's aura. Although the Little Peng Emperor's aura was weak, his life wasn't in danger. Just who defeated Little Peng? Emperor Rock scanned his surroundings and discovered the cultivators who were about to retreat. With a wave of his hand, the cultivators were immediately restrained by Emperor Rock. The cultivators couldn't help but turn pale with fright. The other party was an almighty, an emperor-level expert. It would be effortless for him to kill them. The mysterious woman in the bronze mask had already left at some point in time. Emperor Rock didn't ask any questions. Instead, he used his powerful spiritual force to invade the cultivators' Naiwan palaces and read their memories. Has the ancient martial Dao reappeared? Soon, Emperor Rock learned everything. Then, he raised his hand and threw the cultivators 500 kilometers away, scaring them out of their wits. These people didn't even dare to make a sound and immediately flew away. Humph! Little Peng is too arrogant. It's not necessarily a bad thing to suffer a setback. Emperor Rock muttered to himself. At that moment, he waved his hand, and the Little Peng Emperor flew up from the depths of the ground. Emperor Rock carried the Little Peng Emperor and vanished into the void. The monstrous sage might vanished as well. The countless living beings in the mountain were finally freed from their panic. The sage might wasn't something anyone could withstand. This was a supreme aura that only appeared after one reached Dao validation. It resonated with the great Dao and could crush the heavens. A fully awakened sacred weapon was definitely equivalent to a sage. It could deliver the full-powered strike of a sage. The large sects that had existed for countless years all had sacred weapons. This was a form of deterrence. No one was willing to easily offend someone with a sacred weapon. The reason Eastern Earth Emperor Xiangu dared to attack the Mystic Dark Sect was largely because he knew the Mystic Dark Sect's secret. The Mystic Dark Sect's sacred weapon had been lost for many years. This secret was something that Eastern Earth Emperor Xiangu had spent a lot of effort to learn. Large sects that had produced sages were not to be trifled with. If the Mystic Dark Sect's sacred weapon hadn't been lost, Eastern Earth Emperor Xiangu wouldn't have dared to attack the Mystic Dark Sect. What a pity. Gu Fei stood on a mountain peak and sighed. When Emperor Rock arrived, he had no choice but to retreat. He hadn't been able to kill the Little Peng Emperor. The Little Peng Emperor had been severely injured. However, once he recovered, his strength and cultivation would definitely improve greatly. This was a terrifying physique of the Sky Rock race. Lingering between life and death could stimulate even more powerful bloodline power. This was an innate talent of the Sky Rock race. Furthermore, it was an innate talent that no one could match. This was a special characteristic of the great golden-winged rock bloodline. It was unique. Only members of the Sky Rock race had this kind of physique. At this time, Gu Fei had already rushed thousands of miles away. He was far away from the area where he and the little Peng Emperor had fought. His inner world power isolated his aura. Even someone as strong as Emperor Rock would find it difficult to track him down. The eastern sky was already turning white. The night that had shrouded the land was about to pass. Gu Fei thought for a moment. Then, he walked out of the mountain and headed in the direction of Sky Connect City. Chapter 1136. Sky Split City was livelier than ever before. The streets were filled with people and cultivators in all sorts of clothes. Immortals who usually didn't show themselves could be seen everywhere in Sky Split City. There were even celestial sovereigns. The appearance of the land of saints had alarmed many people. Gu Fei entered Sky Split City before the sun had even risen. Sky Split City gave Gu Fei the feeling of a tiger's den and a dragon's lair. Who knew how many experts from all over the world had come to Sky Split City? The heavenly realm was far more complicated than it seemed on the surface. A few old monsters who had lived for countless years wouldn't miss out on this chance to enter the land of saints. This was especially true for those who had been stuck at the almighty realm for countless years. Nothing in the world could move them. They only had one goal, and that was to become a saint. Gu Fei suppressed his cultivation and blended in with the cultivators in the city. He had already changed his appearance so that no one could recognize him. However, Gu Fei could still sense a pair of eyes watching him. This made him feel very uneasy. Could it be that he was being watched by a great magus? Only those at the Dao severing level possessed great abilities and power. Aside from saints, the strongest existences in the world were the peak almighties. In the heavenly realm, those at the Dao severing level were called emperors. They were the rulers of a region and controlled a territory. At the same time, they also controlled the lives and deaths of countless living beings in that territory. There were no countries in the heavenly realm, only cultivation factions. Each sect controlled a territory that spanned thousands of miles. They were equivalent to different countries. Gu Fei first found a restaurant and had a simple meal before strolling around the city. He wanted to uncover the person who was secretly spying on him, but the other party's methods were too clever, making it difficult for him to capture anything. Although he was a cultivator, he didn't abstain from ordinary food like other cultivators. His constitution was special, so he didn't have to worry about food. However, it was different for cultivators. The 5 grains were all considered to contain impurities. Eating them over a long period of time would cause the immortal Dao energy within one's body to become turbid and no longer pure. With such a physique, Gu Fei could easily blend into the crowd of mortals and eat and drink like mortals. No one would be able to tell that he was a high and mighty cultivator. The marketplace was the most well-informed place. As Gu Fei walked around, he heard a lot of useful information. Some said that the leaders of the great sects of Middle-earth had come to Tong Tian City with their holy weapons, and some saw the lord of Tong Tian City welcoming a holy monk of Mo Bay into his mansion. There were also people who saw a great demon displaying its divine ability outside Heaven Connect City, its demonic aura overflowing into the sky. In the vicinity of Heaven Connect City, there were powerful figures roaming about. Some people even sensed the mighty holy might, and some people were using holy weapons. The news that the leaders of the great sects had come with their holy weapons was not groundless. Even the experts of the other regions were rushing over to Tong Tian City. Some people even saw a terrifying demonic shadow appearing in a valley outside Tong Tian City, causing the great sects to be extremely nervous. Some sect leaders had personally gone to the valley to investigate. There were indeed traces of a great demon staying in the valley. There was a trace of true demon chi that did not dissipate, causing the expression of the great figure to change on the spot. A great demon has appeared? Gu Fei sat down in a tea house. There were many people who seemed to be cultivators in the tea house, whispering to each other. This was the territory of the Grand Pure Sacred Land, and these people were wearing the Tao robes of the grand pure sacred land. These people's cultivation could not be hidden in front of Gu Fei at all. Gu Fei shook his head. These people's cultivation was too weak. They were only at the void-controlling realm. They should be some disciples of the grand pure sacred land. Have you heard? The city lord is currently inviting an important figure to a banquet. Really? Which side is this expert from? I heard that he's from the South Mountains. The person who wants the city lord to personally invite him to a banquet can't be the South Mountains' divine emperor, Zhang Shao. The disciples of the grand pure sacred land said a lot of things that shocked Gu Fei. The city lord of Tong Tian City was a greater emperor with a cultivation at the peak of the Almighty. Gu Fei had once sensed a powerful and vast aura coming from the city lord's mansion. Although this aura disappeared as soon as it appeared, it shocked all the cultivators in the entire Tong Tian City. A greater emperor was synonymous with power. Such an existence was only one step away from becoming a sage. Their cultivation was unfathomable, and they had great divine power and strength. For a great perfection emperor to invite a great perfection emperor to a banquet, only a great perfection emperor would have the qualifications to do so. Others wouldn't have such treatment. An expert from the South Mountains? Gu Fei suddenly thought of a person. That person had once appeared outside Tong Tian City. Could that person be the person invited by the city lord of Tong Tian City? This was an immortal's banquet. The place where the banquet was held must be bejeweled wine and rare immortal treasures. Every item must be a rare divine material. Although Gu Fei thought of a person, he did not dare to verify it. After all, that was the city lord's mansion. A greater emperor lived in the city. He did not want to provoke such a person. Currently, he did not have the ability to challenge an emperor unless he cultivated to the celestial being realm. Suddenly, Gu Fei saw a familiar figure walking in front of the tea house. The person took a step and appeared several meters away. It seemed like he was taking a stroll, but his speed was very fast. The strange thing was that the mortals around the person did not feel anything strange. It was as if they did not notice anything. Shrinking the ground into an inch? Gu Fei was a little surprised. This guy was actually using a technique. One should know that not many people were willing to use a technique in Tong Tian City at this time. How could he appear in the heaven realm? Gu Fei was very shocked. It was impossible for someone to appear, but he did. This puzzled him. He immediately got up, walked out of the tea house, and chased in the direction that the person disappeared in. The person went straight out of Tong Tian City and soared into the sky, flying in the direction of the Scarlet Plains. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. Gu Fei took large strides and ran on the ground. He was also very fast. He chased all the way and soon found that the person in front of him seemed to really want to enter the Scarlet Plains. What is he doing there? Gu Fei was surprised. Although it was daytime, the land of saints had already appeared. Even if the power of the Scarlet Plains was at its weakest, entering the Scarlet Plains would still be dangerous. However, after approaching the Scarlet Plains, the person in front of him landed on the ground. Then, he quickly walked on the ground and changed direction. So he didn't really want to enter the Scarlet Plains. Gu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to enter that place again. The people of the great sects were watching that place. There were rumors that the great sects had already planned to join forces to break into the land of saints. The person in front of him ran along the outer region of the Scarlet Plains for hundreds of miles before stopping in a valley. This guy was very vigilant. From time to time, he glanced around and at the same time, he also restrained his aura. "You're here." A voice suddenly sounded in the valley. Then, the void in the valley undulated like waves. A few figures directly passed through this layer of void and walked out. Gu Fei stopped behind a large rock in the distance. He hid to the side and coldly looked at the people in the valley. "It's him?" Gu Fei also knew the other people who appeared in the valley. The one in front was the disciple of the Duanmu family that he met once at the Hidden Moon Pavilion's auction. The other two people were not unfamiliar to Gu Fei either. One was a female cultivator, Duanmu Hong's junior sister. The other was someone he knew, and it was impossible for him to appear in the heaven realm. "Brother Zhou, did you bring that thing?" Duanmu Hong asked. "Humph. How could I fail?" the man said, then took out an item wrapped in red cloth from his bosom. There were runes on the red cloth, and they were very ancient runes. Each rune was like a small ancestral dragon, as if they were about to fly out of the cloth. There was a stream of Tao energy circulating in the red cloth. This item was definitely extraordinary, and it had a great origin. It should be something that belonged to a saint. Very good. In that case, we can break into that place. Duanmu Hong nodded and reached out to take the item. "Brother Duanmu, can we really open that place?" The man who appeared with Duanmu Hong was a little doubtful. It should be known that that place was not ordinary. "Humph. Brother Yen, are you doubting my strength?" Duanmu Hong was a little arrogant and said coldly. "Brother Duanmu, don't misunderstand. Brother Yen doesn't mean that." The person who brought the item quickly said. He seemed to be trying to please Duanmu Hong. "It's best if that's the case." Duanmu Hong coldly glanced at the cultivator with the surname Yen, then walked out of the valley towards a black mountain in front of him, ignoring the two people. Duanmu Hong's junior sister was also very arrogant. She was a little disdainful of the two people. She followed Duanmu Hong closely, not even bothering to look at the two people. "Zhou Haoyang, Yen Hao, why are these two people here?" Gu Fei did not show himself to meet the two people in the valley. These two people were Zhou Haoyang, a disciple of the Zhou family in the human realm, and Yen Hao, a prince of the great Yen dynasty. These two people should be in the lower realm. How could they come to the heaven realm? Was the sky connecting platform activated again? Broke through the path of heavenly mortality? Zhou Haoyang and Yen Hao were very angry, but they did not say anything. They seemed to be relying on Duanmu Hong and did not want to have a falling out with him. They rushed out of the valley and chased after Duanmu Hong and his junior sister. In front of them, a black mountain stood between heaven and earth. The entire black mountain seemed to have been split in half by a sword. The top of the mountain was very flat. Chapter 1137. What's going on? Gu Fei was very surprised. He followed Zhou Haoyang and the others to the vicinity. A black mountain stood in front of them. The black mountain was like a terrifying heavenly beast hiding there, giving off an uneasy and oppressive feeling. What are these people trying to do? Gu Fei had a lot of questions. Obviously, these people were heading towards the black mountain in front of them. He had a bad feeling, as if something terrible was about to happen. Zhou Haoyang and Yen Hao were not from the heavenly realm. They should be in the lower realm, but they appeared in the heavenly realm. What was going on? The four people in front quickly approached the black mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Duanmu Hong and his junior sister stopped at the bottom of the mountain. They did not directly climb up the mountain. Then, Duanmu Hong began to carve feng shui runes at the foot of the mountain. The runes imprinted on the ground, drawing out an unfathomable power. He actually borrowed the earth qi. This Duanmu Hong seems to have some ability. After the feng shui runes imprinted on the ground, the earth qi rose. The dragon vein under the ground actually showed signs of recovery, gathering the earth qi from all directions. A force quickly condensed. The dragon vein under the ground had already dried up and was on the verge of death. But Duanmu Hong used an unfathomable divine art to gradually stimulate the dying dragon vein under the ground. Rumble, the earth qi was so strong that the entire black mountain shook. Under the ground, it seemed like there was an earth dragon turning over. Cracks appeared on the black mountain, as if it could collapse at any time. Duanmu Hong's expression was incomparably solemn. He was using his divine power to condense feng shui runes and continuously imprinted them into the ground. A crack appeared on the ground. He was carefully drawing the earth qi, opening up a crack in the ground. The crack gradually expanded, and a terrifying aura seeped out from the depths of the crack. A yin wind rushed out from the depths of the crack, and the temperature of the entire heaven and earth dropped rapidly. This is, Gu Fei, who was hiding at the side, felt a surge of cold air. His body actually felt a chill. Xian Yin Qi. There was actually a Yin land under the Black Mountain? The Black Mountain town was located in the mystic Yin land. Could it be that this was actually a great tomb? The Xian Yin land was very mysterious. It could give birth to the Yin god. In ancient times, many people believed that after death, they would be buried in the Xian Yin land and obtain a new life. Legend has it that in ancient times, when some great figures accidentally died, as long as their bodies were not destroyed, their descendants would find a mysterious Yin place and bury them. The corpses of the fallen experts, after being nourished day and night by the Xian Yin Qi, would gradually change their physique and become the Xian Yin body. After countless years, this Xian Yin body might even gain consciousness. This kind of rebirth was already a new life. Everything in the past had been severed, and the newly born profound Yin body would not remember anything that had happened in the past. Are these guys digging graves? Gu Fei was very surprised, but after thinking about it, he felt relieved. Wasn't grave digging the Duanmu clan's specialty? Only those who were proficient in feng shui and divination would be able to find the great tomb. One should know that the great tombs of great figures were very particular. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to find it, and even if they did, it would be difficult to open the great tomb. In the great tomb, there would always be peerless killing intent. Rumble, it was like two huge pieces of the earth's crust were moving, and the ground was undulating. Endless earth qi rose up, opening a path to the depths of the earth. Zhou Haoyang, Yan Hao, and the others watched nervously. Even Duanmu Hong's junior sister was clenching her fists nervously, feeling a little uneasy. Swoosh! Duanmu Hong made his move, and a red light flew out from his chest. It was the treasure that Zhou Haoyang had given him, and the red cloth wrapped around the treasure flew up. What made Gu Fei a little dumbfounded was that the red cloth wrapped around a bone, and it was a withered bone. The withered bone was full of holes, as if it would turn into a pile of bone dust with a touch. There was no movement coming from the withered bone, but as soon as the withered bone appeared, the terrifying Yin Qi surging out from the depths of the earth was suppressed. ZZZT. The withered bone stabbed into the ground, stabilizing the crack. Only then did Duanmu Hong breathe a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat off his forehead. Done. Duanmu Hong was a little out of breath. This kind of magic that could restrain the earth's dragon veins wasn't something an ordinary geomancer could use. This Duanmu Hong had already reached the celestial being realm. This kind of geomancer was very frightening. He could stand on the ground and capture underground dragons, then turn them into peerless killing techniques to attack his enemies. However, Gu Fei didn't think much of Duanmu Hong. After all, he had defeated the Little Peng Emperor. No matter how strong this Duanmu Hong was, he couldn't be stronger than the Little Peng Emperor. What really shocked Gu Fei was the withered bone. It looked like a small toy bone, only half of it. There was nothing eye-catching about it, and it didn't emit any energy fluctuations or aura. It was inserted into the ground just like that, but it was able to stabilize a part of the earth. Could it be a piece of sacred bone? Gu Fei thought of a possibility. Only sacred bones could have such unfathomable power. If this bone really was a sacred bone, then it would be too unbelievable. With Zhou Haoyang's cultivation and strength, how could he have obtained a sacred bone? The corpse of a saint could not be desecrated. Even if a saint died, his body still contained power and aura that was difficult to dissipate. Ordinary people couldn't even get close to him. Even mighty figures at the severing path couldn't touch the corpse of a saint. The aura of a saint was something even mighty figures at the severing path couldn't withstand. At this time, Duanmu Hong had already walked into the crack that led to the depths of the earth and disappeared inside. His junior sister followed after him. Zhou Haoyang and Yan Hao looked at each other. They were a little hesitant. Below them was definitely a terrifying tomb, where important figures from ancient times were buried. If they entered such a large tomb, they could die inside if they weren't careful. However, in the end, Zhou Haoyang and Yan Hao still gritted their teeth and walked into the big crack. The crack on the earth was pitch black inside. Even if Gu Fei used his martial path Heavenly Eye, it was difficult to see the situation inside. It was pitch black inside, as if even the secrets of heaven were hidden. There really is such a place in this world. Gu Fei said to himself. When he was cultivating in the Supreme Mystery sect in the human realm, he often read the ancient books of the sect. The Supreme Mystery sect, as a great sect that had stood in the human realm for thousands of years, naturally had many ancient books in the sect, and there were also some ancient books. In the ancient books, there were many ancient legends recorded, among which there were several methods that ancient people wanted to resurrect the dead. Mysterious burial was one of these methods. Moreover, in ancient times, it seemed that there really were people who reversed life and death. Corpses that had been dead for countless years, gave birth to new spiritual wisdom. Gu Fei walked out of the darkness and came to the front of the crack. He carefully looked at the dry bone that was inserted into the ground, and was very shocked. When he came closer, he found that this dry bone was really a little different. There seemed to be blurry marks on it, but the marks were so blurry that they were almost invisible. This was definitely a saint bone. Gu Fei really could not believe that he actually saw a saint bone in this kind of situation. On the bone, there were marks of the Tao. Only a saint who had successfully proved his Tao would have this kind of bone body. This was a saint bone, how could it have decayed to this extent? Gu Fei could not understand. Although a saint was dead, the corpse left behind was still not something that anyone could touch. The essence of this saint bone seemed to have been lost, but it still showed extraordinary power. What kind of thing could actually cause a saint bone to decay to such an extent? Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme. This was really too incredible. It seemed that some kind of power had refined the corpse of a saint, and the essence contained in the saint bone had been lost. A power that could refine the corpse of a saint? Just thinking about it made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. It was really hard to imagine what kind of power it was that could even destroy the corpse of a saint who had proved his Tao. The saint bone was almost rotten, it should not have any power, but it was such a dry bone that showed an extraordinary side. Gu Fei did not think too much. He retracted his gaze and looked at the crack. After thinking for a while, he walked in. Inside the crack, it was pitch black. The moment Gu Fei entered, he felt as if he had walked into a different world. All the mysteries of heaven were hidden. Gu Fei opened his martial path Heavenly Eye, but found that even if he used it, he could only see things about 100 zhang around him. He could not see anything further. He could not help but be shocked. The crack led to the depths of the earth, and there was a cold aura in it. It was as if a terrifying god was hiding inside, which made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy. This is definitely a rare tomb. How did these guys find this tomb? Gu Fei was very curious. With the cultivation of Zhou Haoyang and the others, they should not have been able to find this big tomb. Could it be him? Yes. It was possible. The art of feng shui could be used to find a suitable burial ground for the living, but it could also be used to find a great tomb. At this time, all the cultivators in the heaven realm had their eyes focused on the land of saint burial. No one would care about other things. In this way, Duanmu Hong and the others were not afraid of being disturbed. To Duanmu Hong and the others, this tomb was absolutely not inferior to the land of saint burial. Perhaps there was an ancient great saint buried in the tomb. Gu Fei walked down for about 1,000 zhang. He was very careful. No one knew what dangers there were in the Yin tomb. Swish! All of a sudden, a chilly air current surged from the front. A strange ripple was rapidly approaching Gu Fei, as if something was about to rush out from within. Chapter 1138. Inside the Yin tomb, the Yin wind was so strong that even the sacred bone could not completely suppress it. If a powerful figure was buried in such a place, it would definitely be an extremely ominous place. This kind of mysterious Yin tomb was probably not inferior to the land of saints. No one dared to enter carelessly. Most of those who entered would die inside, never to come out again. Just as Gu Fei entered the ground through the crack created by the sacred bone, a bone-chilling and terrifying Yin aura came from the darkness ahead. An unknown creature was rapidly approaching Gu Fei. What's that? Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. Anything that rushed out of the Yin tomb was definitely an evil creature. Only evil creatures could come out of the Yin tomb, and absolutely not living creatures. The mysterious Yin land contained extreme Yin qi, and was the coldest Yin place between heaven and earth. It was simply impossible for any living creature to survive in such a place. Even if a cultivator entered this place, they would also be assimilated by the extreme Yin qi and become an extremely evil Yin god. They would not be able to take a single step out of this Yin land and would be reduced to a Yin god guarding the tomb. Swish! A black shadow broke through the ribbon-shaped mist ahead, fiercely pouncing towards Gu Fei. Two evil blood-colored lights instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei opened his martial path heavenly eye and clearly saw that these two blood-colored lights were actually two blood-colored eyes that emitted an evil light. The thing that was pouncing towards him was a huge bat. This bat's entire body surged with an evil Yin aura, and it was the size of a small mountain, sinister and terrifying. This was an evil creature guarding the tomb, but why didn't the people in front of him be alarmed and instead just pounce towards him? Could it be that those people had a method to seek fortune and avoid calamity? At this time, there was no time for Gu Fei to think too much. He directly punched out, causing the void to tremble. Bang! The huge bat that was pouncing towards him suddenly exploded. Gu Fei's fist force was as heavy as a mountain, and the bat couldn't withstand it at all. It was smashed into pieces, and both its body and soul were destroyed. After killing the bat, Gu Fei continued forward. After advancing another 1,000 zhang, he suddenly saw a stone statue standing in front of him, blocking his path. What is this? Gu Fei stopped. He sensed an evil aura from this statue, and it seemed dangerous. This statue seemed to be able to threaten him. He took a closer look at the stone statue and saw that it was 30 feet tall. It held a divine sword in its hand and was glaring angrily in front of it. This stone statue was carved very realistically, just like a real person. Its expression was so realistic that even a strand of hair could be seen clearly, which surprised Gu Fei. He lowered his head and thought for a moment before walking forward. Although this stone statue was strange, Gu Fei was skilled and bold, so he wasn't afraid. However, he didn't dare to let his guard down and walked forward carefully. Just when Gu Fei was about 30 feet in front of the stone statue suddenly opened its eyes. The eyes of the stone statue emitted two balls of dark green evil light, and a violent and evil aura suddenly burst out from the body of the stone statue. Bang! The entire void trembled, and the stone statue seemed to suddenly have a life of its own. The divine sword in its hand directly slashed towards Gu Fei's head. Swish! A jet-black sword light rushed out from the divine sword, breaking through the void of heaven and earth, displaying a great ferocious power, as if it wanted to destroy the heaven and earth with one sword. Humph! Gu Fei pointed out with a finger, and a ball of golden light burst out from the tip of his finger, meeting the jet-black sword light that slashed down. It was a head-on collision, Bang! Gu Fei's finger directly shattered the dark sword qi and tapped on the divine sword in the stone statue's hand. A single finger froze the entire divine sword. Then, cracks appeared on the divine sword, as if it was on the verge of shattering. Bang! The stone statue kept the divine sword, took a step forward, and blasted a fist at Gu Fei below. The huge fist set off a gust of wind, and sand and stones flew. Bang! Gu Fei also blasted his fist upwards, and his right fist directly met the fist of the stone statue. He didn't have any intention of retreating. Boom! The two fists fiercely collided, like two mountains colliding. The surrounding void trembled, and there were signs of collapse. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Crack! Cracks appeared on the fist of the stone statue, and the cracks gradually spread to the whole arm. Gu Fei's punch almost shattered the left arm of the stone statue. The stone statue took 5 to 6 steps back before it finally stopped. Gu Fei, on the other hand, was like an ancient divine mountain, standing on the ground without moving an inch. Gu Fei sensed that there seemed to be a fierce spirit awakening in the stone statue, and it was controlling the stone statue. The battle strength of the stone statue was close to that of an emperor in the celestial being realm. Moreover, the hardness of the stone statue was also beyond Gu Fei's imagination. Unexpectedly, he couldn't destroy the stone statue with one punch, which surprised Gu Fei a little. It should be known that with the strength of Gu Fei's current emperor martial body, he could even destroy an emperor divine weapon with one punch, and he could resist the mighty imperial weapons refined by the mighty figures of the cutting path. Bang! Gu Fei stepped forward and blasted another punch. On the fist, there was a vast amount of martial Wei true power, and the void in front of the fist collapsed. Boom! The left arm of the golem was finally blasted apart by Gu Fei's fist. Gravel flew everywhere, and traces of dark green evil light dissipated in the air. That was the power of the fiend inside the golem. The fierce spirit entered the stone statue. This stone statue was extraordinary, and it was also a tomb guard. It was much stronger than the previous bat, and they were not at the same level at all. Gu Fei didn't show any mercy. He punched 18 times in a row, smashing the stone statue, and directly destroyed the fierce spirit that entered the stone statue. How could this be? Gu Fei was very puzzled. This stone statue was definitely seen by Duan Muhong and the others, but it didn't seem to attack them. Instead, when Gu Fei approached it, the fierce spirit suddenly entered and attacked Gu Fei. The stone statue stood on the way to the Yin tomb. It was absolutely impossible for Duan Muhong and the others to bypass this stone statue. Gu Fei was now convinced that Duan Muhong had a way to prevent these evil creatures from attacking them. Geomancy is really extraordinary. Gu Fei also nodded secretly. The Duanmu family could stand tall in the heaven realm for thousands of years, control a part of their territory, and occupy a place in the heaven realm. It was not by chance, but because they had the strength to do so. After killing the stone statue, Gu Fei continued forward. He didn't have Duan Muhong's geomancy, but along the way, he came close to terrifying evil creatures. Gu Fei gradually went deep into the ground, killing many tomb guards, and then came to the front of a stone bridge. Below the stone bridge was a bottomless abyss surging with monstrous yin qi. When Gu Fei saw this stone bridge, he was shocked to the extreme. This stone bridge was almost exactly the same as the one he saw outside the land of Saint Burial. What is going on? Gu Fei was really stunned. Such stone bridges appeared one after another, and all of them connected to extraordinary places. Was this a coincidence? He faintly felt that this was not a coincidence. The stone bridge above the bottomless abyss was only a few hundred meters long. Stepping on the stone bridge was the only way to enter the Yin tomb. Apart from this, there was no other way to cross the abyss. Gu Fei had a feeling that if he flew over the abyss, his body and soul would be smashed to pieces. This was a kind of intuition, so Gu Fei didn't dare to act rashly. When Gu Fei arrived in front of the stone bridge, he was shocked to find a pool of blood that had yet to coagulate. Could it be that someone in Duan Muhong's group was injured? Duanmu Hong and his junior sister were skilled in geomancy, so they should be like fish in water in this great tomb. They wouldn't be injured so easily. Could it be that Zhou Haoyang and Yan Hao are in danger? After all, Gu Fei and Zhou Haoyang and Yan Hao had some friendship in the human world. Although it couldn't be considered a deep friendship, they were still old friends in the human world. Gu Fei didn't want to see Zhou Haoyang and Yan Hao fall in this great tomb. Cooperating with Duanmu Hong was undoubtedly asking a tiger for its skin. Duanmu Hong was definitely not a good person. Although Gu Fei had only met this person twice, he could already see that this person was extremely shrewd. After entering the great tomb, Duanmu Hong wouldn't care about Zhou Haoyang and Yan Hao's life or death. Inside the Yin tomb, there were definitely unimaginable existences. Even Duanmu Hong himself might not be able to protect himself, so why would he care about Zhou Haoyang and Yan Hao's life or death? Gu Fei was shocked. There were no corpses nearby, nor were there any other traces of blood. Perhaps the two people didn't die. He thought about it for a moment, but in the end, he still stepped onto the stone bridge and walked towards the other side. On the other side of the stone bridge, there was a ribbon-shaped black fog. Even with Gu Fei's martial Dao heavenly eye, he couldn't see through it. Gu Fei was very careful. He walked on the stone bridge step by step. The surroundings were deathly silent. There was no sound except for Gu Fei's own breathing. In such a dangerous place, there couldn't be any normal life. Just as Gu Fei reached the other side of the stone bridge, he only needed one more step to reach the other side. However, at this moment, a black shadow appeared in the ribbon-shaped black fog. A chilling killing intent emitted from the black shadow. In an instant, Gu Fei only felt that he was enveloped by an extremely evil aura. Originally, Gu Fei was about to step down with his right foot, but it stopped in mid-air. He didn't step down. Although the black shadow in the ribbon-shaped black fog had already locked onto Gu Fei, it didn't make a move. It was as though it was waiting for Gu Fei to step onto the other side of the ground. Gu Fei had a feeling that as long as his right foot touched the ground, the black shadow in the black mist would launch a fatal attack at him and kill him. Chapter 1139. Just as Gu Fei was about to step onto the other side of the bridge, a black shadow silently appeared in front of him. A terrifying aura was emitted from the black shadow. The appearance of the black shadow caused Gu Fei to feel a sense of danger. It was as if he was being stared at by a terrifying demon. This kind of feeling made him feel very uneasy. Did I meet a ruthless person? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He lifted his right foot but did not step down. This was because he knew that the moment he stepped down, the black shadow in the black mist would definitely make a move. This was definitely not an ordinary evil guardian, but a terrifying evil emperor. It caused Gu Fei to feel a great pressure, not daring to act blindly without thinking. Gu Fei had a saint tool of the extreme Dao, so he wasn't afraid of this evil emperor. However, he wasn't willing to use his saint weapon. One must know that he wasn't the only one here. Duanmu Hong, who was proficient in feng shui, was still in front. Feng shui was a special technique. It could be used to search for dragon veins. When cultivated to a high level, it could even be used to capture the dragon veins beneath the earth and transform it into a peerless killing technique. The Duanmu family was an unconventional family in the heavenly realm. They were experts in searching for dragon veins, finding places with good feng shui and building tombs for important people. On the other hand, the Duanmu family was also a family in the heavenly realm that was proficient in the art of tomb raiding. They were the ancestors of tomb raiding. From ancient times until now, it was unknown how many nameless tombs the Duanmu family had excavated. As the most outstanding descendant of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Hong was naturally able to display his strength in such a large tomb. He was like a fish in water. Such ability was something that others could only dream of. Gu Fei was very curious as to how Duanmu Hong and the others managed to avoid this terrifying evil emperor. This evil emperor was incomparably powerful. If Duan Muhong and the others encountered this evil emperor, they would have already been torn to shreds by this evil emperor. Gu Fei's right foot was still suspended in the air. He was in a stalemate with the black shadow and the black fog. The black shadow did not attack either. A peerless killing intent surged, and the ferocious evil emperor, who was hidden in the black mist, looked like he could launch a terrifying attack at Gu Fei at any moment and kill Gu Fei. Even before entering the Yin tomb, he had already encountered such a frightening evil. This was something Gu Fei had never imagined. The person buried in this mysterious Yin tomb must be extraordinary. Gu Fei thought for a moment. He took out the mountain and river cauldron and held it in his hand. The mouth of the cauldron was facing the black shadow opposite him. Then, his right foot, which had stopped in mid-air, stomped down. Swoosh! A figure instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei. A pair of black claws directly stabbed towards Gu Fei's abdomen, wanting to tear Gu Fei to pieces. This was a general clad in an ancient divine armor, and its body was covered with an overflowing death qi. Gu Fei's guess was right. Someone had laid down an ancient killing formation that enveloped the entire tomb. As long as someone entered the tomb, the evil guardian of the tomb would take action. Boom! Gu Fei patted the bottom of the mountain and river cauldron, and a huge fire immediately rushed out from the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. The void was distorted by the heat. This was not an ordinary fire, but a terrifying divine fire. Swoosh! The general was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. It tried to retreat, but it was too late. The fire that rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron suddenly exploded and enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The corpse was instantly swept into the raging fire. It struggled a few times before it was burnt to ashes by the divine fire and scattered on the ground. It was as simple as that. An evil emperor was instantly destroyed by Gu Fei. This was the divine fire that was emitted from the fire phoenix divine bead. It was drawn out by Gu Fei. This divine fire could even smelt immortal materials. It was one of the most terrifying flames in the world. A small flame could burn down a mountain range. Although this evil emperor was strong, it was not comparable to immortal materials. Under the shroud of the divine fire, the corpse was turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. After the fire burned the corpse to ashes, it retreated like a tide and re-entered the mountain and river cauldron, disappearing into the depths of the mountain and river cauldron. The divine fire emitted from the fire phoenix divine bead was the nemesis of all evil beings. After being burned by the fire, the black fog in front of it immediately dissipated. There was a stone path in front of them that led directly to the depths of the Yin tomb. Gu Fei did not put away the mountain and river cauldron. Instead, he let the mountain and river cauldron float above his head. A powerful force descended from the mountain and river cauldron, protecting Gu Fei within it. Just as Gu Fei stepped into the range of the Yin tomb, a figure arrived in front of the black mountain. She saw the big crack on the ground and the sacred bone that was stuck in the crack. It was a mysterious woman dressed in black. She was graceful and wore a ferocious bronze mask on her face. This mysterious woman had been tracking Gu Fei. It had to be said that this mysterious woman had some unfathomable means. She had actually tracked him all the way here. The sacred bone? The mysterious woman was shocked when she saw the dried-up bone that was stuck in the ground. The corpse of a saint was too unbelievable. There was actually such a legendary thing in the world. It was an ordinary, almost rotten bone. The lines of the great path that were branded on the bone could not be seen anymore. However, it was still extraordinary. Did that guy Gu Fei go underground? The mysterious woman muttered to herself. Behind the bronze mask, 2 rays of light were emitted. She looked at the crack in the ground in front of her. Something's wrong. The mysterious woman found that even with her Dharma eyes, it was difficult to see into the crack. It was pitch black inside. She could not see her fingers in front of her. After pondering for a moment, the mysterious woman finally leaped into the crevice. At this time, Gu Fei encountered trouble again. At the end of the stone path, he saw that it was no longer darkness in front of him. What appeared in front of him was an almost boundless space. In this space, the aura of death was vast. Fog lingered in the ribbons. In the black fog, there seemed to be a group of demons dancing wildly. From time to time, one could see powerful evil appearing nearby. That is, Gu Fei saw a group of soldiers quickly disappear into the depths of this space. This shocked him to the extreme. How could there be soldiers here? It was too strange. The mysterious Qi had turned into a black fog of death. This was too different from the description of a divine spirit. This was not a paradise, but a hell, a den of demons. Where are Duanmu Hong and the others? Gu Fei used his god's eye and scanned the space in front of him. All he saw were some ferocious evils that appeared in this space. He could not sense the aura of Duanmu Hong and the others. There were only two possibilities in this situation. First, Duanmu Hong and the others were already dead. In this case, he naturally could not see them or sense their aura. The second possibility was that Duanmu Hong and the others had used a secret technique to completely seal their aura. This was so that the evil in this land could not sense their existence. Gu Fei thought for a moment. He still used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. Then, he released the inner world energy to isolate all the aura on his body. Only then did he walk into this land. There were only hills in the Black Land. There were no tall mountains. The land was barren. There were no flowers or trees. All life on the land had disappeared. No living thing could survive in this place where the mysterious Qi gathered. The hills on the land looked like tombs. From time to time, Gu Fei could see bones scattered on the ground. There were also broken pieces of magical treasures that had completely lost their spiritual energy. Other than immortal materials, no other divine materials could withstand the erosion of time. Even emperor weapons refined by celestial being realm experts had signs of losing their spiritual energy. Boom! Just as Gu Fei walked forward, a loud sound came from the depths of this land. For a moment, all the evil in this land were alarmed. Several figures that emitted a monstrous evil aura rushed into the depths of this land. This evil seemed to have developed intelligence. The things that came from the mysterious land were not ordinary. Roar! An angry roar came from the right. An extremely explosive aura surged towards Gu Fei. A fierce evil found Gu Fei and directly pounced towards Gu Fei. It was a fierce evil with the head of a dragon and the body of a snake. The snake's body was covered with dense black scales. With one look, one could tell that the scales of this fierce snake were definitely a treasure. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He directly punched the dragon's head, causing it to become dizzy and disoriented. One of its horns was even broken. What a hard skull! Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. This punch of his could even shatter an emperor divine weapon, but this fierce serpent's head was struck by his punch and only one of its horns was broken. This made Gu Fei feel incredulous. This fierce snake's skull was actually harder than an emperor weapon? The fierce evil was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch, but it immediately rushed back. Its ferocious power was unfathomable, which made Gu Fei incomparably shocked. It was not hard to imagine that this fierce snake was definitely not a creature of the Great Tomb, but an incomparably powerful fierce beast that broke into this Great Tomb. This fierce beast's flesh was comparable to an emperor weapon, and it could withstand a punch from Gu Fei. It was really hard to imagine how terrifying this fierce beast was when it was alive. The other fierce evil were creatures from the outside world that had fallen in the Yin tomb. To be able to break into this Great Tomb, every fierce evil was definitely an expert when they were alive. There were even half-step martial saints who fell here and became the evil guardians of the tomb. This fierce dragon with a snake's body should be comparable to a half-saint. It was absolutely an existence that was unrivaled under the Sage realm when it was alive. Chapter 1140. The ferocious evil with the head of a dragon and the body of a snake was extremely powerful. Its body was even stronger than an emperor divine weapon. Gu Fei punched out 19 times in a row before the dragon's head exploded. The headless ferocious evil did not lose its ability to move. It was still struggling and rampaging around. The surrounding area was in chaos, and several hills were flattened. Without its head, the ferocious evil was like a headless fly. It ran around randomly, and its huge snake body caused the pitch-black ground to explode. Gu Fei did not pay any more attention to the ferocious evil and continued to move forward. This mysterious land was extremely evil. Walking in it, Gu Fei could sense a powerful evil aura that was comparable to that of a sage. It was as if a terrifying ferocious evil was hiding in this land. Gu Fei had never seen such a huge tomb before. This was simply a small world. To use a small world as a tomb, such a method was too frightening. There was probably a sage-level existence buried in this tomb. Ribbons of black fog floated in this land. There were many ferocious evil hidden in the darkness, and they could launch a terrifying attack at Gu Fei at any time. Rumble, in the depths of this world, a thunderous sound once again rang out. That extremely evil aura seemed to be growing stronger. It was as if a terrifying ferocious evil was awakening in the depths of this land. It made Gu Fei's heart palpitate, and he felt uneasy. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Such a movement, could it be caused by Duanmu Hong and the others? Gu Fei was astonished. Duanmu Hong was an outstanding disciple of a feng shui family in the Central Plains. He had unfathomable feng shui skills. If there was anyone who could break into the depths of this land, it would be him. Roar! 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 In the dark land, black fog surged, and terrifying roars sounded from all directions. There were powerful ferocious evil creatures rushing into the depths of this land. Countless evil beings were turned into tomb guards by the evil energy in the depths of this world. There was something incredible buried in the depths of this world. Someone had disturbed something buried in the depths of this world, causing the entire world to tremble. Countless ferocious evils rushed into the depths of this world. Gu Fei saw that among these evil creatures, there were ancient people wearing ancient clothes, there were great demons with human bodies covered in scales, and there were also fierce beasts that still maintained their original beast forms. At this time, none of the evil spirits paid attention to Gu Fei. Gu Fei noticed that even if the evil spirits passed by him, they didn't attack him. What the hell is going on? Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. He couldn't imagine what kind of power was able to control so many ferocious beings. These ferocious beings didn't have a mind of their own. They were all under the control of a certain power in this world. Perhaps the depths of this tomb really did give birth to an incredible existence. All of a sudden, Gu Fei sensed an unimaginably powerful aura of death appearing in the vicinity. He was shocked and hurriedly stopped. He used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. An ancient cauldron floated above his head, sprinkling down primordial chaos chi to protect him, blocking all auras and power outside. This was the ancestral chi of all beings, and no power could penetrate it. With the mountain and river cauldron protecting him, Gu Fei didn't sense any danger, even though he was walking in this extremely evil place. Swish! Without any warning, a group of spear-wielding soldiers appeared at the foot of a nearby hill. Then, they marched in an orderly and silent manner toward the depths of this small world. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He had seen the power of the soldiers on the stone bridge at the periphery of the land of buried saints. This extremely evil existence was practically invincible. The aura of death was so strong that all evil beings had to make way wherever the soldiers passed. No one dared to stand in their way. In the blink of an eye, the group of soldiers disappeared from Gu Fei's line of sight. How could such a legendary existence exist in this place? Gu Fei sensed that this tomb was far more complicated than what he had seen. The depths of this lifeless small world were the most dangerous parts of the tomb. Very soon, Gu Fei had ventured 1,000 miles deep into this world. There were more and more ferocious evils. Gu Fei even discovered that among these ferocious evils, there were even demons shrouded in demonic aura. Many demons had also fallen here. The land of buried saints was incomparably evil. Most of those who entered this place would remain here forever. Those who could discover this great tomb were not ordinary people. Even if those who entered this place died, their bodies would not rot. Instead, the power of this place would enter their bodies and transform them into evil beings guarding the tomb. Roar! Just as Gu Fei approached the depths of this small world, a terrifying roar rang out from the depths of this small world, causing the entire world to shake. The evil power lingering in the tomb suddenly became many times stronger. Even with the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei felt his spirit shake violently. It was as if his 3 Hun and 7 Po were about to fly out of his body. Oh no! Gu Fei could sense an extremely evil aura surging out from the depths of this small world, and a terrifying aura filled the entire heavens and earth. This power was not inferior to the aura released by the 2 dragon corpses that Gu Fei had encountered in the heavenly market in the human realm. This was a terrifying aura comparable to that of a sage. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to withstand it. Even Dao-severing experts would not be able to withstand it. Under this power, even immortals and gods would fall. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He immediately stopped and did not move forward. There was indeed an incredible existence in the depths of this great tomb. If he went in head-on, he would probably end up dead. Gu Fei sensed the danger and retreated as expected. As for Zhou Haoyang, Yan Hao, and Duan Muhong, he did not care so much. These people could only pray for themselves. Gu Fei could not help them. The only thing that Gu Fei cared about was the life and death of Zhou Haoyang and Yan Hao. After all, they were all old acquaintances of Gu Fei in the human realm. He had a lot of things to ask them. If the passage between the human realm and the heaven realm was really opened, it would definitely be a big event that would shake the 3 realms and 6 Dao. No one could sit still. However, based on the current situation, Zhou Haoyang and Yan Hao were probably in danger. Even Dao-severing experts would find it difficult to withstand the powerful aura of a sage, let alone them. A figure had just entered the tomb, when he spat out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying. This person was very unlucky, as he was directly sent flying by the aura that emanated from the depths of this small world. A sage was the most powerful existence in the world. Even a wisp of sage power was enough to flatten a mountain range. However, this unlucky guy did not die. This person climbed up from the ground. It was a black-clothed woman with a bronze mask on her face. The woman's bronze mask had already cracked, as if it would collapse at any time. Is this also a place where sages are buried? The mysterious woman was horrified. The aura that came from the depths of this small world was too powerful. It was so powerful that it could directly injure her. The mysterious woman also turned around and left. She did not dare to stay. Soon, Gu Fei rushed out. When he saw the pool of blood on the stone path, he could not help but be shocked. Someone had entered this place. He remembered very clearly that when he came, there was no blood on the stone path. Moreover, the pool of blood was very bright, and the spiritual qi had not completely dissipated. This should be the blood that had just spilled on the ground. Could it be that person? Gu Fei thought of that mysterious person. He could not help but be shocked and angry. It should be known that absolutely no one knew what Duan Muhong was doing. Only that mysterious person who had been following him all the way could find this place. It seemed that he was injured for some reason, and his blood had spilled on the stone path. Gu Fei had the protection of the mountain and river cauldron. The extremely terrifying aura that came from the depths of this small world did not cause him any direct harm. He stopped for a moment, then rushed out. This was a good opportunity to find that mysterious person who was secretly following him. Gu Fei did not want to miss it. He followed along the stone path and chased after him. From time to time, he could see the blood dripping on the stone path. It seemed that the person was injured and had just left. There should be a good chance that he could catch up. Swoosh! Gu Fei directly used the 8 desolate steps and displayed his extreme speed to chase after him. He wanted to see who was following him. Along the way, Gu Fei did not encounter any evil. The evil guards of the Yin tomb seemed to have all entered the depths of the Yin tomb. That was where the Xian Yin earth vein was released, and where the Xian Yin god was located. The owner of this large tomb should be buried there. Could it be that the owner of this large tomb really died and became a terrifying Yin god? Otherwise, why would there be a saint-level aura and waves coming from the depths of the Yin tomb? Ancient experts were buried in the Xian Yin tomb by their descendants. They were tempered by the Xian Yin Qi day and night. Their corpses were immortal, and if there were coincidences, their corpses might develop intelligence. This was a different kind of rebirth. Even if experts with great divine power and strength were buried in the Xian Yin tomb, they would not necessarily be reborn. There was only a slim chance of being reborn. Could it be that such a good thing has happened to me? Although Gu Fei had chased all the way out of the large tomb and rushed out of the crack in the ground, he was still thinking about the powerful aura that was comparable to that of a saint. Could it be that a miracle that had not happened in thousands of years had happened? No one knew. Gu Fei did not think too much about it. At this time, what he wanted to do was to find that mysterious person who was following him. That person was injured and should not have gone far. However, if that person used the teleportation formation, then he would not be able to catch up. On the ground, there were drops of bright red blood that flowed into the distance. Chapter 1141. Gu Fei followed the bloodstains on the ground and the scent of blood in the air. Not long after, he saw a graceful figure flashing in the forest ahead. A woman? Gu Fei was surprised. He didn't think that the mysterious person he was chasing was a woman. Could it be that this woman was spying on him from time to time? Gu Fei didn't like the feeling of being spied on in the dark. Swoosh! He used the 8 desolate steps and instantly arrived above the forest where the woman disappeared. At this moment, a black shadow was quickly fleeing in the mountains. The woman also sensed Gu Fei's presence. Trying to escape? A cold smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. Very few people who were targeted by him could escape, unless the other party was an emperor at the almighty realm. In terms of speed, who in the same realm could be faster than his extreme speed? With just a few steps, Gu Fei had already caught up to the woman in front of him. He reached out with his right hand and directly grabbed the woman's back. He didn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. However, the moment Gu Fei's right hand touched the woman's clothes, he felt a strange force surging out from the woman's body. Then, the woman slipped away from Gu Fei's grasp like a slippery eel. Rip! The sound of cloth being torn resounded. Gu Fei's swift and fierce grab only managed to grab a piece of black cloth from the woman's back. The woman's black clothes seemed to be woven from a divine material and were very extraordinary. There was a faint black light circulating on it. However, even a divine robe would be torn apart by Gu Fei's hand. The woman was very flustered. She turned her head and behind the ferocious bronze mask, 2 panicked eyes flickered. She was already seriously injured and there were bright red bloodstains on the bronze mask. Oh! Gu Fei was very surprised that the woman was able to dodge his grab. Moreover, the woman's movement technique was a bit strange. It was the first time he encountered such a thing. However, the mysterious woman was even more frightened than Gu Fei. The moment she was grabbed by Gu Fei, her body was almost penetrated by the power of Gu Fei's 5 fingers. If she didn't have a special technique, she would have been captured by Gu Fei on the spot. Take off your mask and tell me where you came from. Gu Fei didn't say anything superfluous. He didn't know how to talk nonsense. His aura had already locked onto the woman standing in the forest in front of him. As long as that woman made any strange movements, Gu Fei would immediately make a move and kill her on the spot. He would not be lenient. The mysterious woman didn't say anything, nor did she do as Gu Fei said. She just stared at Gu Fei with a strange gaze behind the bronze mask. "I won't say the same thing twice," Gu Fei said coldly. His face was expressionless, but his eyes turned cold. He was ready to take action. Humph. At this moment, the mysterious black-robed woman sneered. Then, her body suddenly became blurry, as if she was about to escape into the void. "Oh no!" Gu Fei was taken aback. He immediately slammed his palm downwards, and an extremely ferocious force surged out from his palm. Rumble, the entire space in front of his palm collapsed. Heaven and earth shook violently as a powerful force destroyed and shattered everything. The ground was sinking. Several nearby mountains collapsed in an instant. The mountains were in chaos as if doomsday had arrived. Dust soared into the sky, and it was extremely terrifying. This was the terror of martial arts. This was the strongest and fiercest force in the world. As long as this force was strong enough, it could crush, destroy, and obliterate everything. Gu Fei's giant palm pressed down, and the entire void was sealed by the power of his palm. The mysterious woman's body became faint, and she was about to escape into the void. However, when Gu Fei's giant palm pressed down, the mysterious woman was almost knocked out of the void by Gu Fei's palm. Her entire body was in intense pain, as if she was about to shatter. Roar! The mysterious woman knew that her life and death would be decided in this instant. She roared in rage as a ball of divine light surged out from her body. After that, a vast wave of immortal energy wrapped around the mysterious woman. She broke through the void and fled into the void. Boom! At this time, Gu Fei's giant palm pressed down from the sky. The entire earth was erased by this force, and a huge palm print appeared in the mountains. The power of martial arts was overwhelming, causing the birds and beasts in the mountains to panic. Preposterous. Gu Fei was very unwilling. The mysterious woman actually managed to escape, and it would be very difficult to find her in the future. It was not a good thing to be constantly targeted by a mysterious person. At this time, an extremely powerful aura appeared in the distance. Some experts were alerted, and they were rapidly approaching Gu Fei's location. Gu Fei immediately soared into the sky, flying in the direction of sky-piercing city. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. Just as Gu Fei left, a white-haired old Daoist with a youthful complexion appeared where Gu Fei was. Soon after, a green-robed middle-aged man also arrived. When the two great cultivators saw the mess on the ground, they couldn't help but be incomparably shocked. Especially the huge palm print on the ground, it caused their hearts to tremble. Are there great emperors fighting here? One palm to destroy an area, this method. The white-haired old Daoist and the green-robed elegant middle-aged man looked at each other. They both felt their hearts palpitate. Only those who had severed the Tao could have this kind of mountain-moving and sea-draining power. The old Daoist and the middle-aged man didn't stay for long, and they quickly disappeared. At this time, in the sky above a mountain range thousands of miles away, the void suddenly rippled like water. Then, a figure wrapped in a divine light fell out of the void. After that person fell out of the void gradually calmed down. Ah! The person fell to the ground, opened her mouth, and spat out a mouthful of blood. A bronze mask fell from her face, revealing a face as pale as paper. Good one, Gu Fei. The mysterious woman had peerless beauty, but her face was too pale, and she'd lost her usual elegance. Her expression was weary, as if she'd suffered another serious injury, and her vitality had been damaged. She was a young girl, but she possessed terrifying cultivation and strength. She'd tracked Gu Fei all the way to the southern part of the Middle Plains, a very impressive feat, but compared to Gu Fei, she paled in comparison. She'd already been injured in the Yin tomb, and now she was injured by Gu Fei's palm strike. Adding injuries on top of her previous ones, the result was a great blow to her vitality. She'd probably need some time to recover. The black-robed girl sat down cross-legged in the forest, drawing upon the essence of the surrounding vegetation to nourish her injured body. Immortal Dao power swirled around the young girl. Soon, wisps of emerald green wood essence converged from all directions. The plants and trees around the young girl gradually lost their vitality. The essence of vegetation contained powerful life force. The mysterious girl's body was shrouded in a layer of green light, and strands of life essence quickly seeped into her body, healing her injuries. While the mysterious girl was drawing upon the essence of vegetation to heal her body, Gu Fei had already arrived near Skyspan City, but he didn't enter. This was because when Gu Fei arrived near the city gate of Sky-Piercing City, he saw many cultivators leaving Sky-Piercing City and soaring into the sky, flying toward the Yin tomb. An aura comparable to that of a sage erupted from the Yin tomb, alarming many people. Countless cultivators gathered in Skyspan City, and some immediately went to investigate. Gu Fei also wanted to know what happened to Zhou Haoyang and Yan Hao, so he followed behind a few cultivators and headed towards the Yin tomb. Gu Fei walked through the mountains, trailing far behind the cultivators. However, just as he was about to reach the Yin tomb, the sound of wind and thunder came from the direction of Skyspan City. A bronze chariot, pulled by 9 Qilin-like beasts, rushed over from afar and crushed over the heads of Gu Fei's group. Wherever the chariot passed, the void trembled. An aura so powerful that it seemed to be able to crush everything was emitted from the chariot. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The person on the chariot was no small matter. He was at least a greater perfection emperor. Was the Skyspan City Lord here in person? After the ancient chariot passed by, Gu Fei sensed a powerful aura behind him. Then, he saw a young monk flying over with his feet on a lotus platform. Little monk Fan Xiu? When Gu Fei saw the appearance of the young monk, he couldn't help but be shocked to the extreme. This young monk turned out to be little monk Fan Xiu. Little monk Fan Xiu didn't sense Gu Fei's presence. He flew across the sky on the lotus platform and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This guy also came to the heaven realm? While Gu Fei was shocked, his mind was also spinning rapidly. The appearance of little monk Fan Xiu was not a coincidence. Little bald donkey, I'm going to smash your bald head. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the front, followed by little monk Fan Xiu's scream. He seemed to have encountered a formidable opponent. Boom! The heaven and earth shook violently. A monstrous demonic aura suddenly erupted, and a huge seal with boundless demonic power appeared in the void. That's the Tai Huang seal. Gu Fei's voice was trembling. Old Tortoise was also here. He was absolutely irreconcilable with little monk Fan Xiu. Rumble. Chapter 1142. The appearance of the Yin tomb had alarmed everyone. All the supreme characters had jumped out, and what Gu Fei hadn't expected was that the little monk Fan Xiu had also appeared. Gu Fei hadn't seen the little monk during the battle in the heavenly market, but he knew that some big shots had been watching in the dark and hadn't made a move. This little monk Fan Xiu was definitely a sneaky person. Even the old tortoise had almost been killed by him, so he didn't show up easily. This guy had actually entered the heavenly realm. The white and chubby little monk was holding a purple gold alms bowl. Seeing the Grand Sovereign seal descending from the sky, he didn't panic and directly sat on the lotus platform. Boom! The Buddhist energy was vast and boundless. Buddhist light suddenly burst out from the lotus platform under Fan Xiu. A Buddha figure appeared between heaven and earth, holding a flower with a smile. The huge Buddha statue was thousands of feet tall. Fan Xiu, who was on the lotus platform, stretched out his hand and pressed down. The Buddha statue also moved. It opened its hand and blocked the Tai sovereign seal that was coming down from the sky. Endless Buddhist chants seemed to resound between heaven and earth. The entire world was illuminated by the golden Buddhist light. Wherever the Buddhist light shone, a 10,000 Buddhist seal could be faintly seen. Legend had it that when the ancient Buddhist lord comprehended the Tao, he carved a 10,000 symbol. This was the Tao that the ancient Buddhist lord had comprehended, a Tao mark. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The aura emitted by Fan Xiu was too powerful. It was as if a true Buddha had descended to the world and was displaying a great divine ability of the Buddhist Tao. "You little bald donkey," the old tortoise's voice resounded in the sky. His tone was filled with disbelief, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. The heavenly Buddha raised its hand to block the grand sovereign seal. A 10,000 Buddhist seal could be faintly seen in the giant Buddha's hand, drawing upon the power of the Buddhist Tao and shaking the world. These two fellows, Gu Fei couldn't help but turn pale with fright when he saw this scene. This was the collision of two grand Tao energies. If the grand sovereign seal and the giant Buddha's hand collided, it would be a great disaster. Rumble, the entire ground trembled and the sky seemed like it was about to collapse. A sliver of the might of a saint king radiated from the Tai Huang seal, shocking the world. All the living beings in the world could sense this terrifying presence. Countless ancient demon marks appeared on the grand sovereign seal, drawing upon the power of the grand Tao and displaying the supreme might of a heavenly king. Perhaps no one in the world could withstand this attack. Without any hesitation, an ancient cauldron appeared behind Gu Fei. He used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. Then, he used the 8 desolate steps and rushed into the distance without looking back. This was simply a battle between two extreme path sage weapons. Sages had gone extinct, and such a thing had never happened before in countless years. If the Tai Huang seal and the Buddha's hand clashed, the entire region would be destroyed. Even the Scarlet Plains would collapse, and nothing would be left behind. This was the might of the extreme Tao. The cultivators' souls of Tian died and of the city killed and of cultivators as Tian body and his. The countless lives gathered in Chent. You win. The old turtle had some misgivings and had to withdraw the grand sovereign seal. The seal, as big as a mountain, stopped in the air and stopped its downward momentum. Fan Xiu's Buddha's hand also stopped. He didn't want to fight the old turtle to the death, he just wanted to scare the old turtle. Little monk Fan Xiu had achieved his goal. He laughed out loud, and the tiny Buddha shadow that emerged from his body immediately disappeared into his body. Then, he controlled the lotus platform and disappeared into the void. Roar! The old turtle's figure appeared high in the sky. His demonic aura soared to the sky as he roared. He wanted nothing more than to tear Fan Xiu into pieces, but he couldn't do it. The entire world shook from the old turtle's roar. All the cultivators nearby trembled in fear. This was definitely a peerless demon. Even the emperors in the mighty realm didn't dare to get close because the grand sovereign seal floating above the old turtle made the emperors in the mighty realm tremble. The grand sovereign seal exuded a trace of extreme saint might, making countless living beings within 1,000 miles feel the urge to worship it. Even the emperors in the mighty realm had to lower their heads. The disaster that was about to happen was resolved just like that. The emperors in the mighty realm secretly heaved a sigh of relief. That grand sovereign seal was a supreme saint weapon that was even more powerful than a holy weapon. It seemed that only a legendary extreme saint weapon could have such power. The lotus platform under the little monk seemed to be extraordinary as well. It should also be an extreme saint weapon. Otherwise, how could the little monk compete with the grand sovereign seal? Where do you think you're going? The old turtle didn't want to let Fan Xiu go just like that. He put away the grand sovereign seal and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. This old turtle, Gu Fei, ran with all his might, displaying his extreme speed of 8 steps. In an instant, he ran thousands of miles away. Under the extreme saint might, only he had the ability to escape. When the grand sovereign seal exuded a trace of extreme saint might, countless living beings within a radius of 10,000 miles were completely stunned. Even the emperors in the mighty realm couldn't move their bodies. If the Grand Sovereign Seal really bombarded down, the entire southern region would be destroyed. No one would be able to escape. Even if Gu Fei had the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself, he would still be in danger. However, if that really happened, Gu Fei wouldn't die. He could hide in the Naraka realm, which was a perfect world refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. Gu Fei landed on a mountain peak. At this time, he was drenched in sweat and was on the verge of collapse. This was the result of displaying his extreme speed of 8 steps with all his might. The Desolation Step was a martial arts technique that seemed to have no limits. As Gu Fei's cultivation gradually increased, this technique also displayed great power. Gu Fei drew out the spring water from the divine spring of life in his dantian to replenish his martial arts' true power that had been consumed. It had to be said that the divine spring of life was the source of life. The life essence it contained was too vast and pure. Gu Fei quickly recovered. At the moment when Gu Fei stood up, a black shadow silently appeared behind Gu Fei. It was a ghost-like figure shrouded in black qi. "You're pretty good to be able to chase me all the way here," Gu Fei said indifferently. He didn't turn around, but a wave of battle intent radiated from his body. "Hand over the divine cauldron and get lost." A cold voice came from behind Gu Fei. The person shrouded in black qi didn't waste any words and directly demanded the mountain and river cauldron from Gu Fei. The mountain and river cauldron was an extreme sacred tool. Gu Fei had used it to protect himself, but he had never imagined that he would be targeted so quickly. "You want my cauldron? Let's see if you have the ability to do so." Gu Fei was also very direct. The primordial chaos energy of the mountain and river cauldron was the ancestral energy of heaven and earth. It was an extreme sacred tool that cultivators yearned for. As long as one was a cultivator, there was no one who didn't want this sacred tool. "Then I'll have to kill you." The person behind Gu Fei had already made his move. A cloud of black qi erupted from his body and instantly spread, enveloping the entire heaven and earth and swallowing Gu Fei. Gu Fei only took a breath and felt dizzy. He couldn't help but be shocked. This black qi seemed to contain an unimaginable poison. Even with Gu Fei's emperor martial body, he felt dizzy. If it was an ordinary celestial being emperor, he would have already been knocked out by this black qi. "Humph." Gu Fei sneered and immediately released his aura. A wave of martial path true force spread out from his body and blocked the surrounding black qi. "Huh?" The mysterious person hiding in the black qi was surprised to see that Gu Fei was unscathed after being shrouded by his black qi. It should be known that his black qi could even knock out a celestial being at the advanced realm. Could this person be an almighty emperor? The mysterious person was bewildered. He had underestimated the opponent's cultivation and strength. This made him a little hesitant and he didn't attack immediately. Swoosh! A purple light emerged from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Then, a purple divine light condensed from divine sense shot out from between his eyebrows and into the black qi. "Ah!" A scream came from the black qi. A figure holding his head fell from the sky and smashed into the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. "Humph! You're overestimating yourself. You're just a celestial being and you dare to attack me?" Gu Fei was somewhat disdainful. Although the opponent's cultivation was strong, it was far from enough in his eyes. Gu Fei directly used his divine sense to break the person's Naiwan palace and destroyed the person's Dao foundation. Although the person didn't die, his cultivation was instantly reduced to nothing. Roar! My cultivation! My father, the Supreme Moon Saint, will not let you go. The person roared in the forest below, startling many birds. Supreme Moon Saint? How arrogant! He actually called himself a saint. Gu Fei was startled when he heard this. The person who dared to call himself a saint was undoubtedly extremely powerful. Even if he wasn't a real saint, he was most likely a half-saint. But so what? Since he had already bullied him, Gu Fei wouldn't be afraid even if he was a real saint, let alone a half-saint. The person's black qi was not devil qi. Otherwise, Gu Fei would definitely not spare his life. Demons were the greatest enemy of all cultivators in the world. There were only two outcomes for righteous cultivators to encounter demons. One was to kill them, and the other was to be killed by them. Gu Fei paid no more attention to the person and left the mountain. Soon, the mysterious person who was crippled by Gu Fei was surrounded by a few ferocious beasts. Chapter 1143. The Fengshui clans of the Middle Earth were unconventional existences in the heavenly realm. They had mastered the art of Fengshui. They could use the terrain to change the heavens and earth. They could even extract the dragon veins of the earth. This art wasn't an orthodox immortal art, but it wasn't evil either. This art could be considered a branch of the Daoist sect. When the Yin tomb appeared, experts from all over the world appeared. In a simple room in Heaven Connect City, 3 old men were sitting around a small table. "Third brother, that little brat of yours really knows how to cause trouble." The leader was a tall old man with a ruddy complexion and a dignified appearance. "That's right, this is the legendary Yin tomb. Even if we enter this place, we don't have the confidence to come out." Another old man wearing an azure robe said. "Eldest brother, second brother, what's the point of saying this now? We'd better think of a way to save that little bastard." The skinny old man sitting next to them was very anxious because his grandson was lost in the Yin tomb. Although he wasn't dead, it would be very difficult for him to come out. The legendary Yin tomb, ah. Who knows how many experts were buried there? Even if we enter, we don't have the confidence to save that brat. The leading old man was also very worried. One must know that the child lost in the Yin tomb was a prominent figure of the clan's younger generation. No one was willing to see a genius being killed. "Eldest brother, you see." The azure-robed old man looked at the leading old man. It was impossible to leave the child to fend for himself in the Yin tomb. The room became silent. The legendary Yin tomb was the graveyard of the strong. Since ancient times, countless experts had entered it, but very few could come out. This was an ominous place between the heavens and earth, but it attracted countless experts wave after wave. This was because the Yin tomb contained something that all experts coveted. "Then let's go and explore that place." The leading old man pondered for a long time before nodding. He wouldn't just stand by and watch. The child was the hope of their clan, an existence comparable to the progenitor. "Humph. It's time for the world to witness the methods of our Duanmu clan." The green-robed old man sneered. This Duanmu clan had been silent for a long time. The old man flipped his hands and pulled out an ancient bronze lamp. On the lamp, there was a greenish-blue dot, about the size of a soybean. "Hong-er's life lamp is getting weaker." The skinny old man stared at the flickering light of the lamp, his face filled with worry. As expected of the most outstanding figure of our race's younger generation. He was actually able to last so long in the Yin tomb. The green-robed elder looked at the Yuan soul life lamp in the thin elder's hand. "This little bastard won't die anytime soon. Let's get ready and move out." The tall old man in the lead said. The other 2 old men nodded in agreement. At this time, Gu Fei returned to Heaven Connect City. He could keenly sense that more than half of the experts in Heaven Connect City had disappeared. It seemed that most of the experts had already gone to the Yin tomb. It seemed that many people would fall there and become evil guardians of the tomb. There was definitely something unimaginable in that tomb. Even if a true saint came, it would be difficult to break through that tomb. The land of Saint Burial and the profound Yin tomb appeared at the same time. This was something that was rarely seen. Although the profound Yin tomb wasn't as famous as the land of Saint Burial, it was still an ominous place that buried the bones of great figures. How could someone buried in the legendary profound Yin tomb, which could bring the dead back to life, be an ordinary person? It was absolutely impossible to be an ordinary person. Perhaps the skeleton buried in the Xian spirit tomb was the skeleton of a sage. The tomb had existed for countless years. Even the merciless passage of time couldn't erase it. However, no one could enter the depths of the tomb. No one knew if there was a sage level being buried in this large tomb. Gu Fei casually walked on the street, listening to the conversations of the cultivators nearby. He wanted to know what kind of great figures had come to Heaven Connect City. Did you hear? The Heaven, Earth, and Human Masters of the Duanmu family are in Heaven Connect City. What? I heard that those 3 old guys have already fallen. Is it just a rumor? The Heaven, Earth, and Human Masters are all Imperial Feng Shui Masters. Could they be here for the tomb? Who knows how many tombs those 3 guys have dug up? Aren't they afraid of the wrath of heaven? Digging up ancestral tombs was against the harmony of heaven and was despised by the cultivation world. However, although the Duanmu family was a Feng Shui family, no one knew how many tombs they had dug up in secret. Almighty Realm Feng Shui Masters? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tavern not far away. There were a few cultivators whispering to each other by the window. These cultivators didn't have outstanding cultivation, but judging from their clothes, they should be disciples of great sections. Many people from the great sects of the Middle Earth had come to Heaven Connect City. Although this was the territory of the Taiqing sacred land, there were also disciples of other great sects stationed here all year round to pass on news of the south to the other sections. These cultivators didn't know too much, but it was enough. Gu Fei didn't continue listening to their conversation and left the place. It was noon, and the sun in the sky sprinkled endless heat down. This was the time of the day when the yang qi was the strongest, and it was extremely hot. But for Gu Fei, the hot weather could basically be ignored. At his cultivation level, he was already immune to the cold and heat. Looks like the Heaven, Earth, and Human Masters of the Duanmu family are here to find Duanmu Hong. Gu Fei arrived outside the city and stood on a hill. Is Duanmu Hong still alive? He couldn't help but be shocked. Duanmu Hong was quite impressive to be able to survive under such circumstances. It was truly a miracle. As for Zhou Haoyang and Yan Hao, in Gu Fei's opinion, the 2 of them were most likely dead. The terrifying existence deep in the tomb might have already awakened. The tomb contained a supreme figure from ancient times. If one could really borrow the power of the god to steal the creation of heaven and earth and come back to life, it would be a terrifying god. Even in ancient times, the god had only appeared once. It was a life form that had already jumped out of the 3 realms and was no longer within the 5 elements. This life form had already broken the laws of heaven and earth. It was not bound by heaven and earth and could grow infinitely. If it could truly grow, even saints would have to turn around and leave. There were very few records of the god in the world. No one knew what kind of existence it was, much less what its weaknesses were. Gu Fei guessed that the Heaven, Earth, and Human Masters of the Duanmu family would make their move at noon, because this was the time of the day when the yang qi was the strongest. The yin and the yang countered each other. The yin tomb with the coldest yin needed to be broken by something with the strongest yang. This was the counteraction of the yin and yang of the heaven and earth, the law of heaven and earth. Sure enough, Gu Fei only waited for a while before 3 figures flew out from sky-piercing city. They were 3 old men shrouded in divine light. The old man in the lead was very tall. His hair, beard, and eyebrows were snow white, but his face was as ruddy as a baby's without a trace of wrinkles. As for the other 2 old men, one wore an azure robe and had the demeanor of an immortal. He was actually a successful monarch. The other was a skinny old man with white hair and wrinkled skin. He was so old that his hair and teeth were about to fall off. These are the Duanmu family's Heaven Master, Earth Master, and Human Master. Gu Fei retracted his aura and suppressed his cultivation to the immortal spirit realm. The 3 old men flew across the sky, not even sparing him a glance. As monarch-level experts, they were qualified to look down on cultivators below the monarch level. These three old men simply didn't care about a puny immortal spirit. One had to know that these emperor-level experts could kill a bunch of puny immortals with just a finger, as though they were killing ants. The three old men disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Humph. I'd like to see what kind of ability you geomancy masters have to rescue Duanmu Hong. Gu Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. Being looked down upon by others was a very unpleasant thing at any time. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and traversed hundreds of miles with each step. The scenery on the left and right quickly moved behind him. In terms of speed, even an emperor at the almighty realm would find it difficult to shake him off. He chased all the way, and soon, he entered the Yin tomb. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering sound came from the front. Then, Gu Fei saw a cloud of black smoke rising high into the sky. Gu Fei stopped and was extremely shocked. The black mountain in front of him had disappeared. Someone actually used a great magical power to destroy the black mountain that was suppressing the Yin tomb. The three old men in front also stopped and looked forward in bewilderment. "Huh! You brats don't dare to go in, so I, Old Turtle, will be the first to go in." A burst of laughter came from the front. Then, a figure appeared at the place where the black smoke rose and rushed into a big hole below. The ground sank, forming a big hole with a radius of 1,000 miles. This was the original location of the Black Mountain. In the big hole, black smoke constantly surged out. A cold aura spread out from the black hole. The temperature of the entire area was very low. Especially near the black hole, the cold aura that spread out was something that even cultivators could not withstand. Only people above the immortal spirit realm could go near that place. "Oh, Amitabha, if I don't go to hell, who will?" A Buddhist chant was heard. That little monk Fan Xiao jumped out of nowhere. He was sitting on the 9 lotus seats with a purple gold alms bowl in his hand. He looked like an eminent monk. Fan Xiao used the 9 lotus seats to protect himself and rushed into the ground. Chapter 1144. Many cultivators had gathered near the Yin tomb, and these cultivators were not weak. They were at least at the immortal god realm, and there were even figures of emperor realm cultivators among them. Everyone in the heaven realm knew that the celestial being realm cultivators were invincible. The celestial being realm cultivators were all experts and were the targets of recruitment by the major forces. But now, neither the immortal emperor nor the Shen King dared to act rashly, because there were people stronger than them watching. Several powerful auras appeared near the Yin tomb. This was the aura released by the emperor of the almighty realm. It could intimidate the soul. Even the emperor of the celestial being realm would find it difficult to resist these auras. Rumble, a bronze chariot pulled by 9 mythological beasts that looked like cheelants came from the distance. The entire world trembled as if an immemorial divine mountain was crushing down from the sky. The aura of an emperor realm expert made everyone's heart palpitate. Some immortals even knelt on the ground, trembling. This was a kind of pressure that had a deterrent effect on the mind and body. The Lord of Tong Tian City is here. It really is the Lord of Tong Tian City. Rumor has it that he is an elder of the Tai Ching Holy Land. He actually used a black cheelan to pull the chariot. How extravagant! Many people sighed. Only a person like the Lord of Tong Tian City could have such extravagance. The 9 divine beasts pulling the chariot were not real cheelants, but they were called black cheelants. These divine beasts possessed the bloodline of ancient cheelan divine beasts. Even though they were not real cheelan divine beasts, they were still extraordinary. Every black cheelan was releasing a towering baleful aura. These were 9 savage beast kings. The heaven, earth, and human masters of the Duanmu family? On top of the bronze chariot stood a tall figure. It was a middle-aged man dressed in black divine armor. His right hand grabbed the reins, and his eyes flickered as he looked at the heaven, earth, and human master teachers in the distance. Lord of Tong Tian City, when the heaven, earth, and human masters saw the mountain-like figure standing on the chariot, their expressions became extremely serious. The Lord of Heaven Connect City was a very powerful person. There were rumors that the Lord of Heaven Connect City had many conflicts with some important figures in the Grand Pure Sacred Realm, so he came to guard Heaven Connect City. There were also people who said that the Lord of Heaven Connect City had failed to compete with the current Grand Pure Tao Master for the position of Sect Master and was expelled from the ancestral land of the Grand Pure Sacred Realm. He had no choice but to guard Heaven Connect City. In the Central Plains, there were many rumors about Skyspan City Lord, but no one knew how many of them were true and how many were false. Just at this moment, another powerful aura surged over from afar. Then, a wave of purple energy came from the east, covering a distance of 30,000 miles. A terrifying emperor's aura spread out, causing everyone's expression to change. Even the Sky Connect City Lord and the Duanmu family's heavenly master, earthly master, and human master were startled. The newcomer stood on purple clouds, and with every step he took, immortal Tao runes would appear beneath his feet. The aura of the Tao circulated, and with just a few steps, that person had already arrived. Purple Emperor? When Gu Fei saw this person, he could not help but be incomparably shocked. This was a middle-aged man with a sage-like demeanor. He wore a purple robe, and it was as if the Supreme Emperor Xian had descended. This middle-aged man was one of the supreme experts who had entered the path of heaven when the heavenly platform had opened up the path of heaven. At this time, this supreme expert from the lower realms, the primordial immortal sect, had finally appeared again. The primordial immortal sect and the heaven realm Tao sect were inextricably linked, but the heaven realm Tao sect was very complicated. It was no longer a unified force, but rather divided into several powerful forces. The Grand Pure Sacred Realm, the Mysterious Heaven Holy Land, the Purple Sun Holy Land, and so on were all branches of the Tao sect. Each of them had an incomparably ancient inheritance, and all of them had grasped great immortal arts. After countless years of evolution, the Heaven Realm Tao sect had already split up. The Grand Pure, the Profound Sky, the Purple Sun, and the other Tao sects all called themselves the Orthodox Tao sects. The arrival of the Violet Emperor had caused quite a commotion in the Tao sect. Although the commotion had been quelled, the Violet Emperor had left. He did not join any of the Tao sections. He occupied a mountain by himself and established a beginner immortal sect in the heaven realm by himself. In a sense, the Violet Emperor could be considered the founder of the heaven realm's primordial immortal sect. The figure standing in the middle of the boundless purple aura displayed a supreme emperor's might. It intimidated all living beings in the world, and gave people the urge to worship him. Brother, it's been a while since we last met. Your cultivation seems to have increased by quite a bit. The Tong Tian City Lord, who was standing on top of the bronze chariot, seemed to be very polite to the Violet Emperor. He did not have a trace of arrogance on his face, as if he was talking to someone of the same generation. The origins of the Violet Emperor were not a secret in the eyes of these great figures. Especially those in power in the Tao sect, they knew even more about the background of the Violet Emperor. The Heaven Realm Tao sect and the Human Realm Tao sect were originally from the same sect. The Violet Emperor was actually able to enter the Heaven Realm from the lower realms. This was something that had never happened since the late primordial era. The return of the Violet Emperor had shocked the entire Tao sect to the extreme. After countless years of evolution in the Heaven Realm, the lineage of the Tao sect had already split into a few factions. These Tao sects seemed to have forgotten the existence of the Tao sect in the lower realms. The Violet Emperor glanced at the Tong Tian City Lord and did not say anything. He only nodded. He had severed his Tao in the lower realms, and the laws of the lower realms had already changed greatly. The fact that the Violet Emperor was able to successfully sever his Tao in that kind of environment was a miracle in itself. The Violet Emperor's cultivation and strength were far stronger than the emperors of the Heaven Realm. When the Tong Tian City Lord saw that the Violet Emperor was ignoring him, he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. This Violet Emperor was a ruthless character. He had once killed an old monster from the Dao sect who had tried to stop him from establishing a sect. That old monster from the Dao sect had a cultivation that could penetrate the heavens and earth. He had already stepped into the half-saint realm, but he still died at the hands of the Violet Emperor. The might of the Violet Emperor had suppressed all the major factions of the Dao sect. No one dared to jump out and stop him from establishing a sect. After the Violet Emperor arrived, Gu Fei quietly retreated into the distance. He did not want to be recognized by the Violet Emperor. Now that the old turtle had entered the Yin tomb, if the Violet Emperor attacked him, he would be out of luck. He concealed all his aura and was not discovered by the Violet Emperor. Ha! Old Devil Violet, you're not dead yet. Just as the Violet Emperor was about to enter the Yin tomb below, a loud laugh came from afar. A figure with a primal chaos divine bead above his head rushed over. Those who knew the origin of the Violet Emperor were shocked. Even the 4-direction Immortal Emperors and the 5 Great God Emperors didn't dare to say such words in front of the Violet Emperor. Could it be that this person was a semi-sage? The Violet Emperor frowned and said indifferently, "Old Devil Jiang, you are not dead yet. How can I die?" At this time, the person with the primal chaos divine bead above his head had already arrived and stopped in the air. When everyone saw that person, they could not help but be startled. Chapter 1145. Another emperor had arrived. His terrifying position in the world was vast. This was definitely a nightmare for countless practitioners in the surrounding area. No one could bear it. All the immortals and gods retreated far away, not daring to come close. The aura of the emperor was enough to make people collapse. Even celestial kings and divine kings had to retreat. Only Celestial Emperor and Shen King could bear it. Jiang family emperor? That messy old man with fluffy hair was none other than Emperor Jiang of the Jiang family in the human world. The 9-colored chaotic divine pearl was floating above Emperor Jiang's head. This chaotic divine pearl contained a bit of chaotic essence qi. There were 9 colors circling it. It had been refined by the experts of the Jiang family for generations. It was a treasure comparable to a divine weapon. The Almighties who entered the heaven realm appeared one after another. This made Gu Fei feel a bit uneasy. These Almighties all recognized him. If they recognized him, it would be troublesome. These Almighties in the human world knew that he had the mountain and river cauldron. Such a divine weapon of the great path would make everyone jealous. Even the Almighties would go crazy for it. Gu Fei had to be careful. Old Jiang, you also want to enter this tomb? Emperor Zi did not like this messy old man. In the human world, they were rivals. Hee, since you can enter, I have to move my old bones too, Emperor Jiang said with a smile. God Emperor Jiang said with a smile. In this legendary tomb, there was something unbelievable. That was the hope of becoming a saint. In the late period of Untainted Land, the world changed greatly. Since then, no one could become a sage. Becoming a half-sage was the limit of cultivation. Over the years, no one could become a sage. No one knew what had happened. The great path of the world became hard to grasp. If one could not get close to the way, how could there be martial arts? This Yin tomb was the burial place of a supreme ancient existence. If that supreme existence's corpse could really be reborn in defiance of the heavens and evolve into another life form, then something that could defy the heavens must have been condensed on the corpse. As long as they could get this thing, it would be possible to comprehend the way. When their cultivation reached the level of Emperor Zi and the others, they knew what it was. Therefore, they risked their lives to enter the tomb. There are more and more people. There will definitely be a fierce battle in the Yin tomb. Gu Fei sighed. At this moment, another emperor's might came from the distance. A white-robed fairy standing on a 7-colored lotus appeared in the sky. Yaotai Saintess? It was another old acquaintance. This caused Gu Fei's heart to tremble. The three almighty beings of the human world had all appeared, and the primordial Daoist master had yet to arrive. After the arrival of the Yaotai Saintess, the Emperor Xian of the eastern land, Yuan Gu, also arrived. Upon seeing Yuan Gu, Gu Fei didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. One must know that he had killed Yuan Gu's own son. This was a great hatred. If Yuan Gu Emperor Xian knew that he was here, he would definitely kill him. Of course, when one reached the realm of Yuan Gu Emperor Xian, familial love was already very weak. His only goal was to become a sage. However, the Emperor Zi, who had died at the hands of Gu Fei, was the son of Yuan Gu Emperor Xian. No matter how indifferent Yuan Gu Emperor Xian was to family love, he would still be angry at such a great enmity. South Mountain's god Emperor Tsang Shao also appeared on a mountain peak. He and Yuan Gu Emperor Xian were mortal enemies. His appearance made everyone nervous. If two emperors were to fight, it would be a terrifying battle that could destroy the entire land. Some people saw that the situation was not right and quickly retreated further away. However, it seemed that everyone's worries were unnecessary. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian and South Mountain's god Emperor Tsang Shao did not make a move. Emperor Zi and Emperor God Jiang entered the Yin tomb one after another. After Yuan Gu Emperor Xian and South Mountain's god Emperor Tsang Shao confronted each other for a while, they also entered the big hole in the ground that was emitting a monstrous cold air. Yaotai Saintess and Tongtian's city lord entered the ground one after another. No one was willing to miss this opportunity. If they could obtain the Dao fruit that was nurtured in the Yin tomb, they would have the hope of becoming a sage. That was a supreme sacred item that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. It could derive the profundity of life and death, allowing people to be infinitely close to the great path of heaven and earth. Life from death had already broken the laws of heaven and earth. All the emperors entered the Yin tomb. Only the three masters of the Duanmu family did not make a move. Although they were also almighty emperors, they could not compare to the almighties who had already entered the Yin tomb. The Duanmu family cultivated a side technique of the Dao sect. It had always been regarded as an unorthodox method and was not recognized by the orthodox immortal path. However, it had to be said that the old ancestor of the Duanmu family was an extremely talented person. He had relied on some superficial knowledge of the immortal path to create a great technique without a teacher. This was not something that just anyone could do. Let us begin as well. The eldest of the three masters said. The Geomaster and Human Master nodded. Then, the three Feng Shui masters spread out and began to carve Dao patterns around the cave formed by the collapse of the earth. Gu Fei walked over from afar after seeing Violet Emperor and the others enter the Yin tomb. The other cultivators who had retreated also gradually gathered over. What are the three masters of the Duanmu family doing? They seem to be setting up a Feng Shui formation. Someone murmured. These were almighty Feng Shui masters. Even moving mountains and draining seas was not a problem for them. It seemed that the Duanmu family really valued Duanmu Hong. One had to know that the Duanmu family only had three almighty Feng Shui masters. The Duanmu family's third master was already in existence at the level of the ancestors of the Duanmu family. He had a supreme status in the Duanmu family. Dao patterns appeared in the hands of the Duanmu family's third master. They struck Dao patterns into the ground. The eldest heavenly master even used a divine ability to imprint divine patterns into the void. This clan sorcery is really something. Gu Fei stood on a mountain peak and looked at the three almighty Feng Shui masters in front of him. He could clearly sense that a force was rapidly condensing, and the momentum of heaven and earth in front of him was gradually changing. Many formations could change the momentum of heaven and earth, but Gu Fei felt that there was earth chi flowing on the mountain peak he was standing on. Soon, the ground began to tremble. Everyone was bewildered, and some people began to retreat again. Is this the earth dragon chi that is being restrained? Gu Fei used his martial Dao heavenly eye and looked into the ground. He saw endless earth chi rapidly gathering towards the place where the three masters were setting up the formation. Around the cave, there seemed to be earth dragons swimming. On the ground, soil constantly rose up, as if the mountains and rivers were forming. This was artificially changing the landscape, condensing the terrain. Coupled with the formation, a feng shui formation was rapidly forming, and the terrain within a radius of thousands of miles was rapidly changing. The originally low-lying land arched up, forming a mountain peak. The original mountain peak sank down, forming a deep valley. This was the transformation of the sea into mulberry fields. This kind of transformation could only take place after countless years, but now, the scene of the sea turning into mulberry fields appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Heaven and earth were being changed by a force. Changing heaven and earth. Chapter 1146. The Duanmu Sanqi's feng shui technique was changing the momentum of heaven and earth. This method was very frightening. The terrain was changing rapidly, and 9 mountain ranges rose up around the pitch-black cave. These 9 mountain ranges were extraordinary. Although they weren't formed naturally, each mountain range had dragon-shaped earth energy emerging. These were 9 dragon veins. This great technique is truly terrifying. They actually created 9 dragon veins. How is this possible? Although feng shui is an unorthodox method, it still has its own outstanding points. No one could remain calm after seeing this scene. This method was really too shocking. The Duanmu Sanqia was still branding the Tao patterns. The earth was moving up and down, and the earth energy was rising up. Rumble, the 9 mountain ranges were like 9 true dragons, swimming in the earth. A shocking terrain was taking shape. This was no small matter. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the changing terrain in front of him. He had seen 9 true dragons before. 9 dragons competing for the pearl, a peerless ominous land. Gu Fei's voice trembled a little. He was not mistaken. The geomancy array set up by the 3 masters was exactly the same as the peerless 9 dragons competing for the pearl that he had seen in the Naraka realm. This kind of terrain was extremely rare. Even Gu Fei had only seen it in the depths of the Hell Path. However, after that battle, the terrain in the Hell Path had also been broken. 9 dragons competing for the pearl, it was a narrow escape. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He couldn't help but be absent-minded as he recalled the various things in the Naraka Tao. First heaven, second earth, third man, what are you doing? Just as Gu Fei was in a daze, a loud roar resounded in his ears. This loud roar was like rolling thunder, causing Gu Fei to wake up from his stupor. Another Emperor-class expert? When Gu Fei came back to his senses, he was given a huge fright. He saw an old man walking over from afar, directly walking into the mountain range that looked like 9 real dragons, as if he was taking a stroll in his own courtyard. This level of cultivation, one had to know that the terrain of the 9 dragons vying for the pearl was such that even a sage would have a headache. Moreover, that person was not a sage, yet he dared to barge into such a terrain. There was a Daoist rhyme surging beneath that person's feet. It was the power of the Great Path. Every step he took caused the entire space to tremble. It was as if he could suppress the entire world with his own strength. When Gu Fei clearly saw that person's appearance, he understood. This old man was none other than Old Man Profound Heaven, the Profound Heaven Holy Land's half-sage. Only a half-sage could possess such divine abilities and magic power. Even a half-step saint has come. Is there really something in the Yin tomb that can make a half-step saint jump out? Gu Fei was very shocked. The arrival of the old man stunned the 3 Duanmu masters. The heavenly master, the earthly master, and the human master quickly stopped and went to welcome the old man. Greetings, Senior Black Heaven. Duanmu and the other 2 martial artists didn't dare be disrespectful, and they bowed in unison to the old man with extremely respectful attitudes. After all, this was a half-saint. This is, a half-sage from the Profound Heaven Holy Land? Even such a character has come. Most of the celestial being realm emperors recognized Old Man Profound Heaven. When they saw his arrival, they were shocked. After all, this was a half-sage. In the heavenly realm, a half-sage was synonymous with invincibility. In this world where sages were extinct, a half-sage was invincible. No one dared to challenge such an existence. What are you doing? Do you want to kill everyone in the Great Tomb? Old Man Profound Heaven stared at the three martial artists, his killing intent faintly discernible. The old man was really angry. After all, there were already 7 or 8 emperors who had entered the Great Tomb. If the 3 martial artists killed all of them in the Great Tomb, it would definitely be a great loss to the human race. In recent years, the demons had become restless, and the demon venerables in the 100,000 Devil Mountains seemed to be unable to bear the loneliness. They were constantly making moves in the dark. The situation in the heavenly realm had already become turbulent. The almighty beings of the human race could be said to be the deterrent force of the entire human race's cultivation world. The demons did not dare to act rashly. If 7 or 8 almighty beings of the human race fell at once, their strength would inevitably weaken. Emperors of the almighty realm, even in the heavenly realm, which was full of experts, there were not many. Those who could cut down the Tao were definitely in the minority. Senior, don't misunderstand. Feeling the baleful aura of the old man, the 3 martial artists immediately broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly replied. The other party was a half-sage. Killing them would be as easy as blowing off dust. Misunderstand? This kind of terrain clearly has the power to cut down emperors. The old man said coldly. It was impossible for the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl to appear in this world. It was rare in the entire heavenly realm. This kind of terrain was too heaven-defying. It was envied by the heavens and earth. It was impossible for it to form. Senior, you really misunderstand. We are just using this terrain to gather the essence of the earth to suppress this tomb. Old Man Heaven analyzed and said. Boss is right. How can we set up this kind of terrain? The second brother of the green-clothed old man said. They were just imitating, they could not really set up the terrain of the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl. Old Man Mysterious Heaven thought for a moment and said, if I find out that you are lying to me, then the Duanmu clan can only be passed down to your generation. The old man left behind these harsh words and entered the Great Tomb. With Old Man Mysterious Heaven's cultivation, he was not afraid of the 3 martial artists playing tricks behind his back. As Old Man Heaven said, this kind of heaven-defying terrain was not something a human could set up. Seeing Old Man Dark Heaven enter the great necropolis, the 3 patriarchs breathed sighs of relief and wiped the sweat off their foreheads. Although the old man didn't unleash the pressure of a half-sage, the 3 patriarchs could still feel the pressure. Boss, this, Old Man Third wanted to say something but hesitated. Old Man Mysterious Heaven had already warned him. This was not a small matter. If there was any mistake, the Duanmu clan could only be passed down to his generation. The profound Heaven Holy Land was powerful and Old Man Mysterious Heaven was a half-sage. It was not impossible for Old Man Mysterious Heaven to destroy the Duanmu clan. Continue. Old Man Mysterious Heaven pondered for a moment and said. The Duanmu clan's 3 master teachers continued to imprint divine imprints onto the earth and the void. The power of the heavens and earth rapidly took shape, and the entire void seemed to be sealed. The 9 dragon-like mountain ranges emanated boundless earth essence chi, as though they had come to life, moving about on the ground. The 3 martial artists wanted to use this method to bind the tomb. The 9 mountain ranges wrapped around the entire Great Tomb, preventing it from sinking into the depths of the earth.